Hello, you lovely stories in motion. It's me, Mitzi. I wrote a sequel to Heart of Daggers, and I accidentally booked it. I wrote a book instead. The first story, just so you know, is in the bio below if you want to check that out before you listen here. So what that means is I'm going to have to serialize it. I'm going to try to be releasing them on Sunday starting May 31st. And it's going to be about 8 to 9 sections, about 20, 30 minutes each, except for the last one, which will probably be about an hour. I'm going to try to get this all out before Hope and Fear comes out in August. Just so you know, I'm not endorsing them. See, watch. Play D&D. Play Blades in the Dark. Play Vampires of the Masquerade. I'm not endorsed by anybody. So there is a trigger warning, though, in this story. It is a torturous scene, but not a torture scene. If you feel uncomfortable, if you feel dizzy at all, if I sound like I'm coming from a different room, pause it. There will be a link below it. There will be a little synopsis of what kind of happens in that chapter, but a lot of the emotion will be taken out, so you won't lose anything. I'm not going to be doing any more intros during this time, so you can listen to the whole story. I'll probably talk again at the end, so you know that it's the end, as well as saying, hey, this is a warning for that one chapter that has a warning. Usually I only do cameos from everybody from a Critical Role, try to keep it kind of small and short. And this time I'm kind of borrowing one of Laura Bailey's beloved characters. But don't worry, I'm going to put her back. Good as new. No one will know that I took her. So Laura doesn't have to know. And as always, I try to keep the heart of the character the same. And I always make sure never to use their name. In that case, if you feel like I didn't do justice to that character, then you can just think that I have the most generic version of it, Jouster. I'm not doing a Mary Sue story, just so you know. This is more of my things to like Laura and the whole Critical Role and kind of dealing with diagnosis. Getting late stage diagnosis ADHD was difficult and an extra kick in the teeth since I work in the mental health field. I started watching Critical Role at that time. Long story short, watching her behavior and quirks that kind of matched mine made me realize I can be okay. And more than just my partner actually likes me. I'm not everyone's cup of tea, and I've embraced that, but I'm learning to mask a little bit less. Just so you know, this channel is not monetized, so if your rent is paid and your belly is full and you have a couple bucks to spare, my open guitar case, aka the coffee link, is down below in the description if you want to show your appreciation. If you don't have that ability and you still want to show appreciation, you're welcome to you're welcome to email me. My link is down below, or DM me on Bluesky. Since I don't really care about the algorithm, you don't really have to like. And if you hate this, if you're listening to this and you're hating it, life is too short. Go out, find something you enjoy. And for those who like to go along with the words, all you gotta do is click the WordPress link below and that'll take you to the story so you can follow along. Okay, so thank you, and I hope you enjoy my book. Hero's Heart, Chapter 1. Every epic adventure starts in a tavern or a hole. Sitting at a well-lit table in the exact center of the local hole-in-the-wall tavern in the border town of Los Angeles, a royal blue mushroom is waiting, once again, for a group of adventurers. On closer inspection, one would see the demon blood mixed in her veins, giving a matching blue tail, horns tucked under her mushroom bonnet, and one sharp canine tooth. Her tail hidden under her clothes wraps around her waist, an old comfort she never grew out of. Frustrated but undeterred, she knew it might take a while before she finds the right merry band of wanderers. It took her father several adventuring parties before he found the wandering wonders. Her stomach begins to ache in an emotionless, hollow longing for a team that wants her around. Hoping the pain is actually hunger, she catches the eye of the small bar fellow, a pale male gnome, sheepish in mannerisms and feature. The short gnome comes over with hesitation. Maybe he's never seen an Infergal before, she thinks to herself. His silver hair is long enough to almost hide his dull gray eyes, but not his round-tipped nose. Scars decorate his arms like tattoos. His hands shake slightly as he takes her order, bangers and mash with a dark ale to wash it down. He hurriedly walks away from the table. Being alone again, she feels the perceived rejection creep up to the edge of her awareness. The beings in the room emphasize her feelings, leaning away, avoiding eye contact, and turning their backs on the half mushroom in the middle of the tavern. Her subconscious decides to go deeper, pulling her unwillingly into the hurt. It dredges up memories around the several parties she met along her path. The first group, the mongooses, broke up after 2 adventures because no one had the time to adventure anymore. She did find out later that they met once or twice without her before they finally went back to their cities, farms, and families. The next group was less of an adventuring group and more of a sex party. Delilah never cared for sex or romantic relationships. When she had an urge, she could take care of it herself. She preferred close friendships. Having a body that's half sin demon seems to give some people the wrong idea. A former friend, a human named Kenneth, the son of a wealthy businessman, told her that a body like that and a lack of a sex desire meant something was wrong with her. When she did not reciprocate his declaration of love or offer being friends with benefits, he became cruel. He told her that she was a prude, a tease, and that she just needed a real man. One day he proclaimed he knew how to cure her as he stepped predatorily towards her. Fortunately for Delilah, and unfortunately for the young man, Aunt Brexy heard this conversation and immediately intervened. She helped the poor, confused boy back to his town, which was a good thing because Aunt Brexy told her that on the way back they were attacked and he broke his arm and got his face slashed. Aunt Brexy was fine though. The Wandering Wonders left the area the next day. The last group she was with were very serious people, all of them elves, most of them hid in shadows and dark corners of the room, brooding, wearing all black all the time. Their codes or rules they followed to the letter, even calling each other out if they took one step out of the box. They seemed to enjoy this serious, controlled existence. So Delilah tried to fit into the restricted confines of this group of downtrodden adventurers. They called themselves Silent but Deadly. The tall half-mushroom, upon hearing their name, burst into uproarious laughter. She thought it was a joke and added to it with a rather hilarious fart pun. Noticing no one laughing along, she felt a stone drop in her stomach as she slowly pulled in her laughter and wiped the smile off her face. She tried to blend in with the melancholy members, but it wasn't long before one of them would say something that triggered her impulse to make what she felt was an amazing joke or pun. They disagreed. When they landed on the shores of Nor Canamir, they told her she was no longer welcome for obvious reasons. Delilah's stomach hurt more as the last memory fades. Nobody likes you. That is why they reject you. I'd reject me if I could, the back of her mind whispers, causing the air in her lungs to fill slightly, only to vacate quickly. Got to pull myself together. I can fall apart when I'm alone. The creak of the floorboards under her feet is barely audible over the low murmur of the tavern. The roots stemming from the middle of her feet keep the illusion of normalcy, a trick she had learned long ago from her grandmother, the Grand Wizard of Lonork. Waves of security wash over her as the earth holds onto her roots. Chapter 2. All Eyes on Me. Finding herself on a new continent with no friends is a little scary, but she had been here in her youth with her father and aunties. Also, she is confident in her ability to make new friends. Still, the back of her mind keeps asking quietly, but will they stay? You are a bit much. Before she can entertain the negative self-talk, her food is set down on the table. Thank you! She yells to the gnome that has almost made it back to the kitchen. Steam rises off the delicious-looking mysterious sausage meat and a heap of mashed potatoes, all drowned in a dark brown gravy. Delilah loves this dish. She orders it in every tavern. It always fascinates her that such a simple meal can be vastly different, yet the same in every place. Taking the already slightly stained napkin, she tucks it into the neck of her orange shirt, from which she has removed the sleeves, leaving only the leather eyelets dotting along the shoulder. The shirt falls slightly above where her navel would be, instead revealing a thick, dark brown belt with blue and red and orange ribbons woven in between the leather fabric. The ribbons emerge from the ends and are tied into little bows along her side. The belt cinches in her waist slightly, but more importantly holds up her multi-pocketed tan shorts. She's barefoot as usual, but she does carry shoes just in case, tucked neatly next to the orange sleeves in her nomadic bag. The bag strap cuts across her brightly colored outfit, allowing it to hang upon her hip. It's decorated with buttons of varying sizes and colors, small pebbles, as well as dried flowers woven between the tightly braided reed-like fabric. A seemingly haphazard pattern of the objects tells other nomadic groups her tale, where she is from, where she is going, who she has befriended, and who she does not work with. Happy to be bibbed up, she is at last able to take her first bite without worrying about staining her only shirt. Again. Feeling the pop as she chews through the casing from the sausage mingle with the creamy, smooth potatoes makes her smile. It has been a while since she's had a good meal. The silent but deadly only allowed themselves boring ration food or gruel that was all the necessary nutrients in one meal. Something on the edge of her awareness begins to take center stage as she continues to eat. The room has gone silent. Picking up her cup as an excuse to look around, she takes a deep swig. Everyone's eyes seem to be watching her. Familiar aftertaste creeps up from the back of her throat. Continuing to drink, she tugs on the memory, trying to place this taste. Boysenberry, anise, maple syrup. The answer arrives to the surface as she finishes the last gulp. She is exhilarated by her ability to name the familiar taste. It's a sleeping sap. Slamming down the empty cup, the triumphant feeling quickly shifts to dread. Her vision begins to blur as she thinks to herself, "Damn it, I knew that no one was acting weird." Her head gets heavy, and she realizes too late she forgot the first rule of being knocked out. Brace for impact. The half mushroom smashes her face into the table on her way out of consciousness. Chapter 3. A new friend. Awareness of the physical realm returns abruptly, and her head feels as if a new being is attempting to emerge from her brain. The throbbing of her face and the taste of bitter Gadatian blood reminds her of her graceful exit. With everything already hurting, the half mushroom allows her hands to tell her that she is lying on a piece of hard material, most likely metal. Her hands are masters at identifying soil and rock, mainly because she can root into them. To know for sure, she would have to open her eyes, but that invites more pain. Feeling like the immediate danger has passed for now, Delilah decides to keep her eyes shut and groan in pain until the world behind her eyelids stops spinning so fast. At least she would choose to keep her eyelids closed if it isn't for a voice next to her saying, "Hey, I saw you move. I know you were awake, right?" Delilah might be able to ignore the voice, but it is the accompanying finger poking her bonnet that finally breaks her from her comatose state. Swiftly grabbing the finger, the half mushroom opens her eyes to find a lighter blue infernal face inches from her own, with purple eyes and royal blue hair. Delilah begins to slowly move as the infernal continues talking. "Oh, good, you're awake. I would hate to have to share us all with a corpse again. No fun." Blech, she quickly says, sticking out her tongue. Her tongue, bright pink, probably dyed from some kind of candy she ate earlier, matches her pink floral dress. The blue infernal continues to talk while Delilah fully wakes against her will. She takes in the metal cell bars surrounding her with a big door, closed and probably locked, depriving her of her freedom. The freedom of standing in a large rectangular stone room, with a hallway through the middle, creating two smaller rectangular spaces. One houses Delilah and 3 other cells. The other has an empty guard's chair with a wall of wanted posters, illuminated by a single torch. A smile begins to spread across her face at the stream of consciousness coming out of her cellmate. She thought she was the only one who does that. Immediately regretting the smile, her headache reaches a fevered pitch, the infernal words going in one ear and out the other as Delilah tries to take in the visual and auditory information. From this angle, she can make out 3 wanted posters. One is of an androgynous full infernal. They have lavender skin with red eyes, many piercings about their horns, and a tattoo of some sort of blue and green bird. "Wanted, dead or alive," is written in bold red ink on the bottom. The other 2 look kind of generic. A small goblin with purple streaks in her hair, and the other one looks like a well-to-do woman. A bang on the bars blasts through the cell.
"Shirley, shut up!"
A human guard with a broken nose yells at the blue infernal while staring daggers at Delilah. Yeah, sure thing. Sorry, me and my twin, we just have so much to catch up on," she says with a big smile at the guard, watching him carefully as he begins to walk away. In that quick moment of silence, Delilah noticed that the cells next to her are occupied. All of them are filled with infernal mixes like her. Once the guard leaves Shirley's sight, she begins to whisper. "My name's not really Shirley. They're so dumb," she says as she giggles to herself. She whispers her real name directly into Delilah's ear, but it goes right out the other one. She is pretty sure the name started with a J, but her attention is too preoccupied at the moment as not Shirley continues. "Where were we? Oh, yes, bunking with a corpse." Before she can continue, Delilah interrupts her. "What's going on here?" The blue infernal looks around the room. "I'm not sure. Seems to be a lot of mixed infernals in cages. I was at a celebration, someone gave me a drink, and of course I drank it. It was a free drink, and I woke up here. I was thinking about breaking out, but some guards brought you in unconscious. Well, you looked unconscious until the human guard tried to grab your bag, and you punched him. Bam! Square in the nose. Blood came out like a faucet. They all ran away like scared rabbits. It was so funny. Once I stopped laughing, I decided to see if you were awake, and you were not. I wanted to draw a penis on your forehead, but they took away all my pains. Then I saw your hand move, so I poked your bonnet, and now we are talking. Squinting in an attempt to focus her eyes, the half-mushroom gazes closely at the blue creature. But you're a full infernal. Unless you're hiding a pair of fairy wings or something. Oh, I wish I had fairy wings. That would be so cool. But no, I'm all infernal. Whoever took me was obviously stupid. I told the guards, and they said something like, "You've seen too much to live, blah, 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 blah," she says, poorly mimicking the human guard who went past. You know, the usual bullshit like that. How did you end up here? Well, my last crew, silent but deadly, kicked me out, and I was looking for another group of adventurers to join. The blue infernal begins to giggle. Did people smell them before they saw them? Delilah giggles in response. Right? I told them that, and they got very annoyed at me. Told me to act my age, which is stupid because fart jokes are hilarious no matter what age you are. Why did the farts kick you out? The infernal asks. Well, they told me it was because my energy is too much. I talk too much, I'm too sensitive, and of course they thought I was weird. Delilah responds. She looks down, kicking her bare feet against the metal floor guiltily before continuing. But for me, personally, I think it was more to do with our last adventure. For the first time, the infernal stays silent, gesturing for more story. Long story short, the guards were questioning us. One of the guards was so kind, while the other was a bit rougher on the edges. They told me they had proof of us stealing the crown jewels and that if I didn't talk, they would kill my partners. It was weird. I usually would have known it was a lie, but this intense fear inside my mind conjured up pictures of the whole crew swinging from the gallows and hung in gibbet cages with their eyes being plucked out by birds. Or being drawn and quartered. Not Shirley interjects as she spreads her arms and legs out. She mimes to death with exaggerated noises. Then her tongue lolls to the side, signaling the dramatized end. Yes! I wound up telling them everything, and things they didn't even ask for. Like the time I stuck my roots into the boggy land next to a witch's hut. I swear I could see for days. Which doesn't make sense to me now, but at the time my mind was blown. Passed out, of course. I woke up a couple hours later with shoes on and a very, very angry father. In my defense, she was a good-hearted ribbit witch. Anyway, I usually just try to keep my mouth shut, which can be a feat all by itself, but everything just kept pouring out of me. And to be honest with you, I don't really like to lie. It hurts my stomach. The blue infernal joins in. Oh, my traveler, I don't like lying either, unless it's to protect myself, or my friends, or if it's funny, or if I'm bored. But other than that, I never lie. Delilah grins with approval. Exactly, she exclaims, happy someone else finally understands, before continuing. They got their jewels back. I think the guards felt bad for me because of all the crying and confessing I did. So we were exiled instead. Apparently it got the silent but deadlies all bothered. Something about never seeing the fertile Willamette Valley again. In the end, it's probably a good thing they kicked me out. I wasn't a good fit for them. And I mean, who doesn't laugh at a good fart joke? The two blue creatures rapid-fire fart puns, fart jokes, and fart sounds for several minutes. The fart topic turns into another, then another. They talk nonstop, only pausing long enough to breathe. The minutes tick by, turning into hours as they lose themselves in the conversation and time ceases to matter. Chapter 4. Inner Demons. Their fun comes to an abrupt end when 3 guards, one of which sports the broken nose, approach the cell door. He yells, "For the love of God, shut up!" The other 2 carry another unconscious infernal mix creature with them, tied to a pole like a pig ready for roasting. The one with a broken nose takes out a key before barking orders at the 2 ladies.
Step back. All the way. Back of the cell. Hands where I can see them. No funny business, or I'll stab you. Gesturing with the spear in one hand, which is not as intimidating as he might think. Both the ladies place their hands up in the air and stick out their tongues, immediately giggling at their identical reactions.
The unsure guard blusters.
I mean it.
This time using both hands.
Yes, we got it. You've got the power,
Delilah says, never one to not point out the obvious. The guard opens the door, looking between the two blue ladies, spear at the ready. The other two guards bring in a heavily bleeding, comatose fellow. His crown is adorned by 4 horns, 2 of them curving backwards. Once they reach the back of his skull, they curl downward into a C shape. A portion of the horn hides behind his shoulder-length, gray-streaked auburn hair. Their sharp points emerge along his chin. The other 2 are shorter. They start just behind his cheek-length bangs. Their hue, royal purple and deep blue, a sign of infernal blood, each twisting straight towards the sky. The right one's tip has been broken recently. The 2 guards attempt to heave the large, broad shoulders of the massive, muscular bison demon of a man onto the nearest metal bed.
You're ruining our color scheme,
the light blue infernal says with indignation. The 3rd guard yells,
Stop moving!
Before jabbing his spear at his prisoners. The spear grazes the full infernal, drawing a small red mark on her arm. As the blood slowly escapes from the broken skin on her friend's arm, Delilah reacts instinctively. Her blue mushroom cap shifts to a dark red with white pulsating spots as she turns toward the guard. Spores are released from her bonnet, infiltrating through their open, moist mucus surfaces. Her now visible horns pull the bonnet up into an animalistic warning display. The guards watch in horror as her face becomes distorted, a flesh-colored mask with intelligent, haunting eyes watching them behind pitch blackness. The mask face opens suddenly, splitting in 2 to reveal sharp teeth all the way to the jaw hinge. Her forked tongue unrolls before them as a loud,
"How dare!"
roars out of her. The guards scream as their brains urge them to run. The growing, pulsating, tooth-filled mushroom demon takes a single step towards them. They drop the unconscious prisoner onto the floor as they trip and stumble over each other, fleeing the cell. They grab the door, slamming it shut as they try to put as much distance between themselves and obvious death as possible. The terrifying creature reaches her elongated arms, adorned with clawed fingers, towards the quickly disappearing guards. With danger averted, Delilah can hear the whimpering and scratching from the other cells as some of her fellow prisoners try their best to get away from the monster mushroom. Damn it, she thinks as she returns to her bubbly blue self.
It's okay. You're safe. Look, it's just me,
she says to the scared prisoners, trying her best to reassure them, but unable to tell how well it is working. Chapter 5. Laughter is the best medicine. After several minutes, she observes most of her fellow prisoners breathe out a sigh of relief, except for one. An elven mixed infernal in the farthest cell still seems a bit frozen. Before she's able to feel too bad about it, her blue twin chimes in.
Wow, that was amazing! I've never seen a transformation like that before, with the growing and the teeth and the clawed hands. I think you intimidated 2 of them into wetting their pants,
she says as she does her best to mimic the transformation.
Thanks. I can't always control it. I'm happy I didn't frighten you, though,
Delilah responds.
Psh, I've seen so much worse. Things that would make your brain melt out of your ears and your head explode,
Naturally says as she continues making grand, chaotic hand gestures. Delilah dodges out of the way, narrowly avoiding a slap across the face.
Well, that is very vivid. Wouldn't want that to happen. Hey, look, we have a new cellmate. Let's go see if he's okay,
she says, dodging several more slaps. Unsure but not willing to test if her head will explode if she hears it all. In a magical world, you can never be too careful.
Oh yeah, watch this. It's my turn to show you something really neat,
the blue full infernal says, happily bouncing the 2 steps over to the new cellmate. Clearing her throat, she recites.
There once was a sorcerer from Madras who had big bright balls made of brass. When he clanked them together, they cast stormy weather and lightning bolts shot from his ass.
As she laughs uproariously at her dirty limerick, a flicker of pink glitter from the palm of her hand spreads quickly out to each finger. Still laughing, she places her hands on the unconscious cellmate. The glitter shines brighter, causing Delilah to turn away for a brief second. Turning back around, she sees the infernal's hands back in their normal light blue color.
Laughter is the best medicine,
she says, as her glittery pink handprints still shine on the comatose cowman's shoulders.
Did you heal him?
Delilah asks.
Yeah, it takes a couple minutes, but he's on the mend. Oh shit, I almost forgot! Before he wakes up!
She grabbed the bloody bib off of Delilah. Delilah forgot she had it on, but was pleasantly surprised to see her orange shirt stayed intact, instead of being stained by her blue bloody sap. Dabbing the cloth in the pool of red blood around the fellow's face, the tiny demonesque creature mumbles to herself.
Yes! Okay. Yes. Oh, no.
Turning the napkin upside down and smiling largely, apparently fixing her mistake as she continues to rotate and dip before unfolding the napkin, revealing her masterpiece to Delilah.
That's amazing! You really captured the essence of a vagina, the way the blood mixes together to make purple lips. It makes them look like petals of a flower. Perfect. Beautiful. No notes.
Delilah happily says. Gazing at the lovely art, her eyes notice the door still closed and locked after the guards scrambled away.
Ugh, I wish the gods had left the door open. Got to learn to die on the fear better.
Placing the piece of high art on the unconscious cellmate, the full infernal says,
It's fine. We can use the key.
She points into the shadow under the chair on the other side of the big square room where a guard should be posted. I can almost reach. Before the last word is said, Naturally tries her best to stretch and get the key. Unfortunately, her arms are about 7 feet short of the prize. The blue mushroom's brain reminds her she keeps a lockpick between her horn and bonnet for occasions like this.
All right, let me take a crack at this,
she exclaims, taking out the lockpick. Several seconds pass with no luck. She feels the sweat begin to trickle down her bonnet. Her fingers start to feel like sausages as she continues to fumble.
Here, let me try. I'm pretty good at lockpicking, if I do say so myself,
says the blue demon. The mushroom steps aside, moving her arms to gesture for her friend to take over.
It's really easy. You just need to...
Nothing happens.
Well, of course it didn't work. I forgot. I needed to.
Once again, nothing happens.
Who built this stupid lock?
She yells as the lockpick springs out of her hand, bounces, and skitters to a stop by the key.
Fucking lock!
They say in unison.
Jinx, jinx!
Delilah says, slightly ahead of Not Shirley. Delilah smiles as the tiny infernal sticks out her tongue from the loss.
Okay, fine. I'll buy you a milk. Or I can give you a donut right now. Well, once I get my bag back.
Not Shirley says.
I swear there was a bee on you. I punched you to save your life,
says a voice from down in the corridor on the left. Emerging from the darkness walks 2 guards with a human person, conscious this time, tied to a pole. The prisoner is a muscular woman with the top portion of her brown hair pulled back into a bun, while the bottom part has been closely shaved. Her hands are wrapped with a once white fabric that is now yellowish, with spots of old browned blood, except for the one on the right, which has some new blood adding to the stain collection. She looks up with a flash of recognition in her eyes as she spots the twin blue ladies. Delilah's confusion intensifies as the woman simply says, Help! 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 As she is taken past their cells and into the darkness of the corridor on the right. Chapter 6. Bigger on the inside. The prison cells grow quiet again, but before it can become eerie, Something blurts out.
Uh-oh, my friend seems to have gotten in trouble. Again. I need to go save her. Do you have another lockpick? Let me check.
Delilah says as she reaches into her bag. Finding nothing within, she reaches deeper, putting her entire arm in up to her shoulder, sticking out her tongue to the side, concentrating on finding a lockpick.
Here, hold this,
she says, handing the infernal the wide open bag. She moves Something's arms up, down, a little up again, before proclaiming,
Perfect. I know we've just met, but I trust you not to drop me, since blue ladies like us need to stick together, right?
Delilah asks her new best friend, who agrees with a head nod. A smile stretches across Delilah's face, excited she made a new friend, and so quickly. Most people need some time to warm up to her. At least that's what she's been told.
Oh, I hope it's in here.
Standing tall, she closes her eyes and attempts to root into the ground, the metal floor preventing her success. Knowing what she has to do, she takes a deep breath. She has only done this ungrounded one other time and was reprimanded for it, being told it was dangerous and stupid. Unfortunately, since she forgets sometimes, often, all of the time, it is the only way for her to see what is packed in her bag. She takes in one more big breath and holds it as she dives her top half into the bag. A white glow with golden streaks emerges from the bag as it shifts a bit in the small blue hands of the person formerly known as Shirley. Trying her best to keep the bag still, a giggle escapes her lips, thinking of all the stepbrother jokes. To distract herself from her dirty mind, she decides to keep a lookout for any more guards when she notices a familiar orange feline step into the hallway.
Oh, she went that way,
she says, gesturing down the hall with her head.
I'll be there soon, just helping my friend.
The orange tabby slowly blinks at the 1.5 jailbirds before heading down the hallway towards their captured friend. Coming out of the bag with a bit of a pop, Delilah says,
Thanks for not dropping me. I know it can get a bit wiggly-wompus sometimes.
Before she can continue, Jay something impulsively asks, What was that? Looking down into the now visibly empty bag. That's so cool. Can you teach me to make one? Oh, can mine be pink?
I know, right? But I can't make one. The elzomatic lifestyle find you when you come of age. I don't know how they know. I mean, every species is different, and then there's multi-species like me. It's apparently something like they read the wind. I don't know. It's very complicated. I was told they weave a part of my soul into the bag, so it's kind of like a pocket dimension in my soul, I think. Not really sure, though, about it. I wonder if the colors can be changed. Oh, shit! Focus! We need to see your friend. Time is probably of the essence.
The easily distracted half mushroom says, before she loses her train of thought again. She continues.
I didn't find a lockpick, but I found this. Ta-da!
She holds up a compact mirror.
Oh, that's nice, but I don't think the guards will let us out for that. I tried to give them a donut from my bag to let me out. They laughed in my face, took my bag, and all my donuts.
Jay something says as her half mushroom friend pushes the object into her hand, putting up a finger for the universal 1 second gesture.
Okay, I can hold this for you. What are you going to do?
Delilah stands in the middle of the cell, about a foot away from Not Shirley. She closes her eyes and slows her breathing for a second, feeling the shadows, the darkness around her. A twinge of recognition bings inside her, or possibly in the darkness. She simply thinks of one word: join. The blue inferno holds the new escape tools as the shadows swirl, darken, and start to encircle Delilah. Before she can say anything, Delilah's eyes snap open, causing the frenzied darkness to launch themselves at their prey. Instead of attacking, they seem to weave together around the tall half mushroom, creating a billowing outfit that forms over her colorful ensemble. The robe of whispering darkness wraps around her, going up and over her blue bonnet with a veil concealing the lower half of her face. Her bright blue eyes, dulled by darkness, peek out through the opening.
Cat stealth and orange. Found that out the hard way,
she says in her usual chipper voice.
Thanks.
She takes back her compact mirror to continue with the escape plan. Her companion stands gobsmacked in the middle of the cell. Delilah opens the compact, revealing it's actually a handheld mechanical lamp with a small spark alighting the oil-coated wick inside. She places the lamp gently on the floor. Turning her head, she watches as the dancing flame reflects the spotlight on the solid stone back wall of the cell. Chapter 7. Shadow Puppets. Not Shirley stands there, unsure how all of this will help them escape, but happy to watch her demon mushroom friend doing random things as her brain tries to guess what she will do next, like a puzzle. While she is imagining the light is going to cause a cool explosion somehow, Delilah asks her a question.
All right, that looks nice. Can you make shadow puppets with your hands?
She says as she puts her hands together, causing a rudimentary dog shadow to appear on the wall. Of course I know how to do shadow puppets. They are so fun. See? Delilah turns around to see Not Shirley's amazing talent. The figure of a giant dog with 2 huge boners greet Delilah. She turns her head back and forth between the shadow and its creator, unable to figure out how the hands, tail, tongue, and foot create the illusion.
That's brilliant. When we get out of here, I want to know how to do that,
she says, pointing to the horny shadow. The tiny blue creature mumbles out, keeping her tongue in place so as not to ruin her masterpiece. Delilah smiles at the silly blue contortionist while stretching out a hand to the overly horny mutt. Touching the cool brick behind the shadow, she lets her mind work instinctively, feeling into the void, pulling it forth into this space and time. The void connects to the shadows before showing her untold paths to hidden dark spots in this world, and possibly more. The unknown pulls on those unfamiliar to the shadows, but Delilah, being born in the abyss of sorts, easily untangles herself from the lure. She finds the path to the shadow under the chair across the room, connecting the points. The small spores coming off her arms let her know it is ready, and she steps into the canine shadow. A loud crash behind Not Shirley is the only possible thing that could remove her attention from Delilah, darkening the amazing double-dick dog shadow puppet, then vanishing into the wall, or a portal, or something. Turning around, she gets her answer, seeing Delilah on her knees next to the chair, rubbing the top of her bonnet.
Fucking green leaf loving dry dirt patch. Stupid no depth perception in the void.
Delilah mumbles to herself, grabbing the piece of metal on the ground. Continuing to grumble, she walks over to hand it to her imprisoned friend.
This is great, but I think the key would be faster, and I'm in a little bit of a hurry.
The tiny true infernal says, handing back the lockpick.
Of course, the key. Why didn't I think of that? I mean, of course that's what I meant to grab. Oh, I thought this was the key the whole
Delilah says as
time.
she walks backwards towards the key. She turns around to pick it up with one hand. The other puts the lockpick back into one of its many places between her bonnet and horns.
See? Key!
She proclaims louder than she meant as she moves back to the cell door. With a flick of the wrist, the lock gives way, allowing the door to swing open easily.
Okay, let's go get your friend.
But before she can finish her sentence, the bull in the room begins to stir. The occupants of the other cells call out with varying versions of, "Please, let me out." The tugs of responsibility over self-preservation pull on Delilah, much to her chagrin.
Okay, new plan. I'll let them out and get this football up and running. You go save your friend. I'll catch up to you when I'm done here.
A need tugs at her, the need to prove she is a good and worthy friend, reliable 100% of the time. Her unconscious whispers, "If I prove myself, if I'm perfect, would you please be my friend?" Without thinking, she adds,
"Pinky promise."
reaching out her pinky to Not Shirley.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure. Why not?
The full infernal says, accepting the offer. Yeah, actually put the way. Their little fingers intertwine, sealing the promise. Both add a head nod to the agreement. Without warning, the tiny infernal pulls Delilah in for a hug.
Goodbye for now, and remember, you'll only get in trouble if you get caught and can't talk your way out of it. Also, don't die. And you really should check out the Traveler. He doesn't care that your parents is a different divinity. He's really cool like that.
She whispers into what she thinks is Delilah's ear. Suddenly, a loud crash from the direction of her friend echoes through the corridor.
Damn it, save some for me!
She yelled, running down the hallway. Divinity? I'm not a godborn, Delilah thinks to herself. I can't be. My mom is a demon. I mean, she's powerful, but she isn't a goddess. She was probably saying it in a flattering way. Like, the gods must have given you strength and soul-crushing responsibilities. It's not a very good compliment, but I think I'll take it. Chapter 8. The Great Escape. The stirring of the Furbog Infernal mix reminds her of why she stayed. Crouching next to him, Delilah gently touches his shoulder before asking loudly,
"Are you okay?"
The cowman flinches and mutters,
"Where the fuck am I?"
He leans away from the overly close half mushroom touching his shoulder as the fancy art napkin gently falls to the floor next to him.
"Oh, that's right. I got myself arrested,"
he says, gingerly touching his broken horn. Pain ripples down from the fresh wound.
"You got yourself arrested? Why?"
Delilah asks, but before he can answer, there is another voice.
Hello? Excuse me?"
Says a soft-spoken yet firm voice with a slight barbarian accent. The two prisoners follow the voice to a dirty man standing in the open cell door. His greasy hair is a reddish brown, a tad more brown than in Furbog's hair. Delilah takes one whiff of the stranger. He smells delightful, of fresh earth and slight detritus. To anyone else in the room, though, he smells like shit. Piercing blue eyes stare back at the duo.
You've this my friend, the blue inferno, about this high?
He says, putting his hand out to the exact height of Not Shirley.
Oh, yes. Juniper.
Delilah says, guessing the name, knowing it started with a J. Watching as the new stranger's filthy face falls into a confused scowl. She knows she guessed wrong. Unable to stop herself, she tries.
I meant just...
She says, watching his face for clues, which he does not give.
Jasper?
She says in desperation. The dirty man grins gently, putting his hands up, taking pity on the increasingly frantic half-mushroom.
Yeah, that's it. Do you know which way Jasper went?
He asks in his barbarian accent, except for the name Jasper. Delilah, thrilled that she guessed her friend's name right, happily points the stranger down the hallway. She begins to tell the blue-eyed stranger about the other human prisoner, but he seems uninterested. He just smiles, nods his head while walking away from the cell.
Leave it. You don't need it. Fine, yeah. Come, let's go.
He says, looking at the floor by the cell door.
It has a name. I'm not sure what it is, but you have a name, right?
She says, as she turns to the infernbog still on the ground. He nods in the affirmative.
I'll catch up when I'm done.
She says, doubting the stranger even heard the last part. The vibration from beneath her feet informs her that the blue-eyed man is entering the dark hallway. The odd part is, she notices a possible second, unseen being falling close behind him. The quizzical face of the cowman, as he examines their vagina flower head blanket, causes Delilah to remember what she is doing. Following the cardinal rule, help everyone escape, unless they're the bad guys. The infernbog shrugs and puts down the art.
Good likeness.
He says to himself.
My name's Delilah, and I'll be helping you try to escape today.
She says, sticking her hand out. It's been a while since Delilah has said this sentence. When she was a kid, her role in the Wandering Wonders was usually get in and get everyone out to safety.
Thanks. I'm Nico Phoenix Campbell, and don't worry, I'll be okay. Just need my friends.
Nico says, with a grumble and a grin.
Oh, we're saying full names. I didn't know that. My full name is Delilah Frederickstein Vlomovan.
She says hurriedly before getting cut off by Nico.
I'm sure you have a lovely name, but I'm not going to remember it right now.
He says, pointing to his head as he wobbles a bit. She nods, understandably, as she carefully leans him against the wall before heading to the door. He watches as Delilah creaks the cell door back and forth, looking at the lock, then doing a bit of a foot shuffle on the floor by the door. He is unsure if she's doing a dance or possibly a spell of some sort. Then she slaps and rubs her hips. Confused, he leans a little closer, trying to figure out what Delilah is doing. She pulls her bag out of her dark black vestiges. He realizes she is wearing some kind of disguise or smoke. He mimes her movements, finding himself checking his pockets. Putting all the pieces together, he understands that she is looking for something. The headache that was growing begins to subside until he sees the demon mushroom reach into her bag and pull it up to her shoulder, then pulls it out empty-handed. This is followed by her holding her bag above her bonnet, taking a deep breath and putting her entire head into the tiny beaded bag. She quickly returns with a visible grumpy expression, followed by a facepalm as she pulls a lockpick from under her bonnet. She gives him a bright, reassuring smile as she walks over to the cells next to theirs. He tries to ignore the now well-established headache as he reaches down his pants. With a slight rip, he pulls out a small orb that his teammates stitched into them. Many humans' fear of being perceived as gay or feeling inadequate compared to his bull member would keep them from checking thoroughly. The speaking orb glows a soft white in his hand as he whispers.
I'm in. There seems to be another group that's infiltrated the keep, so change of plan. Let's take them down now.
I can't believe I lost the fucking key. How did I even do that? I could have sworn I left it in the door. Such an idiot. Leave it to me to not think as I put the key away. I just know I'm going to find it in my bag in a full moon or two and it's useless to me. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Thank goddess I remember this lockpick. Delilah, lost in her thoughts, does not notice Nico holding the orb as she strolls over to the other cells. Kneeling down to the first cell door, she sees 3 infernal mixes of varying sizes and shapes. They gather near the door around their new hope, giving her encouragement, A buzzing, electric feeling begins to pulse inside Delilah's mushroom frame, a familiar feeling she gets every once in a while. She focuses on the lock before her, letting herself flow from the lockpick to the lock, listening with all of her senses. She picks and pulls, easily opening the first 2 locks in quick succession. A little fairy infernal, no bigger than a rabbit, flies up to Delilah's face.
Thank you for letting us out. I thought we were done for when that little goblin girl with the smelly man took the key,
he says with a big smile and a sweet kiss on the cheek. Oh, I was right. I did hear someone. Also, I didn't lose the key. A wave of giddiness washes over her as she lets go of her self-anger for losing yet another thing. Nico watches each prisoner thank her. One even gives her a kiss, but they loiter in the hall, unsure which direction to go. He guides them towards the back of the castle, the opposite way that Delilah's friend had gone. He knows his team, the Hodgepodge Hearts, will be waiting by the rear doors, since it was the least guarded. Well, it was when they canvassed the place anyway. The idea of possibly being a godborn floods Delilah's mind. The once confident mushroom woman's face begins to drop as she makes her way to the last cell door. Delilah's mind gets stuck in thought, forgetting the task at hand. Maybe Jasper was right. I am a godborn. Oh, but that's too much responsibility. I just fucked that up. I'd be the worst godborn. Oh, wait. They are called demigods now. See, this is why I can't be a demigod. I can't even remember the correct terminology. Good thing no one is reading my mind. Or at least I don't think anyone is. Hello? If you could let us out too, that would be wonderful, says a large galapa with geometric patterns whittled into his turtle shell and 2 small horns. He gently rattles the cage.
Don't let that demon in here,
cries a rather tall elf. His hair is big, fluffed out and stylized. The large pompadour covers up his hated horns. The other 2 half-demons shush him quickly. He didn't mean that. What he meant to say was, please, let us out.
I most certainly didn't.
The elf's voice cuts out as his cellmate shushes him again. This time, though, a small, misty green frog forms in front of their slightly closed lips and jumps into the elf's throat. The adults are talking. Be a lamb and sit down, says the half-galapa, half-demon in front of Delilah. Where were we? Oh, yes. Would you kindly open the door? They say, gesturing to the door. Before the elf has a chance to protest, the 3rd cellmate, a goblin with 5 horns, grabs the muted elf's ear to whisper something. All the color drains from his face. The self-doubt mixed with being called a demon had robbed Delilah of her familiar confident buzz. In his place are worry, concern, and self-annoyance. An unconvincing smile flashes on her face, unsure if the fake smile is for the prisoners or for herself. Taking a deep breath, she kneels in front of the lock. Straining, she notices when to push, but misses the pull moment. The prisoners wait 10 seconds. Nothing happens. And another 10 seconds, and nothing happens. Another 20 seconds pass by when they hear the joyous sound of a click coming from the door. The first one out is the turtle demon. You are a peach, they say with a wink. They are followed up by the horned goblin, who doesn't say anything but gives an overly strong handshake. Rubbing her sore hand gently, Delilah imagines if she had bones in her hand, they would have snapped. The image causes a little shiver to escape her body. The elf-fernal is the last.
Get away from me, you demon! Step back,
he says, his hush spell apparently broken now that the caster has left the area. Delilah follows his request, taking a step back. The lanky elf steps out of the cage and immediately flattens himself against the wall, trying to remain as far from Delilah as elvenly possible.
You let all those filthy beings free, and you're the worst of them. I saw it with my own eyes. You turned into that monster. I bet that's your real form,
he says, inching away down the hall the opposite direction from where everyone else went.
No, this is my form. That is just something all some infernals can do. You're half infernal too. You know how it is.
She tries to explain, stepping closer.
I'm not a filthy infernal. Guards! Guards!
He screams, fleeing down the hallway towards the sound of fighting.
Wait, no, the other way!
Delilah calls to the vanishing figure.
Ah, Tricep, that can't be good,
she says to the now empty cells. Chapter 9. Do pinky promises mean nothing? Rapidly heading back to Nico, she says,
So fun fact, we're about to have some company. I've got to go help Jasper, I pinky swore. You, on the other hand, need to get out of here. Do you think you can walk by yourself?
Yeah, I'm fine. Go help your friend.
Nico says, taking several steps unassisted towards the open cell. Delilah puts her hand out just in case.
Fuck off. My recovery from a slight bonk on the head has slowed a bit, but I can still shake it off. This is just getting old. If you're lucky, you'll get to deal with it too.
Delilah stares directly into Nico's eyes. One a violet color, the other one whitened, blind. She quickly does the math of how old an Infurbolg might be in comparison to her own age.
I'm probably older than you. Fun girls don't even mature until they're about,
she says, simply stating the statistics. Nico puts his hand up in the air to stop the mushrooms lecture.
You know what I mean. Go get your friend. We'll be fine.
Delilah nods in agreement. She excitedly walks with a skip as she turns away, unable to hide the possibility of joining a new group with someone who she gets along with so well. The last time that happened was with the Wandering Wonders, and they raised her. She merely skips 3 steps away when 3 armed human guards and 2 guards wearing overly washed black robes with gold trim run into the room, blocking her path.
Oh, come on! It's like a pinky promise doesn't mean anything to you guys!
Delilah says between gritted teeth. She feels the anger welling up, extending her arms and legs, pulling her skin tight around her mask-shaped muscles and bones.
Get out of my way, you puny bags of mulch!
Watching the shadow-covered creature begin to grow with the eyes aglow through a masked face made the 3 humans' resolve waver. They hold their stance shaking until the monster's round, masked, stiff, red lips open, splitting her cheeks, showing rows of sharp teeth. Shadows reach from the floor around the wizard next to them, pinning him down, and the men's resolve is torn asunder as they turn and run. The fastest of the men's awareness is fully focused on the creature behind him. Running at full speed, he impales himself on the outstretched sword of the cruel head of the guards. With a swift motion, the guard's neck is open wide by a small dagger in the head guard's other hand.
Coward! Cowardice will not save you from death. Only winning will. Now get them! We need them alive!
He shouts to the remaining 2 guards. He drops the sword, the impaled body falling to the floor as he retrieves a long spear from his back. They fear the cruel captain in his dark, black, beaten leather armor, reinforced with metal on his arms. The shoulder guard on his left side rises up to protect his neck, shining pristinely, even though the armor has been worn through many battles. The gleaming feature is often the prominent part of the nightmares the guards have regularly since joining the cause. The 2 remaining guards turn back, without hesitation, to readying themselves in battle against the new shadow foe. Maybe this one we can win against, they think to themselves. Nico saunters up, standing slightly behind Delilah. Several figures join the fray in the large room from the adjacent hallway.
Perfect timing, as always,
he says with a new confidence.
We hurried up so we could save you,
a new voice replies. Behind the massive dark mushroom shape, a boulder of a Furbolg is running towards them, followed by several other figures, though from this distance the guards are not able to make out who they are. The idea of winning melts away as a new thought emerges. Survive. A yell from their right catches their attention as the shadow below their comrade begins to climb up his leg, reaching out to wrap around his arm. His kicking and thrashing seemingly only encourages the dark arms as they pull him to the cold, stone ground.
Charge!
The head guard commands from the back, the programming from their training quickly taking over their bodies, and the first guard lunges at Delilah, bringing his overly used sword high above his head. He makes a diagonal swipe. The sword lets him know he made contact as it slows down, ripping through the shadow armor and pulling a piece off. The first guard looks at the exposed orange shirt and belt of many colors around his enemy's waist. The newfound color in the heat of battle releases something old within his soul. A smile spreads on his face. The second guard, a mere step behind his longtime companion, smashes his shield into the towering creature, reinforcing their stand. The smile on his friend's face slows him down as he attempts to follow his buddy's gaze. His eyes spy something worse. One of the enemy party members, a small shape, begins to shimmer as sounds of bones breaking and muscles ripping reaches the guard's ear. The light fades as in the place of a small being stands a muscular, white-skinned giant with black markings, wearing a loincloth and an elaborate belt and a magnificent beard. "A fucking shapeshifter?" he yells as the shapeshifter growls, then winks, sending a barrage of arcane magic streaming down upon the second guard. Snapping his neck towards his friend, the first guard can only watch as 3 balls of yellow magic strike him, killing his friend where he stood. Afraid, he tries to take a step back as a teal goblin with light brown fawn-like legs deftly maneuvers around him. It heads straight for the wizard, a brother in arms, stuck, motionless, from the shadows. The goblin licks their finger and sticks it in the air. The guard assumes it's taking a strategic approach. They jump into the air, flip, and bring down their cloven hooves squarely onto the pinned man's neck. A sickening crunch can be heard, even in a room filled with fighting. The wizard, though badly hurt, is alive and starts an incantation, but before he can finish, another figure appears beside him. The new figure, a strikingly gorgeous woman with short, wild chestnut locks, moves toward the wizard in an unnatural way. Maybe it's her rhythm, her speed, her gait, but something is wrong. Fascination draws him in as he tries to figure it out. The woman smiles at the prone, dying man, then grabs his shoulder, making them face to face. Her mouth opens and her canines begin to make a slight whirring noise as they retract up into her gums. The newly revealed, needle-tipped prehensile metal bones shoot down quickly into the corner of the wizard's eyes. Bloody tears streak down his face, close to the entry point. He shakes once, twice, exhales, and then he moves no more. "Thanks, sweetheart, I needed that," says the brown-haired woman, glitching slightly as she speaks to the fuzzy teal goblin.
"Anything for you, Mushery,"
replies the goblin deer woman as the taller, demure woman pulls her in for a quick kiss. The guard is stunned as he watches the horror, but it's the open, loving nature between the two intruders that breaks open his memory. He remembers the camps, the rhetoric. He was broken. He needed to be fixed. The shame, the guilt, being told over and over it was his fault, what happened. His mind starts to question, did they lie? His mind strays, fighting its own battle for control. The dark shadow in front of him shrinks as she knows something is shifting inside him. She places her hand gently on his shoulder, his voice ringing in his head after so many years of being silent. Through his buzzing brain, he hears the command behind him from the true monster who visited him in the night.
"Ready to reinforce, men."
"Run," the newly freed soldier whispers to the tall, shadow-wrapped being. He feels pressure before noticing severe pain as the lance head bursts through just below his sternum. Then the crash as he is unceremoniously flung off the weapon and dumped to the floor.
"You were in the way, Private,"
says the captain as he steps over the dying soldier to acquire his prey. "I am dead." Who am I kidding? I've been dead for a while. "Hey, is that... It is. I saw you die. Is it going to hurt? I'm happy you're here. I don't think I could have lived without you anyways. There's something I need to tell you." These are the last of his thoughts before drifting off to the endless sleep. Chapter 10. Protect the Face. Delilah stares at the dead man on the floor. He was shifting, changing. She saw the hurt in him. It was moving him from anger to acceptance that even though it wasn't fair what happened to him, it did happen.
He could have grown into a full bloom, but you cut him down like you always did,
she says in a low whisper, staring at the captain. She sends her roots through every crack and seam between the stone floor, calling to the shadows to rise up and hold the captain.
"You are
Her voice catches in her throat as the captain lunges, driving the lance clean through her stomach.
"You talk too much. Don't worry. You'll live. For now,"
he says with a creepy grin. Her roots snap from the force of the blow, causing her to fall backwards. Fear floods her nervous systems, taking away any stability as she continues to stumble back, impaling the spear and herself into Nico. She knows it's Nico because when their blood mixes, it turns into a pretty shade of violet. The young soldier's blood slowly mixes with the violet, turning the concoction into a muddy brown, matching the floor. Attempting to free herself from the spear, she pulls forward as she hears a familiar spoken verse. A distant memory is triggered by those words, a sleeping spell from her youth, used to keep her from following the wonders into dangerous situations. That's a funny memory, she thinks to herself. Oh no, protect the face! Nico watches as the remaining wizard spell hits Delilah. She puts her hands up to her face, as if she were about to fall on it, only to slam down the pole towards him. Feeling her full weight, he shifts her slightly to make sure she won't continue to take damage. The captain of the guard's attention is now fully on him. Nico, having been through several wars, catches a glint of metal just beyond that insufferable human's shoulder guard. Arrows.
Shit. Move back, Hearts. This place has claws and it's about to pounce.
He yells to his fellow teammates.
Light 'em up.
Nico says to the giant in the back of the room. The giant moves back toward their point of entrance as his voice begins to weave a tale of a beautiful light show with big bangs and brilliant blinding flashes. Each word flows from his mouth as a floating bubble, glimmering yellow. They move to the space between the fleeing party and the small military group. With a slight pause, the bubbles gather, then, with no obvious signal, burst into a hypnotic shimmer mirroring his words. He turns, becoming the head of the retreating party, quickly followed by the goblin faun and the clank human hybrid. Nico takes up the rear as he moves with ease, even with Delilah pinned to him. He had been raised in the mountains of the Tenzagar region. There, his feet learned to be sturdy, having had to move object, creature, things of all shapes and sizes while minding the cliff's edge, where one slip would lead to an unquick but definitely fatal end. The distraction gives the Hodgepodge Hearts enough time to flee out of the imposing fortress. The area outside the door leads into a big open field, though none of the recently escaped prisoners are visible at this point. From the outside, the explosions cease, and the world seems calm. Chapter 11. Where am I going?
Oh,
Delilah yells as the piercing pain from the protruding spear screams along her nerves into her brain. The world comes back into focus, only to whip past her eyes. A second question enters her mind.
How am I moving?
The strikingly lovely woman from before is dressed in a well-made A-lined tulle-bottom flared wine-colored dress with little flowers. She moves unnaturally next to Delilah in her matching wine suede laced boots. The woman is followed by a teal goblin with fawn legs, her half-shaven hair a darker shade of teal. Her brown fur creates swirling patterns on her arms. There might be more under her dark leather capri pants and light brown shirt with a large black belt in between.
Who are you? Why are we all running? Where is...
She asks loudly to any of the members around her, hoping one of them will answer. She almost gets all of her questions out when a loud explosion from behind catches their attention. Turning her head as Nico keeps running forward without looking, she can see the front of the fortress is crackling, ablaze from a newly set fire. Slightly ahead of the fire, Delilah is able to make out some slight figures running in the opposite direction. One is the man she met in the cell. Excitement begins to crackle as she wiggles on the spear to get a better view, hoping to catch a glimpse of her friend. Escaping from the front of the fortress, Delilah notices a large, beautiful human woman, or maybe a giant, or something with long hair with black roots and white tips, with a large sword drawn, slicing anyone in her way. Upon her shoulder is a much smaller figure. Delilah can just make out the light blue infernal's face. Concern creases her old new friend's face as she keeps pointing at the fort. The large woman seems unmoved and keeps striding forward. A giant lollipop, trailing close behind the pair, cracks into any guards they pass. "Get them!" a voice shouts from directly behind Nico. Unable to see from her angle, she assumes some of the guards from the hallway are behind them. The new rapid footsteps add to the cacophony of everyone's fleeing feet. Maybe she's trying to go back for me, or maybe her crew is still inside. I could help her if I could just get down. Delilah's mind races as she begins to painfully pull herself toward the blunt end of the lance.
Stop wiggling, you're still injured. Also, you'll throw off my balance and then we'll both be in trouble.
Nico says as he grabs her shoulder, pulling her back toward him, keeping its center of balance squarely on his hips.
I can help if you let me get off. I want to see if my friend is okay.
Delilah responds as she grabs the wood of the spear again, pulling herself away from Nico.
Al, I need a little help here.
Nico shouts at one of his compatriots.
On it,
says the fake giant as his large strides bring him closer to the colorful royal blue mushroom hanging on the edge of the stick. Delilah is so fixated on her new friend, she barely notices the giant on her other side. A hum fills both ears, and her attention turns to the large white giant with a black beard. A yellow bubble has appeared in front of him as he speaks in a monotone voice. The humming turns into words. His words.
I read a story once about a place, but it wasn't a normal place. It was like a hidden dimension place. Maybe a world. Yeah, a world filled with boring humans, since they're the most boring species here, too. And there's a writer, a detective writer, but people question if he's a good writer. But he is a really good writer, one of the best. Anyway, he's sucked into a world of stuff happening. I'm not sure what kind of stuff, but there will be books, lots of books, and writing, because he's a writer, and stuff, and darkness is there.
The voice drones on. A faint popping sound is heard. Delilah doesn't even feel her eyelids shut, doesn't notice herself slip into unconsciousness as the story lulls her back to sleep. Chapter 12. Lord Raveth. Deep in the bowels of the prisoner-broken fortress, there is a room with many windows and more dark shadows. And in this room there is a large, dark, solid wood desk, flanked by 2 black dogs the size of small horses, which sit gnawing the marrow out of bones. Behind it sits an angry man in an exaggeratedly important chair. His anger had become part of his identity so long ago, he doesn't remember a day he wasn't at least a little annoyed. Even when he reveled in crushing his enemies, the anger hid in the corners of his soul, waiting for its moment to return. On the outside of this dark soul sits the suit of a pure beauty, whom many assumed the great divinities carved themselves. Pure white driven hair coiffed effortlessly above brilliant light blue eyes. His light complexion flawless except for one small scar across his cheek. His attractiveness was his boon, for intelligence was never his strong suit. Across from the desk kneels the leather-clad captain of the guards, head down as the berating of his incompetence continues.
I told you I needed them alive, but I didn't mean out there. I meant in here. How could you let me down again?
The beautiful man says.
Apologies, my Lord Raveth. They had reinforcements. I didn't know,
says the captain of the guards, careful to keep his head down.
You had reinforcements, an entire row of archers, stolen children, I might add, that I've allowed you to collect into the army. You told me they would be elite men, but all I see is a bunch of boys playing dress-up!
He yells, bringing himself to his feet. Silence fills the room as Lord Raveth slowly walks around his desk, pulling his sword out from the sheath that hung by his hip.
I hired you because my advisor said he saw such potential in you. However, I don't see that, and I grow weary of your incompetence. The prison break, no leads in a search for this creature. We've cleared 3 sections of this infernal mixed rot, and yet we are still no closer to finding the chosen one. Do you know how frustrating that is?
He bellows directly into the captain's ear.
I think the only thing that will make me happy today is your death,
he says, raising his sword up.
Wait,
begs the captain, stopping the lord mid-strike. He holds up a piece of cloth.
Is that a napkin?
Lord Raveth asks, reaching out his delicate hand, taking the cloth from the crouched man.
With a purple flower painted on it? It's a vagina, my lord, and it's blood,
says the captain. Lord Raveth drops the napkin to the ground as if it was poisonous.
I know it's a vagina!
He yells, slamming his sword into the captain's neck guard, knocking him fully to the floor. The room buzzes with the wrath building inside of Lord Raveth. The captain, knowing one small misstep might be his last, cautiously chooses his next word as he slowly pulls himself back into a kneeling position.
I thought you'd be more interested in the blood. We found it in cell 4. Why do you think I want a prisoner's bloody vagina flower?
Lord Raveth says, gagging a bit on the last 3 words.
For the ritual, my lord.
Ritual? You know nothing about the ritual. I need fresh blood from the open veins of a body with a still beating heart. Does this look like fresh blood?
He demands, before realizing he dropped the napkin earlier. Still wanting to rub the captain's face in the old blood, Lord Raveth spots the napkin, followed by the large dog closing in on it.
Gehenna, leave it!
Bellows Raveth, too late to stop the dog from taking it in its jaws. Gehenna runs over to her mate to show him what she found. The other dog sniffs at the new object. His ears go back, shaking his head back and forth, causing the jewel upon his collar to clatter. He starts to let out a low growl, as if offended by the smell.
Gehenna, Tartarus, give me the napkin.
Lord Raveth says in a low voice. He edges closer to them, but before he can grab the napkin, both dogs bound into the darkest shadow.
Very interesting.
A voice from the shadow says. The shadows release a tall, thin man as he steps into the room. His face is ashen white. His long golden locks shimmer down the front of his crimson robe. Both his robe and hair seem to shine brighter than the lights in the room. Lord Raveth watches the captain of the guard tighten as the advisor steps into the room, having been there the whole time.
What's interesting, Thamorous?
Lord Raveth asks.
It seems that Captain Darius has indeed done something right.
Thamorous says, with a smile that can cloud a person's mind.
Him? Right? I was going to kill him. Fine, if it impresses me, I'll let him live. If not...
Lord Raveth says, grabbing Captain Darius by the back of his head, exposing his neck to his hungry, waiting sword. Thamorous nods in agreement.
The good captain has brought us the blood of the one we seek. With this blood, we can finally track them down and rid ourselves of the beast,
he says, spitting the last word out.
Impressive, wouldn't you say?
He gestures to Lord Raveth. Frustrated that his pent-up rage won't get to have a release tonight, Raveth vibrates, grumbling.
Fine.
As he pushes the captain's head aggressively away from him, letting go of his hair. Thamorous glides across the uneven ground to tower over Captain Darius.
Before we can seek, we should know what we are looking for. Tell us about the prisoner whose blood this is,
he says, holding the napkin with glee in his eyes.
I can't, sir. There were 3 prisoners in there, and all the men who brought them in have died in the two-front assault. However, we successfully fought them off and were able to recapture one of the other prisoners, my lord.
Captain Darius says. Lord Raveth's rage begins to boil up again. He grabs the kneeling man's hair, tired of his failures. Before his sword finds the soft jugular to slice, the captain squeaks out.
The prisoner knows who was in that cell.
He slowly lowers the sword in his right hand while pulling the kneeling man up from the ground by his hair with the other.
Bring me this prisoner,
he demands, directly into the ear of the now standing Captain Darius. He pushes him slightly forward as he lets him go. Darius stumbles out of the room, yelling to his men to retrieve the prisoner at once. After several minutes, an infernal in chains is pulled into the room. His clothes a bit tattered, his pompadour hair deflated, a recent black eye shining on his left side.
Get in here, you piece of shit! Tell Lord Raveth everything you know about the prisoners in the last cell!
Darius shouts, pulling on the chains to bring the infernal face to face with him. He whispers in the poor man's ear.
If I even think you're lying, I'll personally cut out your tongue.
Then he pushes him to the floor in front of Lord Raveth. The prisoner, seeing the great light of Lord Raveth, scrambles to kneel properly in front of such a magnanimous leader. My lord, I humbly serve you. I will tell you everything I know, he says, casting his eyes down, leaning over to kiss Raveth's shoe out of respect. Lord Raveth smiles, warm and welcoming.
This is the correct way to greet your lord. You may rise, and tell me what you know.
Captain Darius stifles a growl at the prisoner, standing up in his presence. Thamorous seems to barely notice the man in the room as he plays with the rings upon his finger. The opal one, matching the dog's collar, seems to be his favorite at the moment. Yes, my lord, the half-elf says, standing up while keeping his head downcast. The prisoners in that cell were a light blue infernal. I could not make out what she was mixed with. She was loud and constantly talking. Even the guards told her she was talking too much, several times, but it didn't seem to stop her.
Oh, yes, we saw her in the frontal assault. She was full infernal. The men who brought her in must have been idiots. Who else?
Lord Ravis says, looking at the captain. Continuing with what he witnessed, the prisoner says, there was a female-ish blue infernal fungirl mix, and also a furbog infernal mix. The fungirl...
Tell me more about this cowman,
says Lord Ravith, cutting him off. He was unconscious and bleeding from the head, I think. It was hard to make out from the cell, but very large, 4 horns. When he woke up, he had an orb. The demon fungus lady thing picked the lock, and that's when I went to go get the guards. The captain tries to interject, but is quickly silenced with a warning glare from his lord.
You called for the guards? Why would you do such a thing?
Asks Lord Ravith. Well, we can't let creatures like that loose in the world, especially with that thing got angry.
So, you were protecting the world. You must be the reason we knew of the second assault. You're a brave man to go against such creatures. It seems Captain Darius didn't recapture you at all. He simply took you into custody for trying to help him. Is that right?
Lord Ravith asks, looking at the captain with each word. Well, yes, that is exactly what happened. I tried to help and they beat me and put me in the cell. I just want to serve you, and that's why I came to your fortress in the first place. But they just laughed at me, spat in my face, and put me in a cell.
Oh, how awful! You came here to serve me, and you had to be around those horrid prisoners. Instead of putting you back into a cell, a position has just opened up, and we need a strong, brave man like you. What do you say?
Lord Ravith asks, placing his finger under the prisoner's chin, pulling the half-elf's eyes up to him. The beaten man nods in agreement. Whatever the job is, I'll take it.
Oh, good! You are now the captain of the guards,
Ravith says, ripping off the shoulder guard from Darius and handing it to the half-elf in front of him. His face beams at Lord Ravith, watching him walk around him. Lord Ravith smiles once he reaches his mark.
Good to see you so happy,
he says, before lunging with his sword, piercing the prisoner's stomach, locking eyes with the old captain of the guard.
Unfortunately, we can't have any filthy mixed blood sordid us in our ranks. You understand. So I'll have to let you go.
He shakes the prisoner to the floor.
Oh, don't worry. I haven't hit any vital organs. I'm going to take my time,
he says, moving forward toward the wounded man.
I'm imagining this is you,
Lord Ravith says, with a sword raised at the newly rehired captain of the guards. The screams fill the chamber as Thamurus goes to ready his dogs for the hunt. Chapter 13. The Hodgepodge Hearts. Crack! The sharp sting on her cheek causes Delilah to open her eyes, coming back to consciousness in a blur and confusion. Her eyes attempt to focus on the mishmash of beings swirling together with the foliage around them. Delilah tries to move away from the unknown, but the dull ache in her abdomen makes her stop her wiggle to freedom.
See, I told you I could wake her up.
The familiar voice of the one Nico called Al rings in Delilah's ears. You are such a brululululult. It's okay, honey. Take a deep breath in and out. You are safe. A soothing voice from above says. Delilah's eyes adjust as she gazes at a smooth, flawlessly skinned woman. But something isn't right. She doesn't have pores, and her dark purple eyes shine as if they are made of glass. She holds unnaturally still as she gazes back at Delilah. No minor movements, no breath. She repeats herself, taking in a deep breath to demonstrate. Delilah notices her skin moves freely of any muscles, as if it's being molded into a shape. Watching her is like looking at several pictures instead of one fluid motion. Yet she is lovely, even in her unusualness. Following this new woman's words, Delilah takes in a deep breath. Pictures from the past, vague and worn out, begin to make their way to the surface. The fight in the hall, this unusual woman, the goblin fawn, and a giant fighting on the same side. The spear. The boy cut down. The violet blood. What are you? Oh, sorry, that was rude. You're obviously not quite human, right? I don't know human protocol. I don't meet that many. Never mind, I should never have asked. I'm an inferno-fungal hybrid. I like to think of myself as an infergal. Delilah says to the woman above her with a sheepish smile. My name's Delilah. What's yours? The woman continues to smile, slowly blinking her eyes. It is okay. I am a clink with the human elements. My skin has a type of clay that responds to human receptors in my brain component. I consider myself a human link, but you can call me Marstred. We are the Hodgepodge Hearts, she says, gesturing to the other beings around her. Delilah, still transfixed on Marstred, says, You're that woman from the poster. Remembering the picture of the well-to-do woman. Yeah, she's a wanted woman. By me, says the goblin fawn before kissing Marstred. When they part, the clay on her cheeks is a brighter pink than before. Marstred quickly whispers something into Lahum's large ear, which is decorated by several piercings. Later, lovely. The goblin fawn purrs at Marstred, holding eye contact. Right now we have a guest. Nice to meet you. I'm Talahum, she says, reaching her hand out. Delilah takes it, receiving a strong grip in return. Do not think for a moment that just because we have company, I will not throw you over my shoulder and take you into that tent right now, Marstred says with a devilish grin. Delilah had never heard a woman looking like her speak like some of the sailors she has met. Delilah's brain is processing the flashes of memory as the heat between the two ladies becomes palpable. Her brain pulls up an interesting fact. You were also on the wanted wall. You had purple in your hair, she says. Wow, that must have been an old one. I haven't had purple streaks for a while, Talahum responds.
Was there a wanted poster of me?
A familiar voice asks. Following the voice, Delilah sees an unfamiliar face, a black and white Qatari, their fur a bit long and whiskers a bit curly on the end. Flinching, she bluntly asks, Who in the circles below are you?
Oh, sorry about that. Does this help?
He says as he begins to shimmer. Delilah watches as the black and white Qatari blurs and shimmers out of existence, accompanied by sounds of bones cracking and muscles ripping. In his place is the large white giant with a black beard. The memory of one of the guards shouting, Shapeshifter! Rings loudly in her mind. She had met one other shapeshifter in her life. They were very quiet and kept to themselves, but this one seems different. Does that hurt? Delilah asks curiously, before her filter can tell her not to be rude.
What, shapeshifting? No, it sounds worse than it is.
He assures her. Shimmering and cracking again, he returns back to the black and white Qatari with a huge, toothy grin.
The name's Alan Veely, but if you're going to join my bodyguard crew, you can call me Al.
He says, keeping the grin on his face.
We are not your bodyguards,
Tlahum shouts.
If you keep calling me that, I'm gonna let one of them biggins pass me next time.
See, if you do that, then you'll just be failing your duties as a bodyguard, and that's on you.
He quips back.
Fine. Maybe I'll teach you to fight,
Tlahum says as she pounces onto Al. The two begin to horseplay, Tlahum easily winning as she tackles him, saying things like,
You gotta guard your face.
And,
See, you're leaving yourself open right here.
While Al's noises are much less words as they are sounds of slight discomfort and loss of breath.
Will you two knuckleheads knock it off? I'm trying to heal.
Nico says, stepping into the clearing. The two part quickly and apologize to Nico. Tlahum adding that it was a fighting lesson. Nico just grumbles about kids and walks over to Delilah and Marstred.
How's Delilah's wound?
He asks Marstred.
The wound looks straightforward. Shimalala nicely. We were just chatting about ourselves. I was about to ask permission. If it's okay with you, Delilah, may I heal you, Lulu?
She says, looking at the royal blue half mushroom. Knowing a bit about Marstred, Delilah feels a bit closer to her. The warmth from the conversation still lingers in her heart space as she nods her head in the affirmative. Closing her eyes, Marstred rubs her hands together, whispering something under her breath. A golden glow wraps itself around her hands like a pair of gloves.
I'm going to talalat you now. Is that okay?
She asks. Delilah once again nods her head.
Please hold still.
Marstred very gently lifts Delilah's shirt, showing a bloody cloth being held on by the remains of the woven leather belt. She removes the cloth, and the blue Getacean blood begins to ooze out of the circular wound. Putting the cloth in her pocket, she turns back to the wound, placing a hand on either side. Her touch is strangely warm. A wave motion ripples down her arms to her hands. The clay on her hands that was gold pulls away from the clank, spreading out towards the wound, entering and filling the space. Delilah, holding still, watches the clay skin in amazement, feeling it both warm and cool as it heals. After a while, a small bit of the clay returns to Marstred's hand, leaving behind a clay barrier on the top and bottom of the wound.
Don't worry, those will dry and fall off in a couple of minutes, and you'll be right as really.
Marstred says with a smile before standing, walking over to Tlahum and picking her up over her shoulder, causing a tiny squeal to come out of her. She turns to Al.
Go do your meditation. You shifted too much today, and most of your memory is probably already gone.
She heads over to the only tent, but before she can enter, Al responds.
I'm fine. I wrote the book on... Damn it. What did I write the book on again?
Exactly. Go do your meditation,
she says as she gently puts down her conquered lover and zips up the tent. Grumbling, he goes over to the simple laid-out blanket and pulls out some wood to start a fire. Nico bluntly says,
No fire. We don't know who, if anyone, is looking for us tonight. It's warm. We'll be okay. Plus, we should all get some sleep soon anyway.
Before Nico can return to his resting spot, Delilah pipes up. What about my friend? I told her I'd meet up with her. I promised.
Well, it's gonna be dark soon, and you need to rest. We'll talk about it in the morning.
He responds. He lies on the bare grass in the spot next to the meditating owl, and a sword and shield. The weapons must be Nico's, because to Delilah, Al doesn't seem like a swordsmith, more of a wordsmith. She listens to Al mumble to himself, though she is too far to make out what he's saying. Her mind begins to race. I can't go to bed. I just woke up. Who are all these beings? I hope Jasper's okay. What was going on in that fortress? The questions keep coming, but no answers respond, till, unaware, she falls asleep. Chapter 14. Breakfast. The dream comes to Delilah, soft in her slumber. She finds herself on a battleground. She is one with several others, pulling down great beings and casting them below. Beings so great her mind can barely perceive them. Only bright colors with faint feelings give any sense of tyrannical creatures. Swirling colors move as time shifts. Victory is had. She stands as a being of lights in a blissful area. Her mind fights to stay conscious as she feels the tears roll down her cheek. She feels sickness as the colors swirl again. Another being of light appears in front of her. Its arm points at her accusatorily. She denies. She begs. She falls. Delilah awakes to Nico holding her shoulder.
You okay, kid?
He asks.
You're crying in your sleep. Is that normal for you?
She wipes away the tears. No, it was a dream. Before she can even speak about it, it begins to vanish, leaving only the pain of betrayal in her heart. Nico watches her closely, waiting for more, but nothing comes out.
Must have been some dream. Here, let's see if you can stand by yourself. I don't plan on carrying you around today,
he says, reaching out his hand. Putting her large hand into his even larger one is a bit odd for Delilah. Even when she was on other crews, they rarely helped one another, unless it helped them. The grass under her feet feels velvety. Her stomach warms, spreading to her extremities, causing a smile to spread across her face. She instinctively grounds into the earth just to taste this new area. Nico steps a bit closer to Delilah. As they stand shoulder to shoulder, looking out at the others waking up, he says,
About your friend. Not sure where she is, but we are heading across the border to the next town over. If she's got a brain in that head, she'd head over there too. Jurisdiction of that fortress isn't recognized there, so she should be safe. You're welcome to join, but I won't force you.
That sounds nice. I think I'll do that, Delilah says, pulling her roots back into herself. As they both head over, the tent opens, revealing a wild-haired Tlahum, followed by a perfectly put-together Marstred.
What's for breakfast?
Tlahum asks. Blocking the sun with her hand, she goes over and pokes the blanket that houses a sleeping owl. Owl stirs, throwing the blanket at Tlahum, completely covering up her tiny 3'1" frame. The most handsome orc Delilah has ever seen arises from Owl's spot. With split green and yellow skin, his locks of black hair are streaked with gray, with golden eyes.
Howdy, y'all.
Owl says. Nico pulls out a cast iron skillet from his bundle, barely looking at Owl.
Go start the fire,
he says, as he continues to pull out 4 eggs and a bag of mystery meat.
We had a supply run before everything went sideways.
He answers Delilah's unspoken question.
I've never seen an oak like that before.
Tlahum proclaims as she sits next to the fire, helping Nico with breakfast.
I wrote the book on the Willingham Bay, and they'll have orcs like this.
Al says, taking a spin. I don't mean to be rude, but we can't be heading to Willingham Bay. Delilah says, knowing this land, she had been here before and she never forgets her geography. Willingham Bay is about 180 clicks north and about 206 clicks west. Nico said we're crossing the border, which means we're heading east. That means the town we're heading to is Sapphire. She says the last part as she pulls several plates from her hip bag. The bag has a new object, a lollipop woven into its fibers. She smiles at the addition as she hands the plates to Nico, who shows his appreciation with a grunt and a nod. He begins portioning out the breakfast for everyone.
Well, I wrote the book on that town, too, which means...
Al says, shimmering, then letting his shape blur into a new figure.
A stupid human.
He continues in a gravelly voice. His human version is also handsome. Chin-length, dark black hair with a short black beard to match. Intense blue eyes stare at the group as a scowl of disappointment permanently affixes to his face.
Why are you talalocking funny?
Marstrid asks, taking a bite of the eggs.
This is my human voice,
he says gravelly. Tlahum scrunches up her nose, while Marstrid, Nico, and Delilah shake their heads no.
You never let me have any fun.
Al says in his normal voice, dropping his head down in an overdramatic fashion.
That's not true. We let you use that funny voice to seduce those guys that one time.
Tlahum says with a giggle as the memory plays in her head.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Dibs on any god seduction.
Al says, beaming a smile.
You got it.
Marstrid responds, giving a thumbs up. The rest of the breakfast is eaten while Al and Tlahum regale Delilah with tales of their previous escapades. Delilah peppers them with questions as she hangs on their every word. Chapter 15. A Shining Affliction. Everyone has neatly packed things back in their designated locations. Delilah simply washes the dishes before dropping them into her bag, filling it with even more chaos. The clay had dried off in the night, leaving her skin and belt completely mended. The ribbons were gone, but the leather looked brand new. They begin the several hours walk to cross the border. The walk starts with lovely large trees that eventually give way to open grassy fields. After an hour of nothing but overgrown flatness, Delilah's attention begins to wander inward when a question pops up, and with very little resistance, her mouth asks, "Why do you call yourselves the Hodgepodge Hearts?" To no one in particular.
Well, we don't fit into the norms of most conventional societies. We have Tulululu ancestors, which is growing, but still not as common, as you know.
Marstrid says. Delilah returns a head nod in understanding.
Plus, we're all broken, except for Nico. We have afflictions, you know. Transformations.
Al's gravelly voice says as he wiggles his fingers on the last word.
Al.
Nico warns.
What? It's true. I'm a shapeshifter, a rare being who's usually murdered by some hunter to be sold as parts on the black magic market. Marstrid's a vampire, and Tlahum's got cursed with...
Al, that's enough. If they want to tell her, they can. Those aren't your stories to tell.
Nico snaps. Tlahum hangs her head low as Marstrid glares fire at Al. She is about to drop Tlahum's hand to have some private words with Al when Nico chimes in.
Also, I've already told you that having an affliction doesn't mean you're broken.
Fine. Easy for you to say with no afflictions.
Al says in a huff, walking faster than the rest of the group. That's okay with me. I've met all sorts of people being a nomad. I've met other beings with afflictions, vampires, zombies, demigods, you name it. They are beings first and foremost. The affliction didn't make them good or bad. It's just something that can happen to anyone, Delilah says, honestly smiling. She had met many different types and had helped some people even come to terms with their new life-changing abilities. She continues to follow the others along to the border. Her head swims with possibilities of what Tlahum might have. She seems normal, just like Delilah. She doubts she is reanimated due to her lack of stitches and smell. The still silence is broken by Marstrid giggling before she adds.
Also, Nico's wizard friend told us that when he was young, he was a little bit of a heartthrob.
Oh, really? Delilah says, turning to Nico. A heartthrob, you say? Do tell. Nico grumbles something. They continue their walk, lightly joking and bantering, barely noticing as they cross the border into Zapern. Chapter 16. The Campsite. The hounds' leashes are held by Lord Raveth, their excitement ringing out in barks. The bloody napkin wafts in front of them, held by the thin white hand.
Find him!
Lord Raveth shouts as the dogs begin the hunt. Following them is Captain Darius with 50 other trusted guards. They are assigned to bring back the quarry alive, but can do as they please with any spare riffraff. The minutes turn into hours. Captain Darius watches as his men begin to sway, wearing full armor in the heat.
Lord Raveth, my liege, it seems like the men might need a short rest soon,
he says.
There will be no rest. We've already lost time by having to wait until dawn. I want him in our custody tonight. Do you understand?
Lord Raveth says in a cruel, threatening tone. Captain Darius was reminded up close and personal last night what his lord could do. He bows slightly.
Very good, my lord,
he says, turning to his troops.
Pick it up, men. If you fall behind, you will meet my sword. Do you understand? Yes, sir.
The troops respond. By the time they reach the clearing, a little over half the day is gone. Only 2 men met their untimely deaths by Captain Darius' sword for falling behind. The dogs bark with excitement in the clearing. Lord Raveth snaps at Captain Darius.
Tell me, what do you see?
Without more than a head nod, Captain Darius begins to examine the ground, the movements, the broken twigs, the crushed grass, the extinguished fire. He quickly explains that they were here, around 4 to 5 beings, and that they left in the morning around the same time as their hunting party.
They seem to be heading east, to the border.
Lord Raveth's simmering anger boils over.
I told Themerus we should have left sooner, but no. We had to wait until fucking dawn, giving them a day's start. I don't have any power on that side of the border. I'll have to figure out another plan, with steps. I hate steps.
He yells as he stomps around the old campsite. Pulling out his sword, he asks the nearest guardsman.
Do you agree we should have left last night?
The guardsman's hesitation is all the excuse Lord Raveth needs as he runs the sword through the metal-clad human, or possible elf. It didn't matter to Lord Raveth.
Clean this mess up.
He barks at the 2 guards standing next to the now deceased body. They stare blank and unaffected, like it's simply another Tuesday for them, as they yell,
Yes, my lord.
Before scooping up the body to dispose of it.
How dare he make me kill him? Right, men?
Every man nods in agreement. The rage subsiding slightly, Raveth takes out an orb. The orb glows a dull red, and the voice of Themerus emits from it, crystal clear.
Hello. What did you find? They're going to the fucking border!
Lord Raveth says, kicking the grass with all his might. Captain Darius sees a little piece of something go flying from where the Lord kicked. He goes in for a closer look and finds a dull, dry, pale disc lying on top of the grass. He picks up the newly overturned evidence. Examining it closely, he figures out it's a bit of dry clay. He wonders what could they possibly do with clay, finding no reason.
I found something odd,
he says as he shows the piece of clay to Lord Raveth.
A piece of clay? Why are you showing me this?
The Lord asks Captain Darius, pulling the orb away, trying not to pick up the side conversation.
What was that? A piece of clay?
Themerus' voice booms.
Yes, some clay Captain Darius found.
Lord Raveth answers.
Captain Darius, am I not mistaken in remembering that one of your men seemed to be drained of fluids, but there was no marks?
Themerus asks.
Yes. One of my men spoke of a woman with tentacles that stuck into his eyes. Sir.
Captain Darius says, stepping up to the orb.
Burn the clay, Captain, and tell me what you smell.
Themerus orders.
Yes, sir.
He responds, gathering one of his wizards to light the clay ablaze. As it glows brightly, smoke begins to slowly rise. A familiar smell fills the captain's lungs.
Bacon? I smell bacon, sir.
Captain Darius says.
Excellent work. Lord Raveth, take a short rest, but get to the city before nightfall. I will flush them out for you by morning. Have men watching at all the exits.
Themerus says. The orb goes dark.
We're taking a short rest. Bring me my tent.
Lord Raveth says.
Short rest, men! Set it up!
Barks Captain Darius. The excitement about the rest vibrates through the men as they set up for camp. Chapter 17. Welcome to Zapern. The vibrant town buzzes with life. All types of beings talking, laughing, just existing. Zapern is a hub of commerce. It had been much bigger in the time of the Great Silken Path, but when that dwindled away, it was able to act as neutral ground, allowing people from every walk of life to visit, to trade in any sort of dealing. It was originally a human settlement, but over time the population has become 49% human, the rest consisting of every other type of being. It is lovely to see this many different types of cultures and people living together in one place. The buildings are made of white stone, but painted elaborate colors, each one advertising what it has to offer. The thin purple building has a sparkling enchanted sign flashing over the door. Welcome to Mix Mike's Magic Shop. Every time the sign flashes, the whole building shimmers slightly. Another shop is painted blood red with a cleaver painted realistically on the side, announcing it as a butcher shop. Delilah loved this town when she was younger. She used to go to the candy shop that should be just a little further down the street. She cranes her neck to look as far down the street as she can, noticing the bubblegum painted building is still there.
Delilah!
Nico shouts louder, trying to get her attention.
What?
She snaps back without thinking, before quickly correcting herself. Sorry. What's going on? Why are you yelling at me?
You weren't responding there for a second. You okay?
He asks, concern in his voice. Oh yeah, I just couldn't hear you. What did you want? She says, as the judge aspect of her brain takes up space. You're lying. No, I'm not. I'm omitting things. You were distracted. So easily distracted. Remember the times your father would talk directly to you and you couldn't hear him? You just noticed his mouth moving. That's what you're doing right now. Oh shit! Snapping back to full consciousness, she hears Nico finishing what he is saying.
Does that sound good to you?
Yes, Delilah says, not wanting to admit that she did not follow.
All right. You three go make us some money. We'll meet up here in 2 hours.
Nico says, waving off the rest of their companions. Delilah nods along with everyone else.
All right. Which way?
Nico asks. Which way to what? She responds.
To the marketplace. You said you've been here before.
He says, leaning closer to Delilah with a quizzical gleam in his eye. Oh yeah, the marketplace. I knew that. It's this way, Delilah says, leading the way. She relaxes as she mentally gives herself a slap on the back for being able to pull it together and save herself possibly getting in trouble for having her mind wander out of the conversation. As it often does. What are we going to get there? She asks innocently.
We're gonna ask around, see if anybody's seen that friend of yours.
That's a great idea, she responds brightly. Nico makes a slight noise as he simply watches Delilah closely. His inquisitive eyes upon her make her so nervous that her arms begin to spore. She rubs them, trying to soothe herself. An idea pops into her brain so strongly it's surprising it didn't make a sound. I can just ask the other fungirls, she exclaims, hoping this will make everything better. Finding a better spot to tap into the network off the main road, she beckons Nico to join her. His expression remains unchanged as he moves to her side. All right, give me a minute, she says as she takes a deep breath in, allowing her toes to loosen and grow as they dig into the ground. She tastes the earth in the back of her mouth, which in the past had been almost sweet, but has an aftertaste of bitterness now. She allows the new information to pass through her as she concentrates on the connection to the network in this area. Joining the network, several other fungirls' questions fill her mind. Have you seen my cat? Is 4 a lot? Has anyone seen the Champion of Light? She hears others responding. 9.
Depends.
No, but I've seen the Herald of Darkness.
Have you seen her? She conjures a picture of her friend in her mind's eye and sends it into the network. After a couple of seconds, a round of
No, sorry.
come back to her. One fungirl admits to seeing her across the border last week when they were getting ready for the festival. An image appears of her standing with the guy with the barbarian accent, the tall woman with white and black hair, a small goblin, the lavender infernal, the woman who had asked them for help in the fortress, and a ridiculously handsome orc who looks just like the one Al turned into earlier. She sends out a thank you before disconnecting. No one has seen her, she says, slightly defeated. Nico just grunts again and gestures for Delilah to lead them toward the market.
You always been able to do that?
He asks. Yeah, but I forget. That ever happened to you? She asks, making polite conversation.
Nope.
He responds as he keeps walking in silence. The silence keeps stretching out. Delilah, unable to handle it, begins to ramble about nothing as her mind races about everything. He's mad at me. He has to be. I messed up. I don't know how I did it, but I did. He's gonna leave. Of course he is. No one wants me around. So stupid. I'm starting to really like the Hodgepodge Hearts. They seem like my kind of weird. She stops talking as her shoulders, feeling the weight of her shame, collapse forward. Nico looks at the slightly shrunken Delilah in front of him, confirming what he had already suspected. He knows telling her directly might not sit well, so he decides to plant a seed of possibility.
I ever tell you back when I was your age?
He starts. We're the same age. Delilah quickly responds, ignoring her interruption. He continues.
I met a dwarf who would space out when you spoke to them. They lost almost everything, had difficulty staying seated, but also had moments where they were just amazing. Focused like an arrow in flight, able to fight like 10 giants. Whatever they attempted, they succeeded in a big way. But when they failed, their luck would turn sour. A walking disaster. One time, they succeeded in saving a child, and then 2 days later, they were brought up on charges for bruising the kid during the rescue. They even had a lot of afflicted friends. It was hard for them for a long time, but they were able to shift. You know how?
Magic? Delilah guesses.
No. It was once they accepted who they really were, that their soul was different, but not less than, that they were, indeed, a demigod. They figured out that the normal way didn't work for them, so they used tools that did.
Nico says, putting air quotes around normal.
Became more patient with themselves. When necessary, they told people, so the expectation others put on them changed too.
But I'm not a demigod. I can't be. I'm a woman, Delilah says tersely. Her memory goes back to the many demigods she had met on her adventures. They were all men with holy strength above and beyond their species' threshold.
Never said you were one. I'm just imparting my knowledge to you, kid. Also, the whole men only and just about strength thing is old information. A couple of years ago, they found out those were all the offspring of one very horny god.
Nico says, passing her to enter the marketplace. Delilah follows behind him. Yeah, but I'm pot infernal. There's no way. It would make sense. Also, I've met several demigods. I would know if I was one. How are you walking so fast? She says, trailing behind the large bovine man. Chapter 18. Setup. Finding the fight arena is pretty simple. Follow the breadcrumbs of individuals with bloody noses, fat lips, and black eyes. The three make their way through the town till they find a tavern. In the middle of the tavern, the circular crowd keeps jeering and cheering with every body thudding sound echoing out from the center. The three smile and get to work. Marstrid summons her divine weapons in the form of throwing knives. She flips them about in each hand like she's itching to throw them. Slam keeps stumbling, running into people, and apologizing profusely as the three make their way up to the ring's barker, the being who sets up the fights and takes the bets. This ring's barker is a large galapa whose shell is carved so much that one more carving and someone could argue it is no longer a shell. Al watches as he calls out the next fight, a ribbit versus an orc. This is a crowd favorite, Al guesses, by the roar of the crowd when the orc jumps into the dirt pit acting as the ring. The barker looks over at the human man seated at a table on a platform to see above the crowd. Al knows he must be the controller, the money behind the ring. This is a well-kept man, clean, with a well-stuffed belly and a double chin. He is dressed in a black tailored suit and wears little gold rings with large stones on every finger. A man who probably has never fought, but he has a thirst for violence, so he satiates it by making men he thinks are less than him fight. Al makes his way up to the barker as the fight ends and the cheers rise and fall. He clears his throat as he projects loudly for all to hear.
Oh, how quaint! Your fighters are absolutely adorable. I think this is where we should have practice for you two.
He points to Marstrid, who gives a wild grin, allowing the clay to pull the corners of her mouth further, more so than any real human muscles could do. And Tlahum, who trips and falls over her own feet.
I don't think this is a good idea,
she says, rubbing her elbow.
Nonsense! Now, who do I need to talk to about letting my fighters practice on your men here? Is it you, my good turtle?
He asks the galapa.
Sorry, all names must be given before we start the first round. And as you can see, we have 4 left. You can have your...
He looks over at the two women.
Fighters.
He says, with air quotes.
In tomorrow's rounds.
Eyeing the big man at the table, Al says to the crowd.
Care to make a wager? I bet my fighters can take on any of yours.
The crowd falls into a hush.
Sorry, sir. Rules are rules.
The barker says, looking at the rich man. Al watches the rich man sit back, happy to follow the stupid rules. The opportunity slipping through his fingers, he pulls the magic within his body into his next words, directing them at the controller.
Well, I guess you must not have the money to bet 1 bag of gold against my 2 fighters. Pity.
He says, trying to enrapture the man. Feeling the resistance, he stresses the next words.
I bet 2 bags of gold that one of my fighters can take on all 4 of the fighters you have left.
And the rich man laughs at the puny, dark-haired human before him.
Deal, but I get to choose your fighter. That one,
he says, pointing at Tlahum as he places 2 large bags of gold onto the table.
Well, that's not fair. She can take them out while only taking 2 hits herself, if they're lucky.
Al says, feeling the jubilation of having a whale on the line. With a guttural laugh, the rich man says,
Her? An extra bag of gold if she can do it while only taking 1 hit from any of my boys.
He places the 3rd bag next to the others. Setting the hook, Al says,
Deal, but you can't say I didn't warn you.
Tlahum cautiously enters the ring. The barker begins with the rules.
Remember, try not to kill anyone. If you do, half your earnings will be forfeited to their family. Other than that, scratch, bite, and maim to your heart's content.
The crowd roars in anticipation as the barker begins to announce the fighters, each one hopping into the pit when they hear their name. First, an elven male named Leanthorn. Next to him is a fawn the barker calls Blitzen. The last 2 are much bigger. The first one was the last year's runner-up, a yellow-scaled dracona with scars running down his exposed upper half named Azron. The second was last year's winner and favorite to win today's fight, a large orc named Nethos, who's missing an eye. The bell rings and the crowd watches as the poor little half-goblin fawn stands frozen like a deer in torchlights. The 4 fighters fan out a bit, attempting to flank her. The crowd's bloodlust rises, wanting to see the sacrificial lamb pay the price for trespassing into their pit. Chapter 19. Payoff. The tiny Tlahum watches as the fighters spread around her.
Oh no, y'all so much bigger, little bit of me,
she says, doing a quick calculation of the fighters in front of her. She knows to take out the weaker ones first. Less fists she'll have to think about. The tiny half-goblin eyes up her first target, the elf, coming up along her right side.
But I think y'all men bit off more than you can chew,
she says with a smirk before charging at the elf, hurling her shoulder and her arm into him, as her legs pivot with the movement, allowing all the motion to transfer from her to him. Her body bashes into him, breaking his bones as he flies several feet in the air. He's unconscious before he hits the ground. The crowd, the fighters, and the rich men freeze as a voice from the crowd cheers.
Woo! That's my life!
Hearing Marstred's voice warms Tlahum's heart, filling her with more determination. The split seconds of stillness is all she needs to clobber her second target with a left hook, sending him flying. He lands on top of the unconscious elf. He tries to get up, but his arms give out, crashing him back into the pile.
Y'all gonna make me dance by myself all night?
She says to the 2 remaining larger opponents.
Get her!
The rich man yells from his tiny platform. The orc, breaking out of his confusion, charges her. He cocks his arm all the way back, announcing his move and giving Tlahum plenty of time to simply duck under the massive swing. Watching his orc companion rush in gives the Dracona the boost of confidence he needs to run into the fray. His fists are clenched together above his head, broadcasting the strike the whole way up. Tlahum sidesteps, saying,
Your moves are a bit rusty, but I'm happy you joined the pod.
Using her fawn legs in a caprine leap, she vaults over the Dracona's head, landing behind him. Stepping back from the fray a bit to approach more strategically, she smiles as she brushes back in and slams her fist into the side of his knee. Snap! The Dracona falls to the ground with a heavy thud. He pulls himself up to one knee, showing there is still more fight in him. Stay down! Tlahum hollers at him as she jumps up, rearing her head back before smashing it into the Dracona's face. His snout sprays blood as he crumbles onto the dirt floor. The crowd erupts in cheering, having a new favorite fighter. Her body is giddy from knocking out 3 of the fighters. Fighting is the one thing she knows she is good at. To make it a fun fight, though, she knows she has to feel the opponent's strike. The pain, the exhilaration.
This has been boring. Here, I'll make it interesting. I'll give you a free shot,
she says, dropping her guard and standing still with a giant shit-eating grin. The orc's body vibrates with rage as he puts everything he has left into his right hook, making solid contact with his target. Her head snaps to the side. A new sense of confidence takes over the orc as he smiles, only to hear peals of laughter coming out of the diminutive opponent.
You call that a punch? I'd hate to see your kiss,
Tom says, before flipping backwards away from the orc, spending a token bit of her energy to size him up strategically one more time. She finds his weak point.
Let's finish this,
she says with a wink. She runs towards the orc like a wild child. The orc puts his guards up, ready to strike her, when she drops to her knees, sliding across the dirt pit, putting her hands together to make a club. She uses her momentum to add strength as she brings her arms up between the orc's legs, lifting him into the air. She follows through with a roll under his airborne legs and stands up. The orc's hands instinctively go to his crotch as projectile vomit from the pain hits the observers in the first row. He collapses to the ground, whimpering. Al appears next to the rich man.
Good fight,
He says as he reaches for the bags of money on the table.
You cheated!
The rich man shouts at Al, blocking him from the money.
Now, everyone heard me warn you. It would be a shame for them not to trust you to keep to your word when it comes to bets. Don't you agree?
Al says in a low voice only the rich man can hear. The rich man's face turns red with anger, knowing his reputation being ruined would stop his flow of violence.
After reconsideration, I am always a man of my word.
He says to the crowd through gritted teeth. The crowd cheers at their benevolent benefactor. Al takes the money, smiling, locking eyes with the rich man the whole time. The three leave the tavern with their small fortune, aware they might have made enemies tonight. But for them, their very existence can cause enemies. What's a few more? Chapter 20. The Muddled Moose. Meeting back up at the starting point, the two groups tell each other how it went for them. Nico quickly tells them how they had no luck finding any information about Delilah's missing friend, but asked in the marketplace just in case. They found a lead for a good tavern with food and some rooms available down the street called The Muddled Moose. This was followed by Delilah making a comment about being muddled over it being a moose or several moose. Talaham laughs. Nico shakes his head no as he smiles. Marstrid says,
Are you palalalanning with us?
with a big grin, while Al puts his arm around her shoulder saying warmly,
I'm sorry, you're going to have to find your own thing. We already have a funny person.
Talaham, without missing a beat, asks, Who? Causing the group to laugh. Delilah beams and thinks to herself, Yep, my kind of weird. The other team fills them in about the fight as they head down the road to the Muddled Moose. Once there, they order food. Delilah getting her bangers and mash as usual. Her explanation of why she does that convinces Al and Marstrid to give them a try. They figure out the room arrangements, and since Delilah only has enough money to cover her food, Nico upgrades his room to have 2 beds so she can share with him. Gathered at the table with ale and food in front of them, they dig in, quiet at first. After a couple of minutes, when everyone's hunger has been sated, Delilah asks a question.
Is Nico the leader?
She asks as she takes another bite of her food. They all answer at once. Marstrid says,
Yellow-less.
Talaham nods because her mouth is stuffed with food.
Mm-hmm.
Al says,
Of course he is.
while Nico emphatically says.
No.
Delilah stares at the unevenly divided group.
Well, he is the reason we're together.
Al says, beaming at Nico.
I'll give you the quick version. We were all in a low place, some of us a bit self-destructive. We all wound up in the foothills of his mountain one way or another. He guided us back to ourselves. Then an incident happened.
Al pauses to see if the older Infurbolg wants to step in, but he continues eating quietly.
His kid was sick, and his husband, being the healer, went to get supplies and never came back. With no medicine and no healer, you can guess what happened. Devastated, he went into town trying to find his husband, only to be told he was taken to that fortress where we found you. Most people hadn't yet heard of Ravith and his vendetta against inferno mixes like Nico and his husband. That's when he found us again and asked for our help. We all agreed immediately. Since he and his husband had helped us, we wanted to help him. We've been working on dealing with Ravith for about 2 years now. We know he's killing inferno mixes, but we haven't figured out why he's doing it. He gains more power with each passing year, cleansing more and more territories in his province.
The name Ravith rings a faint bell in Delilah's mind. She tries to pull up the information, but it only seems to further erase the memory she is searching for. She rapidly forgets what she is trying to remember. Hearing Talaham's voice, she tunes back into the conversation.
We know his advisor has his finger in every pie and has a longer reach than Ravith, but we have never heard or seen him out of the fortress, while the captain of the guards is a different type of monster that should definitely be taken care of, if you ask me.
And we know that we are going to succeed, since Nico is the Chololosan one. Al, show her the scroll Tim gave us.
Marstrid adds. Tim? Delilah asks.
My wizard friend. His real name is Timothea, but some of us call him Tim. I've known him for years. I'm heading to bed. Try not to wake me when you come in.
Nico says, breaking his silence. He stands up with his empty plate of food, hands it to the bartender, and thanks them before heading upstairs to the room. Al pulls out a painted scroll and hands it to Delilah.
He doesn't like to talk about it. Apparently, he knew about the prophecy before the incident, but didn't want to get mixed up in political bullshit. Still, some fates can't be changed. They can only be delayed. With Ravith being the man to take away his family, Nico accepted his fate to bring about his end.
The painting shows a furbolg with horns just like Nico. Around him is a white aura, and behind him are 3 figures following him. They are all staring at an image of a fortress that looks like the one they met in. The pale, blonde male standing on top. Delilah assumes this is Ravith. The fortress is broken and crumbling, as the man's fall is inevitable.
Apparently, this painting was made when Nico was a young man. His friend found it in one of his wizard books at school and ripped it out to show him.
Delilah turns it over and sees writing on the back. When the blood of the Infurbolg is spilled on circular ground, the proud shall fall. In hubris will become silent. She reads aloud to herself. Delilah looks at the staircase. A pang of sadness tugs on her soul. She can't imagine the heaviness of losing her spouse and child, only to have the responsibility of taking down a tyrant put upon her shoulders. This must be why he's so gruff. Even so, he still tried to help Delilah today. The sadness mixes together with a warm, happy, loving feeling. I think I should head to bed too. Good night, everyone, she says, heading upstairs. After a couple more drinks, the last 3 head to their rooms for the night as well. Trigger warning. Chapter 21. Breaking. The falling sensation returns with a passing rush, replaced quickly by the pain from the impact of hitting the dark floor. Emotions wash over Delilah. Confusion, fear, determination, hope. Stepping into her path, Delilah's brain can't make sense of it, but she can feel a sliver of an other. Too late, she is swallowed up. The otherness wants to fill Delilah's soul, needing, taking anything and everything. The incomprehensible being wraps itself tighter around the light within her, trying to crush them. The otherness infiltrates deeper, reaching for the light. Pushing it out isn't working. Emotions of protection, last hope, they build a box in themselves around its heart. One spark of light. Delilah is thrust out of the light being as she watches a larger nightmarish being pull away satisfied, leaving a cloud of darkness, berating the light being she is over and over again, flooding her then with emotions, flashing images of horrific actions, revenge, murder, rape. They fight longer than even the other ancient beings thought possible, but time is on his side. Her mind gives up, shatters, forgetting who she is. She is only with this now. Delilah watches as she walks with a seductive sway to pick up the mask offered to her by her new always master. The mask, a lock to her entombed self, a box light. Her heart, still untouched, lies inside, forgotten by every being. Chapter 22. Strangers in the Night. Delilah wakes up, the acid of vomit already halfway up her throat, giving just enough time for her to turn her head. Her brain is pounding from the intense dream. Nico lights a candle, hearing the retching sound coming from the bed next to him.
You okay?
He asks, concern from years as a father seeping out in his words. My dream, it was just, she says, pausing to throw up again. A bit much. It was like being 2 people at once, but someone else's memory. She hurls one more time. Her stomach begins to settle, as does her head.
Let me go get a towel,
he says, heading out the door to the communal bathroom. Delilah hears a small bump from the room next door, which was occupied by the 2 lovebirds of the crew. She hears Nico knock on their door quietly.
Is everything okay?
No response. A couple of seconds pass. Another crash. Delilah steps out knowing something is wrong and instinctively orders Nico to kick down that door now as she runs over to get Al. Crash! The door splinters open behind her as Delilah reaches Al's room. Al, I need you now! She barks at the still closed door.
Get away from her, you...
Nico says, going silent in the middle of the sentence, hearing Al moving inside, mumbling something about coming and needing underwear. Delilah returns to Marstred and Talaham's room. A dead man in all black lies in the middle of the floor as Tlahum is stuck in shadows, her mouth moving but no words coming out. A black ring of smoke is wrapped around her throat. Marstred is being carried unconscious by another man in black robes. Nico also has a ring around his neck and is fighting a third intruder. Delilah sees the fear in Tlahum's eyes as the man with her wife tries to escape out the window. The anger of someone hurting her friends pulls the shadows to her before she even thinks of the word join. With needing to save her friends being her drive, she looks at the shadow next to her and steps in, knowing exactly where to go. She appears in the shadow next to the fleeing assassin. When he passes, she steps out and stabs him with her hardened sap blades, causing him to drop Marstred. The hush breaks. The cacophony of sound vibrates Delilah's whole body, causing her to lose focus. The assassin stabs her in the shoulder. Al appears in the doorway in his preferred shape, a black and white Qatari. The would-be assassin, realizing that he is outnumbered, sneers at Delilah before jumping into a shadow. Delilah hears his footfalls in the alley behind the building. From her shadow bonds, Tlahum yells,
"We need him alive!"
to Nico and Al. Al nods, a bit too far to join the fray. As he begins to speak, a yellow bubble appears behind the intruder. Nico knows exactly what to do, having worked together for several years. He kicks the intruder into the bubble. It pops once the intended target makes contact. The sleep is sudden as he falls to the floor, snoring loudly. The shadow binds holding Tlahum break as she rushes over to Marstred. Whispers and kisses pass between them, but the group hears a couple of words.
"You're not okay, and you need to eat."
Marstred eventually agrees and stands up. Delilah internally gasps as Marstred stands in the light. Her clay skin is dry, cracked, and falling off. The exposed pieces of her clank frame glisten in the candlelight. Her eyes are dulled with a white film. Her hypodermic needle fangs hang out of her mouth. Even her hair has less luster. Delilah had met many vampires in her travels, some kind, some evil in every sense of the word. She had heard of them falling apart if they didn't feed regularly. But this was her first time witnessing the effects of the affliction. There are many myths and legends about cures, but no one has definite proof. Marstred's body twitches as Tlahum helps her shamble over to the sleeping man, needing to feed. She plunges the needles into the tear ducts of the intruder. With each pull of his life force, her skin begins to moisten, her hair begins to shine, her eyes return to their lovely violet hue. The intruder must have been close to death, as the pain doesn't stir him. He simply, slowly ceases to move. Marstred mindlessly sates her hunger. Her wife takes such good care of her, never judging when she looks haggard, knowing that knocking someone out makes it easier for her to feed. When she forgets, it is so hard for her to catch moving prey. With her hands on his chest, Marstred finds something under the fabric. Moving it out of the way, she finds a stitched emblem.
"Lord Wollstonecraft,"
she says to Tlahum. Delilah peeks at the emblem. A conch shell with 2 lightning bolts, each striking a nodule on the opposite sides of the shell. They both look at Nico, who nods and simply states,
"I guess it's time we get a move on. It'll be morning in an hour anyway."
He heads out the door towards his room, Delilah following right behind him. "Who's Lord Wollstonecraft?" she asks.
I'll explain later, but right now we need to leave. Got it?
He responds, unsatisfied with his answer, but understanding that there is a time and a place, at least in this case, she begins to gather her things. When she comes downstairs, Nico is talking to the keeper of the inn, a giant orangutan-like simia. She catches the tail end of the conversation.
"We're very sorry about the tax, sir. We will refund you half now, and once our investigation is complete, we will send you the rest and bill the correct party,"
the simia says as they hand some money back to Nico. He simply nods his head in approval, rejoining the Hodgepodge Hearts as they make their way out of town. Chapter 23. Convictions. The group of adventurers find themselves about 2 hours out of the town when the sun begins to rise. Finally reaching the tree line, Al glimmers as he shapeshifts into a small yellow ribbit with black specks, about the same size as Tlahum. He lazily opens his mouth, which is half the size of him, launching his tongue out at the nearest branch to swing alongside the rest of the party. Tlahum laughs a little as Marstred says,
"Every time,"
under her breath, watching him swing. "Wouldn't being a simia be easier?" Delilah asks. He responds with,
"Yeah, but it wouldn't be as much fun."
Delilah stops walking for a second as her brain translates the jumbled sounds. Yeah, but it wouldn't be as fun, she says out loud, followed by, that makes sense.
Since you're having so much fun, check ahead and see if you can't find a clearing off the path for us to rest and get some breakfast.
Nico says with a smile at his new frog compatriot. With his head back so his tongue can grab the branches, Al gives a salute to the heavens before swinging ahead of the group. Mid-swing, he shimmers again, returning in the form of a dark gray simia with a cute little pushed-in muzzle, this time only slightly larger than Tlahum. Landing in the next tree, he scampers up to the top. The group walks and leaps for about another 20 minutes before Al spots a good resting area, hidden from the path but not far off of it. They follow the pointing monkey to the camp area, who changes into a Qatari form as soon as his little feet hit the ground. They set up for a short rest when Nico comes over to Delilah.
Hey, I'm gonna take a little walk. Would you care to join me?
Nico asks. Sure, I guess, responds Delilah hesitantly, her mind thinking of every possible reason. He wants you to leave. You smell funny. Everyone in the Hearts hates you. Why are you even still here? Maybe he'll let me or wants me to stay. A hopeful part of her brain whispers, which is quickly crushed again by the stream of negative consciousness. You got too comfortable. You wanted too much. How much have you helped them really? You should have done more. Shut up! She yells to her mind as she stands up to go for a walk with Nico. Once they're out of earshot of the company, Nico begins.
I wanted to check in with you, see how you're doing.
He says. It's a trap, her mind blares. I'm okay, I guess. Oh, I made a list of why I can't be a demigod when we were walking. Number 1, she says, before being interrupted by Nico.
I'd love to hear them all later, but I'm checking in with you because, well, you were so determined to find this friend of yours, yet you came out here with us. The hearts part of the name is actually because all 3 of those fools wear their hearts on their sleeves. They'll bend themselves into pretzels for their family. They like you. They'll protect you by any means possible, even putting themselves into stupid danger. I need to make sure you can be responsible for their well-being.
Delilah's thoughts whirl. Responsibility? You suck at it. Kill that fish you liked so much by putting it in your bag. But I did learn that there is no air in there. Her mind flashes pictures of every person she ever knew saying something negative to her, even though some of them are out of context. Her mind pulls them anyway. As they flood her mind, she can't breathe. Her heart is racing. She can't stop it. Nico stands quietly as he watches the half-mushroom's eyes dart around. Her head falls a bit forward and then back. Her breathing becomes rapid, anxious markers he knows all too well. He turns his gaze away and simply states,
There is no wrong answer.
He takes a couple of deep breaths in. Delilah looks at him, realizing he is showing her to breathe without telling her. She follows his breathing, telling her body she isn't in a life or death situation, no matter how much it feels like it is. The breath gives her enough space in her thoughts to remember to ground, letting the center of her feet reach into the earth, noticing the cool sensation of the earth versus the hot sun. The taste of the earth is a bit saltier here, and the trees are older than they look. Feeling a bit better, she looks at her bag. Seeing the lollipop, she knows her answer. I made a pinky promise, so I need to follow that through. If I don't, I'm just failing someone else. I've got to put on my big woman slacks, even if it hurts or feels wrong. I'm sorry, she says. Her stomach hurts, not wanting to leave the Hodgepodge Hearts, but she made a promise. What are you doing? You didn't break a promise or fail anyone. You tried to meet her. I want to stay. They want me to stay, one part of her mind says, as the other speaks the words she's heard over and over again. You're a bad friend. If you break a promise, regardless of the reason, she will hate you, and she should because you didn't try hard. Made-up images of not Shirley being hurt, upset, and angry flash in her mind. Looking again at the small lollipop on her bag, she steels her resolve. Also, it would be nice to know if Jasper's okay, her mind adds, trying to find the silver lining. I'll gather my stuff, she says, turning away from Nico.
If you are supposed to meet this friend again, fate will make it so. But sometimes fate has a way of making you break promises as well.
He says. If Delilah turned around, she would have seen a tear rolling down his cheek as he remembers his family. Delilah stops walking, letting his words hit her, noticing the pain in them. Do you regret waiting for your destiny? She asks.
Did I wait for it, or did it come when it was supposed to?
He responds, wiping his tear. Delilah's eyes fill with water, blinking a single tear out as she takes her first step. A sound makes the tips of her fibroids shiver, a sound she knows from her infancy, not from her memory, but from her instincts. It told her danger. It told her hellhounds were near. She turns to Nico.
Hellhounds, we need to get out of here.
But before they can move, 2 large black dogs emerge from the trees, pulling along a slightly built blonde human male with a small scar on his cheek.
There you are, my silly cow fellow. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Lord Raveth says with his $1 million smile. A wave of soldiers walk through the woods behind him, their crossbows and arrows at the ready.
Get out of here,
Nico says to Delilah, pushing her towards the shadow.
I wouldn't do that.
Raveth's attention shifts to the blue half mushroom.
Delilah!
He says. Squinting back at him, his face looks familiar. The name eludes her.
Kenneth!
He screams. Delilah's memory kicks in, pulling up their last interaction in the woods when he declared he could fix her.
Oh, yeah. Kenneth, how you doing?
She says, trying to defuse the situation. Visibly upset by her lack of remembrance, he snaps his fingers at his guards and barks.
Grab them both!
She turns, running to the shadow, only to have a guard with a sword step in her path. Thinking quickly, she pauses for a second, concentrating on retrieving a spell from long ago out of her mind vault. She is stressed by the effort, but it pops into her mind. That's right. She begins to pull the sky and the earth towards her. The ground climbs and clings to her legs as the sky wraps around her head and torso, meeting in the middle, and poof, she is gone. Relief washes over her as she successfully pulls off the spell. The guards yell, "Where did she go?" Fear washes over her as she processes, trying to figure out her next move. Help Nico, warn the others, flee and get help. Wanting to do all at once, she doesn't notice as she walks into a guardsman, sending him and her crashing to the ground.
She's over there! She's invisible!
Another guard yells. She sees Nico taking on several men effortlessly with his sword and shield as he yells.
Run!
Her decision made for her, she takes off running towards the others. A big black dog bounds after her. She knows it can't see her, but it can hear her feet thumping into the earth. Think, 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 she tells herself. I'll grab that branch. As she passes under a tree, she leaps towards it. The rough wooden texture grazes her fingertips as she misses and begins to fall. The dog runs past her as she lands on her back, losing her invisibility. Hearing the alert from the guards, she pulls on the shadows below her and lets it consume her, sending herself closer to the shadow by her camp. As she emerges, the dogs howl again. She hears Kenneth yelling.
There's nowhere to run!
Stepping out of the shadow, she sees she is too late. Several dead soldiers lay strewn about the camp. Slahum struggles, shadow-bound, in the center of the bodies. A piece of black glittering magic covers the mouth of the orc Al likes to shapeshift into. His eye is black and swollen, a sword at his throat. Marstrid is tied down by a mystic tether as guards surround her. The blue half-mushroom hides in the shadow, unsure of what to do, but knowing she has to do something. She can't let them get killed. I could. Nope, that would just let them see me. Or I could do that. No, that would put Al in jeopardy. Her mind races through several scenarios until she hears Kenneth's rich, honeyed, poisoned voice.
Where are you, Delilah? I told you there's nowhere to go.
He says, stepping out into the clearing.
Where did you go that day? I came back the next day with my friends, but you and the Wandering Wonders were gone. I tried to get close to you, but that bitch wouldn't let me. But here you are, all alone, with these vile beings no less. I've never forgotten. Unlike you,
he says angrily. He pushes his hands through his hair, trying to calm the annoyance down.
But that's okay. I'll remind you. We can have all the time in the world now. I just want to talk.
Taking a deep breath, Delilah pulls on the earth and sky again, and it's as if she has the blessing from the gods above. She steps out of the shadows toward the captured party, pulling 3 small vials from her nomadic bag. These are her last ones, but she is at peace with her choice.
Fine. If you don't want to talk, I'll just finish up here,
Raveth says, raising his hand up, all the guards ready for an attack.
Wait, don't hurt them,
she cries. His head turns towards her voice but sees nothing.
Okay, you want to play games. If you come with me, I'll let this mess of creatures live. Otherwise, I'll have them tortured. I'll make them curse your name before I give them the mercy of death.
He says in a creepily matter-of-fact tone.
Swear it,
She says, buying her time as she makes her way through the sea of people. She places the vials into Al's hand, whispering,
dark smoke. One for each. Wait for the moment.
He moves his head slightly forward as he closes his hands on them.
I swear I won't kill them.
Ravis says, slightly gleeful.
Unbind them. Let me see that they will be safe. And I'll come out.
She says. He nods, and the sorcerers holding the spells let them go. The three are moved at knife point to the center of the circle, where it is easier to watch all of them at once. The guards surround them with their weapons drawn, an old tactic in hostage negotiation. Delilah had been part of one as a child.
I've kept my end of the bargain,
He says in a sweet sing-song way. Delilah steps in front of him, dropping her invisibility.
I'm right here.
A tether lashes instantly to her wrist.
There you are, my sweet little risotto. It's time to go home,
He says, pulling her along, the large black dogs walking on either side of her, growling.
Oh, one more thing. I know I swore I wouldn't kill them, but my gods. Well, I promised them they could kill such vile, sordid-as enablers, so who am I to stop them?
He says, raising his hand. The victory of the battle washes over him. The grin and the glee is short-lived as he turns to pull Delilah away from the clearing. The three beings in the middle simultaneously break the small vials, causing clouds of darkness to billow around them. By the time it fades, the circle is empty. The guard's commotion causes Ravith to turn and see the empty field.
How did they...
He says with slight confusion as he catches Delilah's knowing smile.
My, you are a sneaky little mushroom, aren't you?
Ravith says, pulling her towards him.
I don't think I can trust you. Put her to sleep.
A wave of sleep washes over Delilah. She resists, but then another wizard joins in, causing her to fall into Kenneth, who whispers,
That's it.
Her last thought is, I hate this fucking spell, before losing her awareness. Chapter 24. Changing Perspectives. Slamming into the dream, its images go fast. Her vision swims through peepholes, narrowing the world. Face after face, hunger between her legs, nothing Delilah had ever felt, wanting to devour every part, crushing them, changing them. The anger toward beings on this world, the cruelty, the sadness trying to rise up, only to be swept away by another wave of righteous anger. They deserve it. It rings in her head. The darkness around us consumes us. We need to consume for the darkness, for fun. A new face appears. Delilah's heart skips. It's her father's face, followed by thoughts of easy prey like the others. Him going unconscious, not his time yet. A summoning pulls on her. No bubble, fool. He's manipulating us. We've seen this before. We've played this game. He only wants one thing. The knife of her own blood in her hand. Shifting, confusing. What's happening? Where did he go? Can't see. The holes are too small. The feelings of longing are new to the being. They like it, but hate it. They find him. They like him. They want him. They fear him. They fight him. Then, without warning, the being wrapped in a cloud of darkness falls for him. Inside, the forgotten casement begins to crack. Light begins to seep. Simply, gently, patiently, pushing the darkness out of the body. This can't last, her mind whispers. She doesn't care. A moment of weakness, an urge, an instinct, a bite. Delilah watches and feels the piece of flesh floating down, touching the light. A flash, almost blinding. A child of flesh and light grow. Her mind speaks in two voices. It's me. It's you. Unconditional love wraps around her as she drifts back into the abyss of deep sleep. Trigger warning. Chapter 25. Needle and thread. Sharp pain screams from every part of Delilah's being. Her eyes snap open, only to find herself mystically tethered to the bed. A pulling, ripping sensation mashes through her bonnet down to her feet. She fights like a wild animal, breaks through the tethers as shadow binds take their place. She tries to find a safe place in her body to concentrate free of pain, but there is no safe place within. Every fiber screams again as she witnesses the source of the pain. A woman in plain clothes with silver hair, with a needle and thread, sewing her nomadic bag shut. She feels a sensation of floating out of her body, but a suffocating force slams her back into the blinding pain. Each tug, each pinprick ripples through her soul. Her screams, guttural and panic, bounce around the room. She can swear she hears a cry from the heavens above as the needle plunges in again and again. The walls are closing in. She can't seem to breathe, yet the screams keep coming out. The last stitch closes. A piece of her is trapped, isolated. Cold longing spreads in her soul like hands reaching, searching for her missing piece. Her mind reels from the pain, unable to fully understand what is happening. The woman calmly gets up with a neutral face before leaving the room. The two sorcerers who had been creating the bonds step out with her. Once they are clear of the rooms, the bonds break. With her freedom, she curls into a fetal position, trying to soothe the empty space within her. Her face is already wet from tears. She doesn't remember crying during the ordeal. Chapter 26. In the Tower. Several hours pass before Delilah feels safe enough to uncurl from the bed. She pulls at the bag, trying to open it. Terror lights within her mind when she touches the fresh stitches. She focuses her gaze on the wall and starts counting each stone, waiting for the emotional peak to pass. When she feels safe enough, she looks at the bag. The stitches have not budged. The thread is a fine golden material that, even though she is well-traveled, she can't seem to identify. I need to figure out how to get out of here, she thinks to herself. Taking in the room she finds herself currently imprisoned in. It is a large octagonal stone room. She sends her roots down through the cracks between the stones, only to find an open chamber below. Delilah realizes she is not on the ground level, and a nauseous sensation worms its way through her stomach as vertigo rises within her. She has always suffered from height sickness. It's common in fungirls. Taking a deep breath calms her nerves. She brings her attention back to figuring out how to escape. There are no windows in the room. There is a large, overly stuffed four-post bed with pink drapery along the top and curtains on the sides. A wooden wardrobe painted pink is filled with fluffy pink dresses and slinky black numbers. There is also a matching vanity set with a pink porcelain chamber pot. Delilah doesn't mind pink, but this shade of pink is best described as boring. Dusklight creeps in from small slits at the top of the walls near the 15-foot ceiling. How can I get up and look out those slats? If I can see a shadow out there, I might be able to shadow walk, she thinks, looking around for a chair, but only finding the stool with a soft pink cushion from her vanity. Is this it? There are no books. How can you leave someone locked in a room without any books? Or games? At least a ball I could roll around. Wait, why am I not in the dungeon? She thinks to herself as she hears footsteps approach the room. The door slowly opens as two figures enter the chamber. Delilah slams down on one of them from her hiding place behind the door, sending the breakfast tray they had in their hands crashing to the floor.
You are a fighter. I'll give you that.
The voice of Kenneth comes from behind her as he grabs her arms, throwing her down on the floor before he closes the door and locks it.
You all right, Miss Ginger?
He asks the human on the floor. The small, plain-clothed woman with silver hair, who had been the one to sew Delilah's bag shut, stands up without saying a word. She nods at Kenneth. I'm sorry for the accident, sir. Would you like me to bring more food up? She asks him with downcast eyes.
No. I think Delilah and I need to have a little chat about the rules,
he says, staring at Delilah with a wicked smile. He unlocks the door to allow Miss Ginger out, only to relock it when it closes. Delilah stands up, stepping back slightly, unsure of what he is going to do. Lord Raveth happily watches her back up. Excitement rises in him. He loves the challenge of breaking in a new filly, and she is going to be his shining achievement.
Sorry about the stitches, but I know how those nomadic bags can look empty but be filled with all kinds of goodies. I couldn't afford any surprises,
he says, moving forward. Delilah's brain replays the event from the mere mention of stitches. Overwhelmed by the memory, the pain, she stumbles slightly as she backs up further, trying to put as much distance between them as possible. She shakes her head, reminding herself that she needs to get out. She needs to figure out where he's keeping Nico. She keeps quiet for now. Hopefully he'll say too much.
I hear it's a rather painful procedure, but I used to just take them away. That only caused the prisoners to go into a trance-like state, repeating over and over about their bag and needing it and blah, blah, blah. Hard to have a conversation with that, even with torture.
He says, taking a step closer, watching his prey closely, trying to find a weak point he can utilize. Delilah remains quiet.
The thread is the hair from a faint divinity, strong enough to keep a piece of a soul trapped. My advisor Thamaris helped me capture and kill one.
He says, eyes locked on Delilah, waiting for a reaction. She holds the fear inside, knowing he wants her to be afraid. Her silence sends a drop of frustration through Lord Raveth.
Fine then. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about you.
He says, taking another step closer before turning toward the wardrobe.
You have been teasing me ever since we first met, coming to me in my dreams every night. When you rejected me, it only intensified my desire, my need for you.
He says, looking at Delilah, then back to the wardrobe, selecting a pink fluffy dress. Unable to stop herself, Delilah responds, I know you for 2 weeks, one summer, 20 years ago. Get over it.
Don't you think I've tried?
He says, charging at her. Stopping midway, he throws the dress on the ground, thinks better of the impulsive move, and returns to the wardrobe.
It's been 19 and a half years, and I've tried to get rid of you in my mind so many times. Tried fucking other women, hundreds of them, even a fungrel or two, but none of them replaced you in my dreams. I have spent hours, money, made deals over finding you, and now here you are, safe, home in my tower.
He picks up another dress, shaking his head no as he throws it over his shoulder. Her filter no longer able to keep her at bay. She says, A tower? Really? How very fably. His frustration grows every time she opens her mouth. So, trying to calm down, he goes back to the dresses.
Well, fably or not, you are mine, and I can keep you wherever I want,
he says, unable to remain calm, stomping toward Delilah, stopping inches from her. He slams a slinky black dress onto the bed. The dress has many straps, a choker sewn into it, with black leather pieces going down the front of the dress, separating where her breasts would be, as well as a small silver hoop to attach a leash.
Put this on,
he barks at Delilah. Delilah, seeing his break in concentration, presses her luck. She backs away coyly, sitting on the vanity stool. I'll put it on, if you tell me where you put Nico. The upper hand is lost, but Raveth doesn't care as he yells the ultimatum.
You can put on that dress yourself, or I'll put you in it myself,
he says, lurching forward. Delilah moves faster, standing up and kicking the stool at Raveth, her demigod essence guiding the stool. Raveth, unable to dodge it, trips, falling face first onto the stone ground. Delilah moves to the door, trying to see if she can unlock it or force it open, but it doesn't budge.
You bitch!
She hears behind her as she tries to find anything she can use as a weapon. Raveth stands up and watches the cornered blue half mushroom pick up a fluffy pink dress and hold it at the ready.
Oh, I don't want to fight you. That would only leave your face bruised or broken. I want to keep you pristine for now. I have other means of making you comply,
he says as he pulls a small dagger from his pants. His eyes lock onto her as he begins reciting an invocation. He draws the small dagger across his arm, letting the blood drip down. When he says the last word, he points the dagger at Delilah. An unknown energy creeps into her heart as she feels the sensations of needles prick her skin. The flashback of the sewing screams to life in her head as her brain shouts, "No, not again!" Reacting instinctively, she repels the invocation before it can find purchase in her heart. Her movements let him know he's failed. Her mind goes blank. Fueled by her fear, he nicks his arm again, releasing another drop of blood. He begins the spell anew. Terror paralyzes her, knowing that there's nothing she can do as he tries the spell again. Overloaded, unable to run, she drops to the ground. She pulls her knees in tight, huddling into a ball as she presses herself into the wall. She throws her arms over her face, similar to hiding under the covers from a monster. She holds her breath, anticipating the foreign sensation. Instead, she hears a sneeze and sees a flash of green light in the room, sneaking through her arms, followed by,
Bless me, I'm allergic to blood magic.
opening her eyes, she sees a small, orangey-brown satyr between her and Raveth, who is now standing perfectly still. "It's you," she says, recognizing the small creature. She met him once as a child, but no one believed her and said it was probably just her imagination. He told her she was an interesting and odd being, which to him are the best type. Being horrible at names, she knew it started with a gar sound. She only remembered because it reminded her of a pirate.
I'm here perfectly on time if anyone asks.
He says, with his halfling Took region accent.
And I brought you these.
He hands Delilah a small pair of what looks like cheap metal scissors and a sheet of paper. The paper has a very detailed drawing of Lord Raveth as a crying baby with a diaper filled with what Delilah could guess was poop, as it hung below the baby, had stink lines and flies. She says, staring at the picture, then back to the satyr.
Sorry, that's mine.
He says, snatching it out of her hands.
Yours is right here.
He flips through his notebook as he pulls out a particular piece of paper. "What's going on?" she asks.
Oh, right. I'm here because I owed your mother a favor, but now we are even,
He says to the room.
It's a note from her. I wrote it down, otherwise it would all be in riddles, as well as her scissors. She says you can keep them. Oh, and just for you, I reversed that nasty little blood puppet spell onto that boorish human. Have fun!
He winks, then simply disappears. Chapter 27. Maybe he was right. Delilah finds herself sealed in the room with a glazed-eyed, spellbound Raveth. Unsure of what the spell does, or its duration, or if anything will happen, she quickly reads over her mother's note. It says, "Follow Nico. He knows the way. I love you." That's it? That's the entire note. This is the first communication I had with you ever since you left me with Dad? You never visited, and you could have written to me this whole time? Anger fills her as her body begins to stretch. No, calm down. Time is of the essence. I'll be pissed with her later. Need to find Nico, she says to herself, taking in a full breath of air through her nose and out her mouth, returning to her original size. She clears her throat and asks Raveth once again for Nico's location. The goofy smile on his face doesn't change as he stares at Delilah, waiting. Okay, he doesn't have to answer me. Good to know. Okay, let's see if I can get out of here, she thinks to herself, hoping this will work. "Go and open the door," she commands. He jerks as if pulled on strings, each movement in protest as he pulls the key out, unlocking the door before pulling it open. Crash! 4 creatures crash through the now open door. She points the scissors at them, but lowers them when she sees it's Tlahum being crushed by Marstrid, with Al in human form as the cherry on top of a pretty badly beat-up guard.
Stams!
Tlahum yells from mid-pile.
We came to save you. We followed Raveth to find you.
I can see that. It's nice to see your friendly faces, Delilah says with a big smile on her face, accepting her new nickname. A quick yelp escapes Al's mouth as he sees the stock-still Raveth. Ah, yeah. He's bewitched for now. It's a long story. He's under his own spell, so is he safe? I think. I'm not really sure, actually, she says as she puts the scissors and her mother's note safely into her shorts pockets. She reaches down to give them a hand. The 3 quickly explain how they snuck through the castle instead of fighting, much to Tlahum's dismay. They had stolen robes that most of the guards seemed to be wearing, and they also noticed that there seems to be fewer guards than they expected. They were hoping to find Nico and Delilah together.
Well, one is better letter than none,
Marstrid says, a forever optimist when fed.
Now we just need to find Nico.
She looks at the guard, then to Al.
After you.
The 4 of them set the guard up against the wall and surround him, taking an intimidating position to get the best results of their questions. The guard's face, swollen and bruised, stares defiantly at his attackers.
All right, here's the deal. You answer my questions, and I won't have my friend make a meal of you.
Al gestures to Marstrad. The guard looks unbothered at the upscale hooded woman. Marstrad opens her mouth, pulling her clay teeth back to reveal her hypodermic needle fangs. They hover in front of her face, poking forward to the prisoner. His unbothered expression changes to panic as he realizes what she is.
Where is Nico?
Al demands.
He's being held in the dungeon, but when the sun goes down, they're going to bring him to the ritual.
The guard blurts out.
Where's the ritual taking place?
Al asks.
Down in the basement, I believe. We're all supposed to wear our robes and head down there soon. Just follow the stairs all the way down. It's the big room past the large archway. You can't miss it.
The guard answers.
Why do they need Nico? What is the ritual for?
Al asks with more urgency.
I don't know. They won't tell us. There's rumors about blood magic. That's all I know.
The guard begins to weep slightly. As Al asked his question, Delilah noticed a shift in his tone, a subtle one. A spell, perhaps? Had she not been around him for several days, she might have missed it. Sitting there, she realizes something amazing. They were coming to save her, not just Nico. Her negative self-talk tries to pull her down, but looking at the three of them, she tells it, "No, you're wrong about them." She notices a warmth coming from her chest.
La la la, magic. We need to go now.
Marstrad says, pulling her fangs back in. Kenneth, you watch him. If he moves, kill him, Delilah says to the standing Raveth, hoping this works. She grabs the key from the door, gesturing to everyone to leave the room.
Wait, don't we need a robe for Delilah?
Shlom asks. I got it, she says. Pulling on the sky above and the ground below, she allows their concepts to overtake her own as she pops out of the visual spectrum.
Wow, that's so cool,
Tlahum says with the biggest grin Delilah's ever seen. I know, right? Okay, let's go find Nico. Need to talk to him about this demigod possibility, Delilah says. The three pause, taking in that information before having very different reactions. Tlahum warmly says,
I knew it. You're like us.
While Marstrad says,
Well, I believe there is a test I can perform once we are safe to see if you are indeed a demigod.
But Al's reaction stings as he says,
I don't think there are any real demigods. I haven't met anyone who doesn't have fears and hopes with almost every decision.
Wait, that means...
The guard shouts at them, his sentence cut off as Raveth's blade pierces his heart. The death of the guard completing his spell, he shakes his head, gaining control over his body. Seeing the three leaving, he pulls his sword out, yelling at them to
Stop!
Hurriedly, they close and lock the door. He pounds on it, yelling after them.
Wait until I get out of here, you bitch! I'm going to break you the old-fashioned way, with my own 2 hands!
Fuck, that was close,
Marstrad says as they run down the stairs of the tower. Chapter 28. To the basement. Night begins to fall upon the fortress. The chill on the wind seeps into the castle. Through the small windows, the sky is cast in varying shades of darkening blues. They follow the stairs down, down, and further down. The windows disappear as they head underground below the massive building. At the end of the corridor, a giant 20-foot arch stands as the doorway into a vast room occupied by the remaining guards. They move quietly to stand behind them. Their numbers have thinned to around 30. In front of them, they can make out Captain Darius, and next to him is a man none of them have ever seen. Delilah's stomach hurts viewing this tall, thin man. A portion of her recognizes him as dangerous, but she can't place it. Nico sits, beaten and bound in chains. There is an uneasiness in the room as they seem to be waiting. Hearing loud footfalls behind them, Delilah's 3 friends push into the shadows, trying not to draw attention to themselves as Lord Raveth enters the room.
Where is that teasing slut?
He mumbles under his breath, scanning through the cloaked guards, but all of them have their heads down. With each step Raveth takes, Delilah takes a step closer to the front, hoping to get to Nico.
Now that you're here, Lord Raveth, shall we begin?
Thamaris says, barely hiding his frustration.
Yes, Advisor Thamaris. But first...
Lord Raveth beckons Thamaris closer, whispering to him.
Let them try. Our victory grows near. They can't stop us,
he says as he grabs Nico's chains, dragging him past a frozen invisible Delilah to a small symbol in a circle on the ground. It sits in front of a large circle set into the earth, filled with a strange white granular substance. Thamaris begins to speak in a guttural language. Sounds enter her ears, creating pictures in her mind, a massive chain binding around a concept of a being. He is using demon tongue. She doesn't remember ever hearing it, but she knows it. Thamaris commands them to show themselves as he slices Nico's hand. Several drips of blood slam onto the ground. The image of the chain snaps tight around its quarry, pulling it into the center of the large ring. The circle closes shut immediately, trapping it. The being stands about 6 feet tall with black leather pants, a black duster, and a wide-brimmed black hat with holes for his 2 twisted demonic horns to fit through. His face is deceivingly attractive, an attempt to lure his prey. Aw, man, I was just in the middle of a fucking deal. What gives? Fucking salt ring. That's a bit of overkill, don't you think, buddy? You can simply summon me at a crossroad. I won't bite, unless it's part of the deal. But hey, this is an impressive circle, though. I bet we can come to a deal. Hey, you look familiar. Do I already own you? He says as he pulls out a bag from under his coat and begins to rifle through his papers.
A fucking cross-ad! Did you grab the one the dog signaled at?
Thamaris asks, staring daggers at Raveth. The two begin to bicker as Thamaris calls for someone to bring him his hounds. Delilah finally makes her way to Nico, whispering in his ear, I'm gonna get you out of here.
No, you have to make sure everyone gets out of here. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Go, before those vile hounds get here,
he says, never even looking up. As soon as the words leave his lips, the bays from the hounds enter the room, blocking the only exit.
Damn it,
Nico says, under his breath.
If they catch you, you'll have to deceive them pretty deftly. Get them to fight.
I'm a terrible liar, she whispers back, getting worried as Thamaris pulls out her bib napkin from the pub where she was drugged, with its purple mixed blood vagina art.
Find them, Gehenna. Tartarus,
Thamaris says to the dogs. Ah, shit, she whispers to herself.
Breathe. You don't have to lie. Just tell the truth in a different order. Make guesses about people's assumptions. Above all, make them believe you,
Nico whispers. The dogs make a beeline for the hidden Delilah. With nowhere to go, she holds still, hoping freezing will make them go away. It does not. One lunges, missing her completely. She breathes out a sigh of relief, just as the other dog lunges as well, biting into her arm. Her invisibility drops instantly as she is pulled to the ground.
There you are. Oh, I'm going to...
Raveth starts, before being interrupted by Thamaris.
Bring her to me.
The hound named Gehenna lets go of Delilah, allowing her to stand up. Both dogs begin to growl and nip at her, driving her towards Thamaris.
This is the whore who bewitched me that I told you about when we first met,
Raveth says. Thamaris ignores him, his patience for Raveth growing ever thin. Taking the arm of Delilah when she is near, he begins to examine her like a show pony, lifting her bonnet, making her open her mouth, turning her around, pulling on her belt. Leaning closer, he says,
I can't believe your harlot of a mother had a child with one of this land's beings.
Delilah notices that close up his features are sharper, and his breath smells of rotten eggs. Unfazed, she glares back at him. My mom wasn't a harlot. A gasp escapes from the soldiers watching. No one speaks like that to Thamaris. He just smiles coldly.
You have no idea, child.
Turning back to Raveth, he demands,
Why did you not bring her to me? We had a deal. She isn't a sword-eater. She's just an annoying fungrel,
Raveth says, taking a step towards her before thinking better of ripping someone from Thamaris's grip.
You really are just a handsome face, aren't you?
Thamaris says, as he holds up the bonnet showing her horns. Delilah has this small window of opportunity to sow the seeds of doubt. Unsure if it will work, she tries it anyway. He told me he wants to keep me all to himself. He had no plans to bring me down here. He wanted to keep me in that tower room away from all other beings. As she speaks, she feels a subtle guidance. The energy of her mother weaves itself in the blank spaces between the words. Hoping this was enough, she watches as Thamaris turns to Raveth.
Is this true?
He asks, narrowing his eyes.
Well, yes, but that...
he says, getting cut off by Thamaris.
I've grown very tired of our game. I think it is time we end our deal. You've brought me the demon harlot's child. Let me give you your reward. Power from me to you.
With a wave of his hand, Raveth is pulled off the ground with his arms stretched out from his sides.
What is this?
Raveth barely gets out.
I'm giving you some of my power. You should have read the fine print of your contract, which of course you didn't care to look at as long as it made you stronger.
Thammer says as he removes the glamour stone from his finger. In the blink of an eye where the false Thammer stood stands something much worse. A towering, thin creature with a golden horn protruding from the middle of his forehead. A lavender cloak with gold trimming stretches around him, made of the finest fabrics glistening in the torchlight. A mask replaces his pale face with judging eyes and a smug, victorious grin forever etched into its features. The guards try to flee the room, sweeping Al, Tlaham, and Marstrad into the chaos. Captain Darius tries to push through the guards to get to the front of the mob when one of them yells,
You did this!
stabbing the captain as he passes. Blood gushes from the new wound.
You arrogant little...
Captain Darius says, but is unable to finish his threat. With blood in the air, a frenzy of pent-up rage and pain breaks the crowd of guards. They all begin to stab, lance, and shoot arrows into their old captain. Even once his body is not moving, they cut into his flesh, carrying it out of the room, quenching their anger as they flee.
You really thought you could outwit me? I'm not some low-level, matter-of-fact, contract-dealing crossad.
Damaris says, condescendingly, gesturing to the trapped demon. Her! The demon in the circle says, looking up from his bag. Ah, Hubie, is that you? The newly revealed demon flicks his wrist, sending the crossad back to where they had been ripped from. Delilah's mind pulls a memory, not of her own. Being born in the abyss seems to have woven information into her being. She knows beyond a shadow of a doubt that before her stands the demon of hubris. Frozen by fear, she watches as the demon slices a small X into Raveth's chest, through his armor. The demon's mask is plastered with a gloating smile, a victory over Raveth as his body vibrates with glee, plunging his hand through the X mark and ripping out the strung-up man's bones, except his skull, discarding them to the floor. The bones, red with blood, are completely free of muscles and organs as they begin to shake and writhe towards each other, breaking, bending, and melding together to create a four-legged beast with a spine rising up like a scorpion's tail.
And now for a pound of flesh.
The hubris demon says, tearing the flesh off the body from the neck down, slow and meticulous, his voice orgasmic. He lays each piece on a precise part of the skeleton creature, the skin wrapping and fusing itself to the bone. With no fat or muscle, the emaciated creature turns Delilah's stomach. A small, sharp bone protrudes from the end of the spinal tail. The creature lashes it around excitedly, waiting for the next step. The hubris demon, finished with one task, moves to the still intact face of Raveth, his eyes darting around, his mouth agape, but no sound escapes.
Now for my favorite part.
The demon almost purrs as he speaks. He places his hands on the eyes of Raveth and speaks again in his native tongue, but Delilah can't make it out. His hands glow orange, growing brighter as dark smoke arises from them. As he removes his hands, Delilah can see that Raveth's eyes and eyelids have been removed and replaced with circular mirrors. The demon delightedly squeals.
I can see myself in you.
The facial bones begin to break and crack, rearranging themselves into the likeness of the hubris demon's mask. Not perfectly, but as close as a human's face can get. Removing the head, the rest of the body falls. The demon gives a revolted look at the waist. Placing the head on the four-legged monstrosity, he kisses it gently on the forehead.
Welcome to the world, my pridling.
The hubris demon breathes heavily as he completes the transformation, breaking Delilah's frozen state. She runs over to Nico. "We gotta go," she says, pulling at the wounded bull man. Chapter 29. Opening the Gates. Delilah pulls Nico to his feet, forcing a health potion down his throat. As he chokes on its contents, the demon shifts his attention to the two nuisances.
Do stay. I insist.
He says as a golden spear appears in his hand. The rest of the Hodgepodge Hearts, finally able to free themselves from the moving mob, make it through the archway. Their movement draws the attention of the demon.
Well, if you're bringing friends to the soiree, it's only fair I get to invite mine.
He says, thrusting the spear at Nico. The point buries itself in his back to emerge from his chest, blood spraying into Delilah's face.
Run!
He coughs out, closing his eyes one final time. A deep, guttural "No!" comes out of Talaham as she watches her mentor's blood pool under his feet. Delilah's ears pick up the demonic tongue. Images of a gate crumbling under a sacrificial cow flash in her mind. Nico's last words ringing in her head. She compulsively runs towards her friends, her new family. Through her own tears, she watches as Al crumbles to the ground. Marstred goes to put her arms around Al to comfort him. Talaham begins to angrily stalk toward the massive demon. Delilah stops walking, yet it seems that Talaham is still getting larger. Her shiny teal hair seems to sprout as fur all over the upper half of her body. Her bones creak. Her face begins to stretch out into a muzzle. Her hands elongate into claws. Her brown furred legs grow larger, more muscular. Her teal and brown swirls still present on her much larger biceps. Oh, she's a werewolf. I should have guessed. Delilah thinks to herself as the snarling teal beast rushes past her. Pick on someone your own size, you coward! The teal werewolf bellows, echoing off the cavern walls.
Oh, I do love to dance,
The hubris demon says, shaking Nico off his spear unceremoniously. Talaham growls as she begins to run on all fours at the hubris demon. Moving like silver, in one fluid motion, she goes from all fours into an uppercut, using her mass and her momentum to lift the demon off his feet. As he reaches the pinnacle of his upward movement, Talaham uses her massive legs and leaps into the air with both arms above her head, slamming into the demon, sending him crashing into the stone. His mask cracks from the force of it, a dark ichor oozing from the break. The wolf howls triumphantly at the wounded demon. Hearing her wife's howl, Marstred steps forward, pulling out her divinely sharpened knives. She draws a sphere in the air, thinking of light, thinking of hope. She releases the bolt beacon. The hubris demon whispers at the ball of light, causing it to shrink into a dark mist. The newly formed mist shoots back at its caster. The impact makes her heart begin to race a little faster as stress begins to take a toll on her body. The hubris demon stares at the werewolf.
Why would I choose the beast when I can choose the beauty?
He says, moving with ease around Talaham towards Marstred. Raising his spear, he throws it at Marstred, but misses, crashing into the rock next to her. Tilting his head, he whispers,
No, that's all wrong.
He manipulates the reality around Marstred. The spear phases from one spot into the center of her abdomen.
Much better.
Behind him, out of the puddle of blood, two large masses begin to pull themselves out. The hubris demon lifts his head to the Hodgepodge Hearts against the wall.
Well, Delilah, I think everyone should have a dance partner now, especially since your side is down one cow.
In the blood-stained circle behind the demon of hubris, a giant gauntlet emerges in the air, followed by a blur as the creature leaps and lands into the world. The blood from the pool clings to the massive mitts as the goat-legged demon scans the room with its infuriated featured mask. A massive demon with two large horns and several small ones. Its clothes are black and ragged. It is ready for a fight. Demon of Wrath, very dangerous, flashes in Delilah's mind. The Wrath demon charges on her massive fists toward Talaham, raising her oversized gauntlet to swing at her, smashing into her shoulder. Ignoring any armor, the demon knocks Talaham's shoulder out of its socket. Talaham shakes, making an audible pop as she places the shoulder back. The Wrath demon bellows in Talaham's face. A shock wave reverberates around the chamber, sinking into every mortal's skin. Their anger rises. How dare they kill our friends and try to take another one? Fuck these demons. They all think to themselves in their own way. Before they have a chance to do anything reckless, Delilah catches movement of another. While Wrath emerged with a bang, the other demon sulks quietly in the shadows. Delilah almost misses them. Her mind tells her, Demon of Despair, as she watches the dark blue and purple four-legged demon observe the room. Its horns are curved in a C shape like a ram. It tries to hide its hoofed feet under a worn and weathered piece of cloth that hangs loosely on its back. Its masked face is etched with sorrow. The Despair takes in a deep breath and blows a midnight blue cloud, sailing past Delilah, hitting Al as he lays, still crumpled on the floor. The cloud tries to infiltrate through Al's nose, but he shakes it away. The despair demon, seeing their precious miasma disappearing, manipulates the cloud's intention. Instead of a general sadness, it goes for his worst, most depressing fear. The gas seeps into Al's mind from his ears, finding its target. His eyes fill with blackness as he relives a horrible, despairing event. The prideling, once the cruelly handsome face of Raveth, leaps at Delilah, wanting its master's approval. It swings its tail, but she dodges the incoming blow. Simultaneously, Marstrid, needing to protect her family, pulls the force of the air around her into herself, cultivating it. She extends her hand out, pushing the hubris demon away from her. His mask cracks further. His fancy cloak rips, and his black ichor leaves a trail in front of him.
How dare you!
He yells, unheard as Marstrid moves towards Wrath. The demon of despair lets out a melancholy wail that gets louder as it reaches all the mortals of this plane. The wail turns into words. It says over and over again. A black cloud seems to latch onto all of their minds. Your struggle is pointless. Marstrid tries to ignore the depression as she hurls her daggers, allowing chains to appear around her wrist, reaching out after them, connecting to their hilts as they hit their mark. The wrath demon pulls back from the sharp, sudden sting. A crazed laugh leaves its masked lips as it grabs the chain, sending heat up the metal, searing into Marstrid's flesh. She pulls the chain from Wrath's massive hands, breathing heavily. Despair can taste Marstrid's delicate fear rising. Taking the opportunity, it cries sharply, sending out a fast-moving dark cloud which enters through her eyes. Pure terror consumes her. Images of her wife dying, Tlahem being ripped to shreds because of her, play in her mind. It's not real. It's not real, she repeats to herself. A piece of her soul loses hope as she pulls herself away from her imagination and into the real nightmare before her. The hubris demon, not one for a fair fight, opens the lavish cloak with one arm. The inside of the fabric moves like reflective liquid. The mirror surface shimmers as another prideling emerges into the chamber. He then calls forth smaller winged demon creatures, imps from the circle of blood. As he cuts the collars off Gehenna and Tartarus, their facades melt away to reveal their true hellish nature. Beast with skin the color of liquid rock, constantly being heated and cooled by the hellfire blazing within them. Fire burns from each of their 6 eye sockets as well as from the corners of their mouth as they bare their teeth, growling at Delilah. The commanding demon of hubris turns from his beloved hellhounds to the despair demon.
Now!
He says. Despair opens its mouth, letting a swarm of whispers fly out. The whispers are almost translucent, shimmering black, purple, and blue as they move like ribbons through the air.
You all need to get out of here.
A familiar voice rings out behind the quartet. Marstrid instinctively follows the voice, grabbing onto Tlahem's fur to get on her back as they both head toward the archway. Al naturally follows the voice's instructions as well, turning in an attempt to get to the archway before his bodyguards leave him. Delilah, keeping her eye on the demon in front of her, says, "Nico, that's you. I need proof." A gruff voice from behind her says,
They all wear their hearts on their sleeves.
Delilah sees a faint glow in her peripheral vision.
Sorry I'm late to the fight. Just wanted to make sure I knew how to get you out of here quickly.
Her heart warms at the sound of his voice. "Nico, make sure everyone is on the other side of that archway. I have an idea," Delilah says with new invigoration.
On it.
He says, followed by,
Clear.
Delilah turns and runs away from the swarm, heading straight for her. Collecting the shadows along the way, stopping for a brief second in front of the arch, she releases them. A veil the color of night blocks the view from within the chamber to the outside world as the Hodgepodge Hearts make their way through the mostly empty fortress. Each stone corridor looks the same as a glowing Nico leads them.
Nico, you're a ghost. Delilah, do you have unfinished business?
Marstrid asks as she rides on Tlahem's back.
Yeah, making sure you all get out of here in one piece.
Nico says with a chuckle. A woman in a plain dress steps in front of them. With the whispers passing through the shadow veil, catching up behind them, Delilah grabs the woman's arm. Without looking, she says, "Follow us! We need to get everyone out of this fortress! It's infested with demons!" The woman keeps pace with Delilah when she notices the royal blue skin. She whispers with disgust, yanking her arm away.
"You're that sorta. You're probably taking me to be sacrificed to a demon heritage." Ugh.
Turning, Delilah sees her face and notices the woman with the silver hair who sewed her bag standing defiantly. smug in her decision as a whisper wraps around her neck, sticking its tongue into her ear canal. The woman falls to the floor, crumpling from the weight of her own despair being played back to her. Delilah's stomach hurts as she watches the hope leave the woman, but there is an anger as well. She pushes her confusing, conflicting emotions aside as she focuses on Nico's comforting glow guiding them out of here. Nico glows softly as he doesn't run as much as floats, remembering the direction as he goes. The swarm of whispers begin to gain on the fleeing group. Marstred points her daggers at them as she squeezes Tlahum, who instinctively grabs her legs. With her arms free, she focuses on pulling in the light of hope again, letting out a beacon. It crashes into the swarm. Most of the whispers become fireballs as they burn away to nothing. A winged imp flies past them, taking a swipe at Marstred. She grabs onto her wife, signaling it's Tlahum's turn. Letting go of her wife's leg, she leaps into the air, biting the small creature in half. Al lets loose a barrage of sounds and colors, distracting the smaller demons.
We're almost out. Just one more corridor after this door,
Nico says as he reaches for the iron handle on the wooden door. The lock snags as he pulls, keeping the door in place. The rest come to a screeching stop, falling into each other, Nico taking the full impact.
Fuck. Be right back,
Nico says as he loses all color, becoming translucent. He walks through the door. The last whisper dives at the group, causing everyone to duck. The whisper, however, goes right through the door. They hear a loud thud as Nico crumbles.
Nico, open the door!
Al yells as he slams his fist into the door.
Nico, you are stronger than whenever that thing is telling you. Fight it,
Tlahum says encouragingly. A crash from the opposite side of the hallway echoes through the chamber as one of the walls of stone explodes. The two hellhounds, followed by a massive demon of wrath, step through the debris. The fortress shakes from losing some foundational support, but holds. Marstred slips off of Tlahum's back, places her face against the wood, and says gently,
Nico, we are in danger. We nearly lead you. After we get it out of here, you can rejoin your fellow family. They nearly lead you too.
Tlahum runs to the back of the group to defend them as Delilah steps through a shadow, appearing next to the racing hounds. Her instinctive demonic knowledge tells her that these are bigger than usual. Must be a breeding pair. She reaches out with her daggers as a hellhound runs past, its own momentum dragging the blade through its side. It turns around to snap, but sees nothing. Stepping fully into the shadow, she rejoins the group, still cloaked in darkness. The wrath demon begins to charge the cornered crew when the door makes a soft click and swings open. A downtrodden Nico stands on the other side, walking away from the door. Once everyone is in, Delilah slams and locks the door, hoping that will slow the wrath demon down. Even a little bit. Delilah sees Nico's light dim as they follow behind him at a much slower pace. She tries to recall how to remove whispers. This one grows larger every minute it is attached to Nico, draped around him like a choking scarf. Luckily, Marstred knows exactly what to do. She takes her divine daggers out and chants something. As they begin to glow gold, she moves up to Nico and stabs the whisper. The demon writhes and shrivels up on the end of her blade before fading from existence.
Fucking whispers,
Nico growls under his breath, his glow returning to him. The last door to freedom is in view when they hear the smashing of the locked door by the wrath demon behind them. Stones begin to fall from the ceiling, unable to support themselves after the last blow. The Hodgepodge Hearts dodge as best they can as the hallway crumbles around them. With all of their might, they race for the final door, opening it to freedom as a gust of air pushes them outside along with a wave of debris. The fortress collapses in on itself, doing more damage than when it fell during their last escape. None of them turn to look or even slow down as they flee into the surrounding tree line. Chapter 30. So many flowers. They run and run and run until their lungs burn and their legs can no longer carry them. Their stomachs empty themselves from the extreme physical challenge and the emotional turmoil.
Nico, I'm so happy you're alive. Well, sort of alive,
Tlahum says when she is able to compose herself. The rest of the crew chimes in, agreeing with her.
So this is why you're glowing in the prophecy painting.
Marstrid says as she motions to Al to get the image. Pulling out the scroll, Al adds,
Oh yeah, you're right, he is glowing. And hey look, there are 3 cloaked beings like us behind him. Wait, there you are, I think.
In the bottom right, behind the cloaked figures, is a tiny outline in blue of a small mushroom.
I'm bigger than that,
Delilah says, scrutinizing the image.
Did you know, Nico?
Marstrid asks.
I figured it out a while ago. Didn't know when it'd happen or how, and didn't need you all to stress.
Nico says.
You knew and you didn't tell us?
Tlahum says before waving her hand, trying to move it out of her mind.
It doesn't matter. You're still here now.
About that.
Nico says, the air growing heavy among the friends as he continues.
I want to see this through. Make sure everyone's safe. But once my business is finished, I'm going to go to my family.
What? You're just leaving us? I thought we were family.
Tlahum says, her anger flaring back up.
Your family, too. It's just time for me to go, be at rest. Retire from this adventuring life.
Nico says.
Fine then, leave. We don't want you.
Tlahum says, staring Nico down. Marstrid steps in between them.
Hun, let's get some rest, and we can talk some more in the morning.
No, I think he should.
Tlahum chides. Marstrid says in an arresting tone, one no one would want to argue with.
Fine,
Tlahum says, knowing Marstrid is right, but unable to agree with her yet. She marches off.
She just needs a little talaline. Can you give her that?
Marstrid asks.
Yeah, I can.
Nico responds. Marstrid nods as she moves quickly to catch up with her wife.
How are you doing, Al? Makes sense. Wouldn't want you scaring the locals when we need to get supplies. Anyway, you deserve your happiness. We all do.
He says, patting the ghost on the back. He walks ahead, whistling a happy tune. Delilah, unsure what to say, hurries to catch up to the others. They find a clearing off the beaten path and decide to take a short rest before heading out again. The tall, royal blue half-mushroom feels restless. Questions run through her brain. She's unsure how long Nico will be there, so she says,
Can I ask you a question?
He nods.
Do you really think I could be a demigod? Marstrid said there's a taste. Is that true? Al says there's no such thing. I know he's wrong, but I've met demigods before. But after his speech about afflictions...
Pain mixed with confusion crosses her face as she continues.
My point is, I had a dream. I think it was me and my mom. How can I tell if I'm, one?
She asks, sheepishly, as if embarrassed by her uncertainty. Nico calmly puts up his hand.
That's a lot of questions, kiddo.
I'm the same age as you, she says. He ignores her comment as he continues.
First off, there might be a test, but I don't know it. Secondly, Al likes to put things in nice boxes, especially things that make him uncomfortable. Usually, I'd let Al tell his story. However, time isn't on my side at the moment, so I'll tell you the gist of it. Did you know he has a wife? She went missing a while back.
What? No.
Yeah, can't deal with it, so he puts it away. Sometimes I even think he shapeshifts to forget. When it comes to demigods, the idea of the divinities, regular and faint, interfering with our world that directly, well, it doesn't sit right with him. He figures if that was the case, why didn't any of them help him, or currently help him, with his wife?
What happened with his wife?
Delilah asks, forgetting her original questions.
I'll let him fill you in on that, if he wants to.
Nico says before continuing.
Demigods have a lot of weight on their shoulders. But what I know is, whatever you are, whoever you came from, you need to be aware of who you are.
Oh, come on, that's Trace-Sap,
Delilah says, causing Al to stir from his meditation and give her a glance. Sorry, she says, putting her hands up to emphasize it. He smiles and closes his eyes again, remembering his past.
Okay, how about this? If you don't know yourself, or get to know yourself, How the hell are you going to know what's going on inside you? If you deny a sprained ankle, you keep walking on it. What happens?
Nico says, calmly but poignantly. It gets worse. Delilah says, oh, so if I know what my body is telling me, I can do something about it.
Not just your body, but your mind, your soul. And just for fun, they change because you grow.
Nico says, smiling. His mind goes to his family, remembering his dad telling him to suck it up, get over it, just get it done. And how he tried so hard, but how he ignored himself and his husband and his body gave out. His husband nursed him back to health, all while telling him to listen to how they taught their son. He was happy he could teach it to another being, to be carried out into the world. But I don't want to have an affliction. I don't want to be broken. Delilah sadly mumbles to herself. Nico, of course, hears her.
What about afflictions makes you broken?
He asks. Well, I wouldn't be broken, but still, being a demigod, I kind of would be. I know it doesn't make sense, and I'm being stupid, and I've been the other for so long. No one wants to be around the old kid. I'm a demigod, and I can't be normal. I can't ever lift myself up on my bootstraps. Which is a dumb saying because you just trip yourself. Delilah continues to attempt to explain the conflicting thoughts spinning in her head and heart. Nico puts up a hand, stopping her convoluted rant, helping her slow down.
Would you tell Al or Marstrid or Tlaham that? They're broken? They're bad? They're less than?
Nico asks. Oh, goddess, no. They're awesome beings. I'd fight anyone who would say they're broken. Or less than. Even themselves.
How are they different?
Nico asks, pointing out the discrepancy. Well, they're not, me. Delilah says. The defeat shows plainly on her face as her head hangs low.
I'm going to tell you what I've told every single one of the kiddos from the Hodgepodge Hearts.
He says, sitting next to her, looking off into the empty forest.
Beings with afflictions aren't less than, or broken, or bad. It's just a different way of existing on this mortal plane. If I were to draw an outline of my house, can you tell me if it's broken or bad?
He says as he draws a box on the ground, putting in smaller boxes, labeling them rooms, kitchen, main area. Delilah shrugs her shoulders, still stuck in her defeat as she listens to Nico.
You can't, from the outline. It's what we build the house with. Foundation. What we fill it with. Strong wood frame, sturdy foundation, maybe carved wood furniture with soft pillows, whimsical pictures, and lots of bright colors.
And don't forget the flowers, Delilah says, looking over at Nico, wiping away the tears.
So many flowers, inside and out. The outline's just a piece of the house as a whole, not the entire picture.
Nico says. Yeah, you think? Delilah says.
I do. Plus, weird people are the best. Normal people scare me.
He says, smiling, getting a nudge from Delilah. She puts her head on his shoulder. Thanks. I'm gonna really miss you, she says. He gives her a kiss on the top of her bonnet, putting an arm around her shoulder.
You'll see me again. We're family after all. But it won't be for a long time. Now get some rest, kid.
Nico says. They sit in silence as Delilah smiles and closes her eyes. Suddenly, a familiar howl comes out of the woods right next to the campsite, destroying the touching moment. Nico and Delilah exchange a glance as they know they need to get everyone up. Apparently, they didn't have time for a short rest, after all. Chapter 31. In a blaze of glory. Delilah gets Al out of his meditation, while Nico gets the married couple. Marstrid passes a health potion to Tlaham. She takes the drink as the dogs crash into the field, followed by the giant fists of the Wrath Demon.
Oh, come on! A fortress fell on you!
Al says. Wrath's mask stares down at him.
Buildings fall down on me all the time, but that just makes me angrier. Now fight me!
Fire seems to burn behind the mask. Tlaham leaps over Al, landing in her werewolf form and charging at the enraged demon. The Wrath Demon laughs as the werewolf's fists miss their target, having learned her favorite moves.
My turn,
the demon says as it hits Tlaham square in the chest, knocking her back slightly. Al, taking this opportunity, draws several small ruins in the air around him, his yellow magic snapping into place to form an unseen barrier. Being the troublemaker he is, he looks over at the hellhounds, who have their heads lowered as they move towards Delilah.
Hey, Gehenna and Tartarus, did anyone ever tell you your mom's a bitch?
He says as he hurls rocks at them. The hound's skin burns brighter with rage as they lunge towards Al, when a crackle rips through the air as they hit his barrier. The shock launches them backwards, away from Al. They growl as they eye him, confused by what bit them. Marstrid, witnessing the wrath demon hit her wife, calls forth her holy daggers before moving closer to throw them at the demon, aiming for her heart. The daggers hit her, but there is no heart located there, and the demon yanks on the chains connected to her holy weaponry, nearly pulling Marstrid's arms out of their sockets.
Shoot fly, don't bother me.
The wrath demon says as she punches Marstrid, causing her to stumble a bit, but hold her ground. Delilah notices the hellhounds she injured during their escape isn't looking well as she fires her crossbow directly at its open wound. It misses, doing nothing but causing the hellhound to become more interested in her. The hounds put their heads back in unison and let out a dread howl. The sound of it feels like it scrapes inside the skulls of all those close to them, which in this case is everyone. Tlaham's ears ring from the howl, causing her stress to continue to rise out of her control. She blacks out as she charges toward the source of the pain. Several minutes pass before Tlaham's frenzy passes and her vision begins to clear. She tastes the brimstone of the demon's blood in her mouth. She sees parts of the hellhounds, Delilah with an open gash across her chest, Al pushing a hound off of himself, and Nico with his sword and shield drawn, a white ooze seeping from his mouth as he faces the demon. The wrath demon stands with several deep claw marks raked across their torso, exposing purple organs and black bones. The wrath demon laughs.
You should be on my side. You have such sweet, tasty old rage,
she says, licking her masked lips. She takes a swing with her fist, absent-mindedly striking the glowing Nico. Nico holds up his shield in a last-ditch effort to protect himself, and the demon hits it. The shock makes him drop it, his body taking the brunt of the hit. The strike sends a shiver through Nico. He feels himself losing the ability to hold onto his ghostly form.
I'm sorry, but it's time for me to go,
Nico says to Tlaham as she stands dazed and confused.
I love you, my friends, my family.
With only minutes left on this mortal plane, he turns his deadly focus on the wrath demon.
And if I'm going, I'm taking you with me,
he says, walking over to the badly bleeding demon. He grips his broadsword in both hands, raising it above his head.
But we're going to different places,
he says, resolutely bringing the broadsword down upon the demon. Nico! Tlaham screams, running towards the barely glowing figure. A small fireball flares into existence from the blow, forcing them all to look away. When they turn back, all that is left is shards of the now charred mask littering the battlefield. Chapter 32. Aftermath. No, not again. What happened? What did I do? Tlaham shouts out to her team. Al is unable to move. One friend dead twice in one day. Another lies dead, killed by yet another friend. He lets the tears fall as they roll down his face. The grief fills him to the brim, but he doesn't know what to do. The horror of the last several minutes play again as if it's happening in real time. He watches as his werewolf friend goes into a frenzy of rage and pain. She rips one of the hellhounds in twos, hurling the two halves without noticing. One chunk lands on Delilah, causing her bonnet to bend, and a large bone rips a gash into her chest. Tlaham chomps onto the other hellhound and shakes. When she lets the corpse go, it lands on him. His knee pops as the weight of it crashes into him. He then watches as the werewolf runs at the wrath demon, mindlessly slashing the air as she moves. Her arms swipe down at Marstrid, knocking her to the ground before Tlaham has even reached her mark. She rips the demon's chest open and sinks her teeth into it, causing bubbling blood to trickle down the demon. When she goes in for another bite, she finds Nico instead. The mistake seems to shake something loose in her mind, causing her to drop her werewolf form. Owl's mind plays it again as Tlaham looks around the battlefield. Shame and guilt begin to wrap themselves around her heart as she tries to piece it all together. She looks down at her hands and notices clay under her nails. Marstrid, where is... Where is she?
Tlaham's confusion fills with fear, choking her voice as she gazes at the open field. Her eyes lock onto the unmoving clay of Marstred.
No. No, 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 no.
She yells as she runs to her wife's side, the clay around Marstred beginning to dry out. Looking over the body, she notices the metal frame twisted, crushed from the blunt force, and the gouges in the drying clay dotting Marstred's abdomen. Tlaham knows those were her claws. Marstred must have been behind her when she struck the demon. After the strike, she wouldn't have noticed Marstred. She couldn't have noticed anyone.
Mon chéri, wake up. Honey, wake up. Please just wake up. Wake up. Someone do something. Anything. Give her a fucking health potion.
Pain fills her voice. Al stumbles over his feet as he pulls the last potion from Tlaham's pouch, and she rips it from his hands. Shaking, she desperately grips the bottle as she soothingly says,
It's gonna be okay, love. Just need a little medicine. You'll be fine.
Cradling Marstred's head in her lap, she pours the last healing potion into her wife's mouth. What little of the dark red liquid she is able to pour down Marstred's throat simply seeps from her open wounds. Tlaham, with tears streaming down her cheeks, rests her forehead onto the dry, flaking clay of her dead lover's brow, whispering softly to herself,
Don't leave me. Please. Please come back. Please. I need you. I need you.
The sorrow welling up in Delilah is too much for her to bear as she watches Tlaham weep over her wife's still corpse. I have to do something. There has to be something in my bag, she thinks to herself. Reaching for her bag, she sees a new stone, well, several pieces of different types of stone, forming the shape of a heart. Warmth from her chest radiates out as she tries to rip open the stitches closing her bag, but it doesn't yield. Fucking divinity hair! She can't die. I don't want to lose any more people. I can't. Plunging her roots into the earth, she pulls on the fungal network, but hears nothing. The network is silent in this region. The ground tastes like brimstone and charcoal. Panic takes over her mind as powerlessness washes over her, crushing her. A small whisper on the wind calms her mind, and the warmth in her chest grows stronger. Unable to make it out, she clutches the new charm, closes her eyes, and focuses on the voice. With her eyes shut, she begins to see her body, the scene of Tlaham over Marstred, and Al silently crying in the corner as he watches. No one is moving. As she steps closer, a voice stirs familiarity in her soul.
My child.
A sliver of gold light appears in front of her, as if another dimension has sliced into this moment. A bit confused, Delilah holds her tongue, and the voice continues. Instead of words, images flood Delilah's mind of herself as a child growing up, but from the perspective of someone watching her from above. Feelings of happiness, love, and missing herself fill her soul.
Mom?
Delilah says excitedly. A chuckle erupts in the air around her, warm and inviting, causing Delilah to smile despite the sorrow in her stomach. Help her, please, she desperately asks.
I can't help her, but you can.
Her mom, Callie, says.
How can I help her?
Delilah asks, the sadness turning into determination. She is willing to do whatever it takes.
Accept who you truly are.
Callie whispers, her strength in this reality beginning to weaken.
I am Delilah Frederickstein Loma von Kakako Statirai,
she says, standing tall. Nothing happens. So she continues.
I am the daughter of Ento and Callie Dolly,
she says, her voice still nervous as she speaks. Taking a deep breath in and slowly releasing it, she lets her mind clear. Her mind fills with the words her heart is longing to say. She shouts,
Both of their bloods run through my veins. My father's compassion lies in my heart, and my mother's divinity in my soul. Even if I change and grow, I will have been, am now, and will always be my parents' child, a demigod.
Delilah watches as her own frozen body opens its eyes, but instead of her normal dark blue eyes, they shine a golden light as opal tears roll down her cheeks. The body moves to kneel at Marstred's side. Al and Tlaham seem unaware of her transformation as she leans over the body, lying perpendicular across the torso. Her tears fill the wounds. Upon her back, 2 buds form and begin to grow. Before she is able to process what she is witnessing, her mother's presence calls her back. She must choose life, the voice says, weakly. Standing for Delilah is a wisp of a clank, probably originally made of metal, with the structure and basic outline of Marstred. Next to it stands a human soul of a woman who looks like Marstred, but a little older. They both smile brightly when they see Delilah.
Hello, Frelelelen,
the clank says to Delilah.
How can we help you?
The human side says.
Marstred,
she says, her soul recognizing that both forms together are her friend.
We need you to come back.
You'll be fine without us, the clank responds nonchalantly.
People die all the time. You will mourn, but you will be okay.
The human half responds.
We are happy here. No pain, no fear.
Delilah feels them beginning to pull away.
Wait, you're right. I might not need you, but what about Talaham?
She blurts out without thinking.
What about her?
The clank half asks, confused.
She is not okay. Look for yourself,
Delilah says, gesturing to the scene. The souls seem to notice it for the first time.
She will be okay over time. You will see,
the human says, as if talking to a small child. Feeling the presence fading, Delilah says,
well, at least tell her goodbye.
It's the least the souls can do before fading off to an unknown, eternal existence.
Fine, we can do that,
the clank says with an understanding. Reaching out, they touch her shoulder. Their faces scrunch as Talam's shame racks them.
We forgot. Being in a body is so hard,
the human side says, more sorrowful this time. The clank part looks at the human part.
She will not be okay. She will blame herself. If given this rare opportunity, she would return for us,
the human side responds.
Life is difficult. Bodies are painful,
the clank says, weighing the options.
But no matter what is happening in my body or in my life,
the human says with confidence.
Everything is more manageable with her,
the clank says, clear that they have made a decision.
She is worth the hardship of existence,
the human says, smiling at the clank. The clank nods her head back. The 2 souls instantly turn into a golden glitter, falling gently onto the corpse. Chapter 33. Evolution. Al, trying to break his mind's loop, focuses on the now. Watching Delilah kneel over Marstred, the flower buds on her back catch his attention. As they begin to move, they twist slowly as they open. An unfurling pair of large, beautiful feathered wings stretches over the grief-stricken Tlaham and Marstred's corpse. The feathers on the rims of the wings are the darkest shade of black, lightening as they go to the bottom into every variation of shades of gray. The very bottom feathers shine in silver. Al moves forward toward the unknown sight, yet a sense of peace starting in his stomach begins to circulate his soul. It's a familiar sensation. He feels it when he thinks of his wife, knowing she is alive somewhere out there. The sound of Al stepping closer reminds Delilah to open her eyes. She sits in the quiet darkness for a second after returning to her body, having watched the glittering golden souls fall onto Marstred. Her tears fill the gouges in her friend's torso, the twisted metal frame moving itself back into place, the clay skin beginning to move again, sealing the holes. Delilah looks up towards Marstred's face. Tlaham still has her forehead pressed to her lost love, whispering to her. Marstred's eyes flicker open, and Delilah sits back as the smooth living clay hand brushes the cheek of Tlaham.
I'm here, my little dear,
she says sweetly to her love. Tlaham squeals and makes happy noises as she begins to kiss Marstred all over her face, squeezing her head. Al, seeing the movement, is overcome with the need to join, running, almost leaping at the group. He hugs Marstred awkwardly on the ground, neither of the 2 allowing her to get up. She makes squished noises as she asks,
What happened?
In her body form, she is unable to recall where she had been and her sacrifice to come back. Delilah sits back, watching the dog pile of love, smiling, then joins in. After several minutes of properly bothering and smothering someone who has returned from the dead, Marstred is able to sit up. Looking quizzically at Delilah, she asks,
When did you get little wings?
I don't have. Oh my goodness, what are these?
Delilah exclaims as she moves her feathery wings.
They blossomed when she was leaning over you. I think whatever happened, she brought you back. The wings might just be an added bonus.
Al says unexpectedly.
Oh, I read about this. Seraph healers can develop wings sometimes.
Marstrid says, noticing something missing in herself, but unsure what it is at the moment.
But I'm not a seraph,
Delilah says, confused.
You don't choose to be a seraph. The divinities choose you.
Marstrid remarks. As they all begin to talk over each other, they realize the loss of Nico, and that they were only partially able to say goodbye. The mixed excitement and sadness makes the conversation confusing and a bit uncomfortable, but desperately needed. Knowing they need to make camp soon, they decide to move into the cover of the trees. A glint of light off of her mother's scissors catch Delilah's attention as she stands to move with the group. They must have fallen out when I leaned over. She picks them up and instinctively tries to put them in her bag, only to find it still sealed. The scissors warm in her hand as she brings them close to the faint divinity's hair, causing the stitches to lose their golden sheen, becoming a dull brown. Curiously, she pulls the scissors away and the hair turns golden again and glows brighter. Then she puts them next to the hair and it dulls once more. Opening the scissors, she tries to cut the thread. Snip. Success. She quickly snips the rest of the stitches. Snip, 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 snip. Overcome with delight, she opens her bag. Her soul vibrates as it reunites with the imprisoned piece. She says, "Look!" as she holds her bag open to the crew. They all turn to see. Talaham's smile brightens as she proclaims, "That's so cool."
I know, right?
Delilah says, bouncing a bit as she walks.
I think she's talking about your wing.
Marstrid says with glee.
Huh?
Delilah says as she gazes at her wings. The once dark underside of the wings now happily shines in the midday sun with every color imaginable. The feathers on top are every shade of red, then under them is every hue of orange, then yellow, green, blue, purple, to browns to grays with silver tips at the bottom. The backs, though, remain silver tip black. "Oh, this is so cool," Delilah says. And as she does, a bright blue hue seems to spread to the other feathers. Confusion begins to take over, and with that the feathers change again, and the orange and yellow begin to spread and swirl together. "What is happening?" she asks with slight fear. Her inner feathers change slightly, with a dark purple around the edges. Al, fascinated by the feathers changing color, says,
Let me try something.
He brings his face close to Delilah and proclaims,
Your mother's a whore, and I slept with her.
Her feathers begin to display the orange and yellow swirls again.
Interesting.
Al says as he walks around Delilah, picking up a stick and beginning to poke her obnoxiously. Her feathers change to a lime green color.
I think it might be based on your mood,
He says, dropping the stick.
Sorry for bugging you. It was for science.
The Qatari purrs loudly, being very pleased with himself. Well, that can't be good. I'll have to deal with that later. Right now, I need to sleep, she thinks to herself. Everyone's eyes are on her wings.
It looks like you're feeling better. Shall we?
Marstrid says, directing everyone to the new sleeping area. Delilah's feathers become more bashful pink as she follows along. Chapter 34. Realization. The rush of ribbons of crimson and velvety darkness catches Delilah's attention as she watches a masked woman panic from a knocking sound. She places the still blood-covered infant ripped from her body into a small space. Delilah is unsure if it is a cupboard or a pocket dimension. The worry rises in the being, a bit of hope as well. Wanting the child to be safe becomes all-encompassing. A beautiful, dark being enters. Like a poisonous snake, he chippers away in his own delight. Notices a difference. Presses the being. She lies, denies, throws him out. New worry creeps in. Needing to find a better place. Can't be here. Never here. The being goes for the infant, only to find her missing. Dread swallows the being. Out of the shadows, the infant giggles. Light breaks through the being's dark exterior as she gazes upon the baby. She must keep her safe at all cost, even her own existence. The colors swirl as she runs. Hues of black race by, followed by earth tones, then emerald greens. Delilah sees a face of a royal blue fungrel. Her father's face. The being puts the infant safely in his arms. She must keep away, keep her safe, leaves quickly. watching for a small bit, smiling. The bittersweet feeling of happiness tainted with the sorrow swirls in her belly. The last of the shadowy shell falls off, revealing the being of light, being pulled to return to her original home. The heavens above, rising, wings begin to reshape. Words run through Delilah's mind, her mother's. Remember, my child, not all who surrender are weak. Our roots are strong. They will overcome great barriers. In the darkest moments, in the darkest places, we can always reach for the golden light. Delilah stirs awake, the sun shining brightly through the trees, well past the midday sun. She gazes at the Hodgepodge Hearts, and she holds the pebble heart on her bag. After losing Nico and almost losing Marstrid, a truth rings in her head. They only want you. Keeping them safe, she leaves without saying a word. She tells herself it's because it's what's best for them, but really it's for her. She would never be able to leave if she had to say goodbye to them face to face. She takes one more look at them, wrapping her new wings around herself before stepping into the shadows, making her way back to the old fortress, alone. Chapter 35. Return to the Fortress. The sun touches the horizon as Delilah emerges from the forest in front of the half-broken fortress. 2 guards stand ready, each with a whisper wrapped around their neck and torso, larger, heavier, and almost corporeal as it feeds on the guards' life force, filling them with doubts and what-ifs. Delilah gets to touching distance before the guards even notice her. They hold up their spears at the intruder.
Halt! What do you want?
One of the guards says, despair creeping into his voice. The guard's eyes stare directly at Delilah, but the glaze over them seems to drop them down whenever she makes direct eye contact. Delilah fills herself with determination as she responds, "Take me to the demon of hubris!" The guards lower their spears. Their eyebrows crease as the guard responds.
Who? Demon of what? We don't work for a demon, do we?
Looking at the other guard, who shrugs his shoulder in response.
Do you mean Lord Thamorous? Of course, he could be a demon. I haven't really seen him lately, have you?
He asks the other guard again.
Nah, but it would make sense. My mom always said I was no good selfish boy. She was probably right.
The second one says, putting down his spear completely. The whisper grows, telling him truths twisted into horrible lies.
Well, it doesn't matter anyway. No one will ever hire me. I'm broken and stupid. I should never have believed Captain Darius or run away to join him. Stupid, stupid,
he says as he smacks his forehead. Delilah compassionately places her hand up, stopping his hand. Stop it, you two. You're very smart and capable, she says, looking at the 2 guards. Their faces twist in bewilderment from the compliment. This might help, she says as she pulls out her daggers and stabs the solid whispers. The guards barely flinch at the quick movement. The whispers writhe for a second before drying up into dust on the wind. How are you feeling now?
I feel better,
the first guard says, taking in a deep breath. The second agrees, nodding his head. Their eyes begin to clear a bit as they see the world in color again. The despair sits softly in their stomachs instead of the weighted rock it had just been. The guards both notice the feeling of hope returning to the edges of their awareness, hope for the future away from this place. They had been fleeing when the whispers had wrapped around them.
You shouldn't be here. There is something wrong with this place. We all need to leave now,
the second guard says, standing with his back straighter from the lack of weight on his shoulders. Yes, I know. but I would appreciate it if you'd point me to where you think Thamras might be, Delilah says, trying to sound confident, but not fooling either of the guards as her wings go pale with their colors dulling. They both understand, nod their heads, and point to a makeshift doorway beyond the rubble, leading into the fortress.
Good luck to you,
the first guard says with sincerity before fleeing with his compatriot. Delilah makes her way through the loose rubble to the dark oak wood door, which she's sure was repurposed from the debris. Entering the building, she finds herself in a slightly familiar corridor, since all of them looked the same when she was fleeing for her life. She gathers her thoughts. Okay, let's yell it to the demons that we're here, one side of her mind says, quickly followed by another piece of herself, shouting over all her back-patting praise. Wait! You suck at straightforward fights. You're not Tlahum. You have to play to your strengths, which are, of course, stealth. After all, I'm just a sneaky little mushroom. Giggling slightly to herself, she calls forth the shadows, the feathers on her wings matching the void as she moves seamlessly through the fortress. After several minutes of searching, she had found a number of guards with whispers. She had killed the demon spawn, only for the guards to run away before she could ask them information. Unknown to her, the guards never saw her, only the darkness reaching out and killing the whispers. Unable to get direction, she finds herself turned around and completely lost, winding up in the same large barrack room over and over again. Frustration trickles into her head. This isn't working. All right, trying something new. I can look for clues. Turning her head around the room, she quickly deduces that she notices nothing out of the norm because she doesn't know this room from any other room. All right, how about sound? I hope this works. Just then, she hears footsteps close by. A victory smile and a wiggle dance distracts her from how close the footsteps are, as two figures come barging into the room from the hallway directly to her left. Her back is barely off the wall for the dance, but she quickly pushes herself back into full shadow. The figure in front is that of a guard carrying a body almost completely engulfed in a whisper. Only a portion of her lower legs, head, and long silver hair peek through the spaces between the coils of the delicate demon. Delilah recognizes the woman who stitched up her bag and whom she had tried to save earlier. The other figure is the drab, dark blue, four-legged demon of despair.
I need a nap. Take her to the circle. She'll make a lovely piece in my collection,
it says mournfully as it heads forward. The guard, however, turns down toward the second hallway on her left. Delilah's mind begins to come up with a new idea. Follow the demon. You know, divide and conquer. If they can manipulate the truth, so can we. Turn the demons against each other. She quickly notes the hallway the guard went through, hoping that she will remember when she heads back this way. Hurriedly, she follows the demon of despair, catching up to it in a long hallway with many patches of delicious dark places to choose from. The demon passes shadow after shadow in the hallway as it makes its way to its den to rest. When the four-legged creature passes one shadow, the half-mushroom holds her breath, waiting for the perfect moment. The instant the demon crawls past her, she leaps onto its back, bringing down her hardened set blades that have only improved with every kill. They plunge down to the hilt through the flesh of the demon, causing thick black blood to weep from the wound. The demon wails as it thrashes back and forth, attempting to rid itself of the painful parasite on its back. Delilah's confidence grows as she leans forward, whispering, "The demon of hubris sends his regards." Her target leans, throwing off her balance, causing her to tumble off the despair demon. She rolls with it, using her wings to help spring to her feet. The demon, now face to face with Delilah, makes a noise that sounds like laughing or crying. But Delilah can't tell which one. Before she has a chance to ponder this, heavy words break into her mind. Your struggle is pointless, little fungus. You can't escape your inevitable fate, just like Nico. You're alone, no friends, no family. Be honest with yourself. You'll always be alone. Nobody likes you. Here you can be useful, and when it's over, we can make it quick. End this pointless existence. Each word adds more weight on her heart. She falls to her knees as her mind tries to fight it, but is drowned out by pieces of herself since childhood chiming in, validating the infiltrator's words.
Her shadow covering falls away, and her wings dull as the words root themselves into her heart. Lost in herself, the demon of despair easily overpowers the half-mushroom with its front claws, grows another set of legs to stabilize itself as it brings Delilah down into the cavern's ritual room. Chapter 36. Crushing Despair. The despair demon places Delilah in the same circle Nico had been in, though her mind still fighting off the despair she barely noticed. A magical tether wraps around her waist, breaking her trance. A wizard in a dark cloak stands next to the large, magnificently embroidered robes of the demon of hubris. There are 4 human guards without whispers standing at attention along the back wall. Next to them, the silver-haired woman in a whisper cocoon leans up against the wall. Her eyes are unblinking as tears continuously stream down her face. Above them, several imps fly impatiently from one surface to the next, clinging to the walls as they look down upon her. 2 pridlings stroll near the despair demon, doing nothing, but strangely it feels as if they are taunting the masked creature. The demon of hubris proudly approaches the helpless demigod.
You thought you could win against me?
The hubris demon laughs as it stands over the chained Infergal.
You must be your mother's daughter. She wasn't very bright either. She and I used to be an item many millennia ago. Oh, it was delightful. She thought she knew me, could improve me, help me, after the divine war of the forgotten gods. She even vouched for me. She played the game well, I admit, but I was better. When the time came, I saved myself and had her cast into the abyss for the fallen gods to play with.
He says with pure delight.
Then, of course, without that trollop, my real nature was discovered a couple of 100 years later, and I, too, was cast out, like I was nothing.
The last word is filled with resentment. Movement behind the demon catches Delilah's attention as another human guard enters the room. His shaggy black hair and neatly trimmed beard reminds her of Al. He leans over to the fellow guard, whispering and gesturing to the hallway. Then he looks at her and winks. Holy shit, that's Al, she thinks to herself. The second guard returns with a new walk. That's Talam's walk. What is going on? The new guard also winks at Delilah. Seeing her friends brings hope. And with that hope, the despair that made a home in her heart begins to fade away, bringing a smile to her face. The hubris demon is distracted by the changing colors of her wings, and he doesn't notice Delilah's fast smile before it returns to the numb expression. He makes a quizzical sound that annoys Delilah, a feeling which only deepens as the words about her mother finally sink in. Her filter, unable to stop her, she says, "Do you need me to contact her so you can show off your new boyfriend?" Gesturing at the hooded wizard. Are you that insecure? It's probably been another millennia since you broke up. It's okay to just, move on.
I would never touch that harlot. She is the reason I am here in your insignificant world. She became a goddess because of you. You!
He yells, catching himself. He takes a deep breath in and strokes his golden metal horn, soothing himself.
Because of you, she ascended. That should have been me. I could have ruled one of the circles below had she let me have you. But soon she will be back below where she belongs, when I kill her precious little baby girl in front of her. All that cosmic power, yet there will be nothing she can do.
A trill of laughter escapes behind the mask. Behind his head, the 4 guards have surreptitiously become 3. The third one has clay-like skin with what appears to be loose hair stuck to it, making an awful-looking beard. Al stares at Delilah and begins to mouth words, but before Delilah can shake her head no and gesture to her ears, his voice rings out in her head.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Sibilance.
Oh my god, Al is in my head. Why is Al in my head?
Delilah eloquently thinks as bright orange spreads through her wings.
I can hear you.
Why can Al hear me in my head?
It's telepathy. Anyway, no time to talk, just listen. We're going to get you untethered, and then we're going to get you out of here as fast as we can. We need you to keep the demon talking.
Al's voice says in her head. Delilah turns her attention back to the demon without skipping a beat, saying,
Oh, so you just want her to be near you at all times? Yep.
That sounds like you over her.
winking at him. Hubris, in one swift motion, attempts to lift Delilah into the air, but instead rips her shirt as the magic tether keeps her feet bound to the soil. Turning his mask to the wizard, he glares silently. The wizard quickly releases the spell.
Aw, you owe me a shirt,
Delilah says, touching the frayed edge of her newly V-necked ripped top.
I owe you nothing,
He yells, finally able to lift her off the ground. Her wings instinctively open fully. He pulls her towards his mask and says,
Your bitch of a mother owes me, and tonight she will pay.
He drops Delilah, forgetting she has wings. She floats in the air, flips in the double bird, and pops out of visibility.
Perfect.
Al's voice says in Delilah's head. The distraction is all the Hodgepodge Hearts need, as Al lifts his hand in the air to release a dazzling display, only for a tiny whizzing light to spark from his hand with a crackle, causing everyone to look at him.
Oh, come on!
He angrily yells, mainly at himself. The pridelings slink into the archway behind him, blocking the only exit.
For fuck's sake!
Al yells, stressfully, getting ready to fight. A golden spear sails through the air at him. He tries to turn away, but isn't quick enough. The spear cuts through his pant leg, leaving a gash upon his calf. One of the pridelings, the one made from Lord Raveth's bones, smells the blood on gold, causing the low-level demon to rush at Al. Once again, he almost evades the strike, but his other calf takes the impact, being superficially cut. 2 imps circle above Al, waiting for an opening. Tlahum spots a small pool of black blood next to a dark corner of the room. A hazy blue 4-legged creature in ragged robes scuttles through the shadows. Tlahum knows that means there is an injured despair demon. Flashes of the last battle and being consumed by a little black cloud from this melancholy beast. Then the pain on Marstred's face. Fill the tiny disguised half-fawn with rage. She quickly glances at Marstred, who has already followed Tlahum's eyes to the despair demon. No words are exchanged, but both understand the plan completely. Tlahum charges toward the shadow at full speed, body bashing into the despair demon, crushing it into the wall behind it. Tlahum hears several cracks and pops as black ichor leaks from every joint. The ring of disguise she had looted from a previous guard in the fortress also breaks from the impact. Her human illusion vanishes as the demon falls limp to the ground, its mask beginning to crumble slowly away, letting its particles drift into the air.
Is that my ring?
The hubris demon asks, already knowing the answer.
I'm surrounded by idiots. Get her!
He says to the last prideling. The 4-legged beast lashes its bone tail, striking the ground instead of its intended target. It makes a strange clicking noise in frustration. Before Tlahum strikes back, the ground under the whisper-cocooned woman blackens and boils. Horrible noises rise from the roiling pit. Delilah recognizes them as the language she heard the demon speaking earlier, but is only able to understand one of the images it conjures, a mask of despair. They all hear a faint yes come from the woman's mouth. Then she immediately falls into the darkness below her. A scream is heard, cut off by the pit popping out of existence on the mortal plane. An imp takes this opportunity to slash at Tlahum, but misses her body, only swiping her hair, causing it to knot.
Fucking imps!
Tlahum angrily says as she fixes her hair. A blast of sickeningly green energy strikes the wall behind her. She turns her gaze to the fanatical wizard. While Tlahum is fighting, Marstred, glorious beard and all, steps towards Al. She holds in her hand a small metal bar with a glass sphere on the end. When she clicks the button in the middle, the bar elongates in both directions, and purple lightning crackles in the glass sphere.
Holy shit! When did Marstred get such a great staff? Also, does she know how to use that thing?
Delilah thinks at Al. There's only silence from Al while he keeps an eye on the prideling before him, too busy to talk. A crack of purple lightning from the metal staff strikes the prideling in its left shoulder before it can attack Al again. A bumpy mauve rash forms from the point of the strike, creeping up its neck and down its left arm. Pustules swell to the surface of the rash, causing the prideling's left eye to shut as it gingerly puts weight on its front arms. As Al reaches into his pocket to pull out his pen, he responds to Delilah.
Yeah, that's why we were a little late. Had to get Marstred some of her old tools. You brought her back, but not all her cosmic connections are the same. She's fine, you'll see.
With the pen, he flourishes a word into existence and flings the sharp letters at the prideling. Unfortunately, it falls flat, missing the lesser demon.
This is bullshit.
Al grumbles, his frustration of failing again evident in his voice. Suddenly, the hubris demon swings his spear in the direction he last saw Delilah.
Show yourself, you insignificant decomposer,
he says with disdain as the spear narrowly misses Al. Two imps, seeing their chance, whistle loudly, calling the other imps to help gang up on Marstrid. They attack together in a frenzy, and though their claws take the helmet, knot her hair, and get a piece of her beard, none of them make any contact with Clay. The hubris demon looks at the wizard. No words are exchanged, but the wizard nods and begins to whisper. Delilah, watching this exchange, darkens the nearest shadow, linking it to one just behind the sycophant. She steps through, allowing her invisibility to drop as she drapes herself in the shadows instead. Stress rushes ever so slightly through her stem from such a quick change. The now cloaked Delilah takes both of her daggers and drives them deep into the back of the wizard. She can tell that she had wounded him greatly, but she hasn't killed him yet. Blood drips from his mouth as he says, without turning to look at Delilah,
Stupid girl.
He releases his spell. The shadows on the floor swirl beneath her friends, the imps and the pridlings. They rise, forming chains around every ankle, wrist, neck, and tail, plunging them all into sudden stillness.
Thank you, Mordecai. I can think.
The hubris demon says as he rubs the forehead of his mask.
Yes, let's make this easy. You step into that circle,
he says to Delilah, pointing with the tip of his spear,
and accept your fate, or watch me kill your friends one by one, and then I'll kill you slowly anyway.
He walks over to Al, lifting his spear.
You have until I count to 5. 1, 2, 3,
he says quickly. Delilah, without thinking, drops her shadow and yells, Wait. If you let them go, I'll step into the circle, and I promise not to fight you.
Deal. I'll let them leave.
The hubris demon purrs. Alive, Delilah says, knowing this will only buy them some time, but that might be all they need.
Fine. I'll let them leave this room alive, if you don't fight back.
The hubris demon says, annoyed.
Don't do it,
Tlahum says, struggling against the shackles.
He's gonna learn and kill us anyway,
Marstrid says, frustrated at Delilah's apparent stupidity. Al's voice rings in her head.
What are you doing?
My mom spoke about surrendering in my dream, but honestly, I don't know. For now, I'm just trying to buy you some time, get you out of here alive somehow, even if it's without me. Delilah confidently steps into the circle, accepting whatever befalls her in this moment. Her friends, stuck in shadows, watch, helpless to stop her. The tall, well-groomed demon of hubris looks at her with delight as he takes his spear, shrinking it down to a small handheld dagger while maintaining its wicked shape. This allows him to get uncomfortably close. He breathes her in, smelling the defeat on her sweat. He knows he will let her friends leave this room barely alive, and then kill them once they pass the archway. His victory makes his horn shine even brighter in this dark, damp basement. Gleefully, he grabs Delilah's bonnet as he drags his sharp blade along her cheekbone. The blue blood begins to pour down her face as he presses the blade into her other cheek, cutting it as well. He brings the blade up to his mask.
Your blood reeks of that despicable strumpet,
he says, just for Delilah to hear. The blood trickles down into the circle as the moon rises. The hubris demon begins to call in the guttural demon language. Delilah's mind is unable to follow the words as her body doubles over in pain. A burning sensation courses through her blood as it energetically sends out tendrils to trap her mother. Even though physically her blood has never left her body, she feels every push, binding, and tug as if it were on the same plane. When the last word is spoken, the rush of her sap returning pulls something heavy. A flash of blinding light fills the room as the goddess is wrenched from the heavens and dropped into this mortal plane. Chapter 37. Callie Darley.
Hello, Callie Darley. I'm so happy you could drop by.
The hubris demon says smugly. Mom. Delilah's small inner child whispers as she observes her mother for the first time. Callie Darley sits before her with her legs crossed as if in meditation. Her 9 wings, once stumps, have regrown into full feathered angel wings. each one a different variety of a particular hue: black, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, white. The black, similar to Delilah's, fades into a silver trimming, while the white has golden feathers along the base. Her body and facial structure appear differently to all who gaze upon her. Tlahum sees her as a fawn goblin, Marstrid a humelink with clay skin, like herself, and Owl sees her as an orange tabby Katari, reminding him of his gray tabby wife. However, each version they witness has a face which looks kind, understanding, and compassionate, with a portion of a golden mask over the right side of her forehead and down her right eye. Delilah, however, is able to witness her truest form, simply a being of light with multicolored wings. Her appearance stirs excitement from Delilah's inner child, wanting to tell her everything, a bit of resentment from her teenager self for missing so much, love from her adult self, recognizing what she has sacrificed to keep her safe. All of these emotions are wrapped up with unconditional love, something she is familiar with thanks to her father and the Wandering Wonders. She wears a dress fabricated of shimmering white light, no matter her body type. It is the same as the smoke dress she wore as a demon of lust, a low-cut scoop neckline and slits all the way up her hips. She has a style that was hers long before her demon days.
Pridifer, is that you?
Callie says, trying to stand up. She hits the ceiling of the binding circle, causing several feathers to cascade down to the dirt floor.
Don't call me that. You are to address me by my title,
he says coldly.
What do you want this time, Pridifer?
She asked, ignoring his demand.
Oh, I don't want anything from you. I just want you to observe that I win again. I have your precious daughter, the child I knew you had and lied to me about it,
he says, pulling Delilah off the ground, showing her to Callie briefly before placing her back onto the floor.
And you know what I'm going to do to her?
He asks gleefully. Callie remains silent.
Kill her slowly, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it,
he says with a trill of laughter. As he continues to gloat, the words from Delilah's dream flash in her mind. Strong roots, barriers. Lost in her thoughts, she is unaware of the hubris demon setting his revenge into motion. A plan pops into her head, but before she can execute it, the small spear bites into the flesh of her arm, slicing a superficial but painful cut. Grimacing, her wings turn a dark wine-red color.
Oh, what fun we're having,
Hubris says happily, making eye contact with Al. Delilah thinks loudly at him. I have a plan, but I need you to distract him.
But I've been failing all day. I don't think I can help,
he thinks back. Hey, you're an amazing wordsmith. You can put on a great show. Now bard, like you've never barded before, she loudly thinks.
But
he tries to argue. Do it now! She mind shouts as the golden spear cuts into her leg, drawing even more blue blood. A slow clap is heard as Al draws the demon of hubris's attention.
You are incredible! You outfoxed a goddess! I mean, how many demons can say that? Yet, for some reason, a being of your wisdom is still failing to see the bigger picture here.
The hubris demon elongates his spear, pointing it at Al.
What do you mean? I'm not failing anything. I have won everything.
He gestures to the room and its trapped occupants.
You're right, but you could win so much more,
Al says in a soothing, higher-pitched tone.
Go on,
the hubris demon says.
You said earlier that you could have been a god,
Al says, using the critical words of being a god, enrapturing the demon.
Al, what are you doing?
Tlahum asks. The golden spear appears too quickly for her mind to react as it cuts through her leg, dropping her to the floor.
Shut up, the men are talking,
the hubris demon says plainly. Nervousness tries to creep into Al's body after witnessing the flippant attack on his friend, but he is able to push it down.
You said you could give Delilah to the oldest, most forgotten being down below. Why not do that? Yeah, she isn't a baby, but she is the daughter of a full-blown goddess. Think of how valuable that is,
he says, hoping Delilah knows what she is doing. The conversation about her potential future never enters into her mind as she focuses on her feet. She pushes her roots from the middle of her feet, down into the hard soil beneath her and directs them sideways towards the circle and her mother. Delilah is unsure if this will work, or even how far out they are as she turns her roots toward the surface. The change in direction causes her stomach to drop, but she pushes forward. Her roots break through inside the circle. Too far, she pulls them back. Trying again, she breaks into the salt ring, almost to the right spot.
No, that would never work.
Hubris says, slashing at Al with his spear. A large gash on his thigh opens up.
I've just had the most marvelous idea, Mordecai. You there, imp! Tell...
He says a name that makes everyone's ears bleed and immediately forget.
That I have a proposition for him. A goddess divinity child from Calidali. If he is willing to grant me the godship I deserve, he can have her all to himself.
The imp nods, disappearing in a puff of smoke.
Well, well. Did you hear that, Callie? You get front row seats as I turn myself into a god. Better than you.
He says, turning his gaze to Delilah. Callie slams against the barrier.
Don't you dare give her to that thing!
Ignoring his powerless axe, he brings his masked face inches from Delilah's.
Now, what to do while we wait? Oh, I know. Make you watch as I kill your friends.
He says victoriously.
But you said...
Delilah protests.
Oh, mortals are so naive. I'm a demon of hubris, and we didn't have a written contract.
The demon says as he raises his spear to throw at Al.
You're right. I don't know everything about demons, but I do know one fact.
Delilah says as her root breaks through right outside the circle. She pushes it forward, breaking the ring of salt.
Mom doesn't like being trapped in a bubble.
She smiles at Hubris as the barrier drops.
No!
The Hubris demon bellows, attempting to grab the goddess to stop her, but long before he could have reached her, she is gone. Chapter 38. All hell breaks loose. In the goddess's place is a vast empty space with several feathers strewn about the floor. The releasing of the goddess reduces the wizard to tears as he accidentally drops the shadow shackles.
You stupid, rotten toadstool cunt!
The hubris demon says, leaping with his spear towards Delilah. A flying kick from Tlum throws him off balance, and he misses Delilah completely. The attack causes thick black blood to ooze from the cracks in his mask.
I don't have time for you, goat,
he says, looking at Tlum.
Or any of your poorly cobbled-together crew. As for you...
Hubris says, hurling the spear into the weeping wizard. Words in the demonic language pour out of the hubris demon. Delilah recognizes this from before. The gates are being opened. However, there seems to be another syllable that Delilah can't understand. The spear appears back in Hubris's hand. The pool of blood flowing from the dead wizard allows the gates to open. An eruption of imps skyrockets into the room. The ceiling above wriggles with the living imps as they begin to descend onto the Hodgepodge Hearts. Purple lightning flashes, popping imps as Tlum jumps and grabs some, smashing them together. Al shimmers, reshaping himself into a green dracona. He opens his mouth, releasing a wave of ice. Solid frozen imps fall from the sky, smashing into bits as they hit the stones. No matter how fast they kill them, though, more keep coming. One grabs Tlum, bringing her up into the air before she swings her leg up to kick it. It drops her, but as she lands, she feels a pop in her leg. Marstred's clay is being torn from her metal frame, even as she keeps firing at the imps. They slash at Al, ripping at his face. The hubris demon stands with his spear raised as he stalks towards Delilah. Trying to turn invisible, she reaches for the sky, only to find that nothing responds. Fear snaps into her body, causing her mind to go blank as she tries to back away, tripping in her attempts to flee. Forgetting about her wings and unable to stand, she flips over, gets on all fours, and tries to crawl away. Hubris grabs her ankle, pulling her back, sending her head crashing to the floor. As she is dragged back, she notices a glimmer in the shadows. A golden feather. In the darkest moment, in the darkest places, you can always reach for the golden light. Her mother's words echo in her mind. Hubris, his prey before him, draws a circle around Delilah. The ground darkens and begins to boil.
I will not return to the circles below empty-handed, little girl.
The shadow of hubris looms over her. She takes a deep breath, hoping this will work. She reaches into the shadow as he grabs her wing. She feels the feather from across the room. Her fingers tighten around it as he flips Delilah over, ripping her arm from the shadows. He leans over her, placing his hands on her neck, squeezing. He puts all his weight on her, and she feels the roiling floor about to give way.
Time for your nightmare to begin.
Hubris gloats. With the last of her strength, she feels her mother's divinity within her flare as her hand begins to tingle. Delilah closes her eyes, trusting her mother. She thrusts the golden feather toward an unknown target, the hollow eye hole of the demon's mask. There is no resistance, as the feather simply slides fully into the opening. A second of silence passes as the demon stands upright, knowing something is wrong, but unsure what it might be. The silence is followed quickly by Hubris releasing a guttural scream as golden light shoots out from the eye socket. The spotlight created by the golden light bursts every imp it touches, causing the rest to flee. Several are cut in half as the portal to the circles below snaps shut. Loud thuds echo as others smash into the ground where the portal was, unable to pull up in time. A few fly into the fortress, and the large ones are able to vanish out of this reality with a pop. Delilah scrambles off the once boiling circle, watching the chaos unfold. The golden beam hits one of the pridelings, cutting off its head. The body writhes as the flesh and bone rot. It leaves behind only a misshapen skull with 2 black mirrors in the middle of a dark puddle of human sludge. In the mayhem, the trio notice the last prideling, whose face used to be so beautiful, running toward a prone Delilah. Dracona Al releases a blast of frozen breath, a direct hit causing a cloud to form around the beast. Dissipating, it shows a frozen, solid menace. Marstrid places her hand onto Talaham's shoulder. Purple electricity shoots down her arm to wrap around her hands. The lightning gloves buzz and crackle with the same level of excitement as Talaham. She charges the frozen foe, pulling her arm back, releasing with all the pent-up fury from losing Nico. The force of the punch mixed with the electric charge causes a small explosion. The being that was once Raveth falls slowly upon them in snow-like particles. The snow slowly falls upon Delilah as golden veins begin to spread from the demon's eye socket, his movements slow as he screams,
"What have you done to me?"
His voice cuts off as his robes, body, and mask all turn to gold. The golden spear falls from his hand, corroding instantly. Chapter 39. The final chapter. The room grows silent.
"It's not even real gold!"
Al says, breaking the stillness. He throws the spear that had inflicted so much damage to him down on the floor. The trio of bloodied, bruised, and scraped companions make their way over to Delilah, helping her off the floor. They take a moment to observe the cavernous room, admiring what they were able to accomplish.
What does this mean?
Marstrid says, pointing to the new golden statue.
Do you think we can melt him down and sell him?
She asks as she takes a closer look.
I have no idea, but maybe it's better we leave the Hubris demon down here for now.
Delilah says, fearful that melting it down might release him. Marstrid nods in agreement.
So, there's no more enemies. We're all alone. Y'all know what that means. Time to loot!
Talaham says, as everyone emphatically agrees. With the place ransacked of anything even possibly valuable, except for the golden demon statue, they make their way topside, collapsing the tunnel as they go. Reaching the surface, Al sheepishly says,
"So, I guess this adventure is over. Does that mean you'll be leaving us to find your friend?"
His head lowers a bit as he observes Delilah.
If you really need some help, we can help.
Marstrid adds with a hopeful smile. Talaham chimes in.
Only if you want us to, though. It's your choice, Stems.
Holding her pneumatic bag close to her, Delilah sees the lollipop right next to the hodgepodge of stones in the shape of a heart. Reaching down, she gently holds the heart.
I think I'm where I'm supposed to be, if the Hodgepodge Hearts will have me.
She says, her wings turned almost entirely blue in a myriad of different shades. The Hodgepodge team makes an impromptu huddle, whispering, pausing to look at Delilah, then going back into the huddle. Suddenly they break apart.
One of us! One of us! One of us!
Talaham chants, with Marstrid and Al joining in. circling Delilah and rushing in for a group hug. When the hug breaks, Tlahum proudly says,
Now you've been officially initiated.
She came up with the initiation.
Al says as he turns back into the black and white Qatari. In the end, fate can decide if I see my friend again. I doubt she even remembers me. But if we do see her, I'll introduce you all. She is really cool, and I bet she would like all of you, except for maybe Al. Delilah says as bright sunshine expands towards the top of her wings and a sky blue grows from the bottom.
Hey!
Al says, not hurt in the slightest. Because she would love you and make you change into so many different things, you probably forget your name. Delilah says as she smiles brightly at Al. Her wings shimmer light blue as she nudges him. Anyway, can our next quest be a little easier? Maybe collect flowers or escort someone slowly back to the house? Delilah asks, attempting to wipe the blue blood stains off her orange shirt.
Oh, I've got an idea. We need to put a marker for Nililico by his husband and child.
Marstred says, knowing everyone will agree. She starts to walk south towards the Tenzangar mountain region. A last respect for a respectable being, they walk for several days, sleeping outside, not wanting to enter any small towns in this area until they get to the big city of the province. Oddington is vast and, more importantly, diverse. Here they won't stick out, except for maybe Tlahum, but Al shapeshifts into a lilac version of her with black fur, so she won't feel out of place. They ask around for reviews of local taverns, finding a mid-priced place with good drinks and entertainment. Al, with his way with words, gets everyone a room for the night, but before they head to bed, they decide to relax and have a real meal. With the live entertainment ending on the small corner stage, Delilah excitedly awaits her bangers and mash.
Psh, that was a lousy performance. Ow, go show him what a real ballard's like.
Marstred says, waiting for her ribs.
Oh, I have nothing prepared.
Al says demurely as he waits for his oversized salad.
Also, you might choke like you did that one time.
Tlahum adds as she watches every plate go by, waiting for her fish and chips.
I bet I could make enough money to cover our rooms for tonight and dinner.
Al haughtily replies,
Deal. The usual bet. If you win, I'll tell everyone how amazing you are. But if I win, you have to sit up my tent next time we camp outside.
Tlahum says with an outstretched hand.
Deal.
Al says as he shakes her hand, then huffs over to the tavern's manager.
What was that all about?
Delilah asks as she watches Al do his best schmoozing with the tavern owner, quickly getting access to the stage. Tlahum smiles as her hot food is placed in front of her, taking a bite before she answers.
He does better under pressure. And it's a win-win because I get to brag about him without him getting all mad at me.
Marstred's grin validates Tlahum's words. The little lilac form of Al moves effortlessly on stage, weaving together the tale of the Chosen One. He speaks to the crown of the chosen being fickle in nature, skipping from being to being, that old friends may seek them out and old villains too. Then he ends with advice.
So, if you find that crown upon your head, remember to grab a bard, because in the end, it might only be your story that lives on.
The crowd cheers as coins are tossed on stage. I'm done being the chosen one. Someone else's turn. Master it. You can be it, Delilah says as she takes a large bite of some encased meat and creamy mashed potatoes.
No thank you. Too much work. I'd rather be support. Let Al be the chosen one. I better let he'd love it.
Marstred answers, picking up her ribs daintily, then getting sauce all over her hands anyways. Marstred adores ribs. The mess is half of the fun for her. The happiness of this moment is so powerful it makes an imprint in her long-term memory. With Al's set finished, he proudly plops down the money bag in front of Tlahum.
Oh, I guess you won. I have to tell people how great of a bard you are.
Tlahum says, barely hiding a smile.
Good,
Al says, unaware or possibly unbothered by the ruse. Marstred takes another bite of her meal, about to tease Al about maybe being the new chosen one himself. But before she has a chance, the room shifts. A smell enters her nostrils, lavender with an acrid afternote. A memory begins to be pulled from her memory bank. As a hand falls upon her shoulder, goosebumps form from her clay. Several strangers seem to appear out of thin air, draped in black robes, adorned with an emblem of a conch being struck by twin lightning bolts. They encroach and flank the Hodgepodge Hearts, cutting off any exit.
I've missed you, Lady Wollstonecraft. Time to come home, dear.
The room goes silent as any warmth in her metal bones evaporate. The familiar voice pulls her memory into crystal clarity. Marshard's voice is barely audible as she says,
Victor.
Thank you all for listening, you lovely stories in motion. I hope you enjoyed the book. I'm happy to continue with these characters if you'd like. I do know all of their backgrounds. However, writing a full book is really hard. So if you want any more, please feel free to contact me in the many various ways to get in touch with me that I've listed in the description below. Because if nobody wants a sequel, that's fine. I'll just put my energy in other stories. I'll probably come back to the Daggerheart world, of course. Most likely, probably, yeah. And it just might be different characters if I do. Not sure. So just let me know. Remember to try to be the light in the dark spaces. Okay, bye.